That's my bad. Hello, hello. We had a little bit of a false start here, but welcome everyone to day 2 of the group stage here for the road to TI. I'm joined with the wonderful Waga Mama. Waga, we've got some great games of Dota today, and it's a big day. This is the day that some teams are going home.
Yeah, today a lot of these groups, we're going to see, sadly, one team from every group go home. And, we're here today. We're going to be following closely the Group D. Yesterday, you and I were casting over in Group A, where we saw Spirit absolutely owning. They are the only ones after day 1 who guaranteed a top placement already in the top 2. So they're already waiting in the seeding matches. But yeah, we'll have more get to that point. And also some teams, sadly, having to go home after this.
Yeah, and honestly, yesterday we had, like you said, the opportunity to watch Spirit. They are in TI form. They look absolutely terrifying. But also, looking through some of these other standings, a little bit surprised seeing, LGD's been pretty quiet this year. They're right now at the top of their group currently. Talon, too. Today, we are over here with, Group D, and they're not looking so hot. I thought that, they'd be doing much better. They've got some really talented players, but so far they're 0-4 at the bottom of their group.
Yeah, Talon not having a hot start here. There's a lot of strong teams in every single group, of course, but Talon, I think a lot of people have higher hopes for them, and they need some wins immediately here because 0-4, not a good place to be right now. Not, irrecoverable. They can still solve this, but they have some tough games coming up ahead, as well as they have to play against, Ke Stars, who can be a little bit of a dark horse, and then Quest as well, who have been looking really strong lately.
Yeah, and we have some great games on this channel. We can take a look at the schedule because we will be following, of course, Talon today. You and I have those games. I'll also be watching Vivo Ke Stars. I know there's going to be some Brazilian fans in chat. They're super happy because I think a lot of people wrote them off saying, oh, they're going to be at the bottom of the group. Well, they're not at the bottom of the group, friends. And then, of course, the good TSM versus Vivo Ke Stars match sandwiched in the middle here between the two Talon games. Which one are you most excited for?
I think the first one immediately here, because I only took a little bit of a look at, Ke Stars, their drafts and what they did yesterday when they played against Quest and Tundra, which was very impressive. They got the 1-1 result against both of them, which I think they should be very happy with. Definitely impressive. But I want to see, how they're going to play here against Talon. I think Ke Stars are like a fun team to follow since they came through the qualifier. And we're also not really expected to go through the qualifier. They surprised people with how good they played.
Yeah, both of us were, of course, casting the South American regional quals. And honestly, we didn't put Ke Stars up that high at the time. We figured, well, they haven't really been showing super great during the, DPC year. And they really surprised us. So, for me, they're kind of my dark horse. We talk about some of the other teams that have made these underdog runs, Hokuri being one of them. I would not be surprised to see people that maybe they underestimated Ke Stars. Maybe they were also like, yeah, probably not going to be too worried about them, not going to look too much into them. But they are a force to be reckoned with. And again, when you come from a region that is a little bit more secluded, I guess, where it's a little bit more difficult to get these scrims, you're not 100% sure what that regional meta is going to be like, the speed, the tempo. Obviously, everyone does their research, right? Everyone does the research. It's TI. You don't want to get eliminated. You want to go all the way. But sometimes, teams are like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Maybe they don't take a close enough look.
Yeah, it's interesting. And, as we've cast the first day here and we had quite a few games being played already, we get a little bit of a sense for the meta so far. Some of the most played heroes, we got the Murta has been doing really well. A hero that I think more and more teams are adopting into their playstyle because not that many teams were using her, just a month ago or something. But now she's becoming sort of popular both as a support and a carry in many teams. And she is sitting at 18 games, 72% win rate right now. So that could be a big one to look out for.
I feel like flexibility is something that if you have that capability is huge for your team. It's absolutely huge. Also, let's talk about things that make up a good draft, right? The fact that you have flexibility, the fact that, you have heroes that are within the meta. So we've seen a lot of this off lane sort of Wraith King, Chaos Knight, Spirit Breaker, stuff starting to rise up. And if you have that to your advantage, that's huge. I'm also looking at some of the, the players coming out from both of these teams. Like I know Spirit Breaker is a big one that fits within Ke Stars in multiple positions. You look over at, Talon, you've got these like super high MMR players. So like, of course, they can be super flexible. They can play it in any manner. So I'm really curious to see how it's all going to go down as we get into this drafting phase.
Yeah, we're heading in. The teams are now getting into the picks here, and I want to see what Talon are going to do against Ke Stars, because looking at Ke Stars yesterday, they played the same thing twice pretty much. They ran the Skywrath, Undying, and Primal Beast in both the games they won, and both the games they lost, they were also doing Invoker and Tusk in both of those. So maybe there's something to be taken from those games there. But Talon going to open up the bans here by removing Lone Druid, hero that has been very, very strong ever since the bear became universal. He wins a lot of mid lanes really, really hard. So just a nice hero to get rid of if you don't want to get cheesed on that mid lane.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see, again, the first day of it's crazy because it moves so fast, it feels like, especially for group stages, especially because we have a first phase and a second phase now. Of course, the first phase being those best of twos, and then eventually going into the best of three situation. But watching the meta unfold, watching to see, how do teams, adapt to one another? Are they, and obviously, they are watching each other's games, but like, what do they value? So like, if you look over at stuff that's being banned out by Vivo Ke Stars, they're saying, okay, we don't want to see the Treant, right? Treant's super strong. Did get a little bit of a nerf, but not enough. A lot of pros agree. And then the Dazzle, too. Dazzle's just so annoying. You can put him in that mid lane. You can put him as a support. Like, there's so many options with that particular hero. So right now,
Dazzle is actually the most banned hero at all of TI right now. He's gone like 38 bans, I think. He's just being removed all over, and he hasn't actually gotten that much playtime overall. But he is a nasty mid hero, and sort of same thing there. I think Talon, they don't want to have those cheesy matchups where you just basically can't lane. So they're setting themselves up to have a bit of freedom on mid. Meanwhile, Vivo, removing the TA here makes a lot of sense. Talon use it really, really well.
Whatever happened to Batrider? I feel like Batrider fell so far out of favor.
Yeah, we had that entire, era of the POS 4 Batrider, the POS 3 Darkseer, and then he just got nerfed a little bit and then kind of fell out of favor entirely. And now that everyone has blood grenades in laning phase, you'd think that, that's nice, more slows for Batrider, right? Well, it's more like other heroes are capable of doing what Batrider did as well now. So more slow didn't really matter that much for Bat. So he's just not really finding himself being prioritized. I think some other supports are just way too strong compared to him.
That makes sense then, if there's something better that you can pick up. Pangolier, though, we talked about this a little bit the other day, about how he got a little bit of nerf, but not enough to really discount him completely. So that's going to get picked up for the side of Talon. And then Grimstroke, this is a hero that I think is a little bit of a sleeper. I feel like, since they changed his Inkswell now, so he's able to release it on command, makes it a lot more powerful than it used to be.
Yeah, it's amazing. And also you can throw the Phantom's Embrace onto Pango when he's rolling around, and it's going to stay when he comes out of the roll and can't immediately cast his Q to reposition or W to get out of it. So that's really nasty. And then, of course, you can bind as well. The Soul Bind against Pango roll is just fantastic to lock him in place. So good reactive pick there by Vivo, and still Grimstroke, a very strong support in his own right that works into many things. So Talon having to remove the Spirit Breaker here because the combination would be too strong.
I know, I'm a little bit disappointed because I really enjoy watching, especially King RD on the Spirit Breaker. But again, we are seeing it flexed as that position 3 in a lot of games too. So just a strong idea to take out. Don't need it to be in the in this game if possible.
Yeah, they don't want to play against it. It's also a good hero against Pango because you get these BKB piercing, or in this case, Rolling Thunder piercing disables. Debuff immunity doesn't really save you against Spirit Breaker that well. So just another annoying hero for Pango to deal with. They can go ahead and remove Kunkka as well. So a hero that lanes fairly well against Pango.
It's a lot of like repositioning tools too that they're trying to like take off the board, it feels, in some respect, just because of that Pango. But
yeah, we'll see what Vivo are going to decide here for the next. I mean, they basically have a lot of options for how they want to build their draft right now, Vivo. They only show the Grimstroke, so they can really go down a lot of different routes. There's still some good Pango counters in the game that they can go towards. There's, of course, the carry Bloodseeker, which has been very popular in South America in general for a long time.
Yeah, that was definitely the Hector or the Parker special for a little while. They like their strengthy boys, but would like to see something that's going to be able to make a lot of use and close the gap coming out with this Grimstroke pickup, or something that does a lot of nuke. But I think the bigger thing is like really the Inkswell is just so good. Like have something that's going to be up in the heroes' faces that you can place it on. Could see something like a Chaos Knight, right? Like put a Chaos Knight in the offlane.
They could. The downside CK maybe is a little bit annoyed by Pango's AoE abilities. Then the attack speed slow can be really frustrating. So they're going to show what looks to be a support here and taking up the Tusk. Of course, you can lane Tusk mid as well. It's not horrible, but more likely, I think this Tusk is setting up to maybe do some Tusk Dawnbreaker combo on the off lane. Maybe it's going to be Grimstroke plus a CK or something carry. Who knows if they want to go for... some other carry, there's a lot available. I mean, Grimstroke lanes with everything really well. I
don't love that they picked up both their supports in this first phase, just because I don't feel like Tusk is one of those heroes that's necessarily going to get banned out. How do you feel about it?
It's not really about whether or not he gets banned out. It's about trying to pick something that doesn't get countered by too many things. Like if you picked Lich here, for instance, which would be a Grimstroke Lich combo, then you're showing two range supports and a little bit squishy, you know, can be abused in certain ways. But Tusk is just pretty solid. I think it's nice still to show him like this, and it makes Talon's next pick here very difficult, because now they have Pango and Tiny, so we're expecting this to be a support Tiny, +4, but do they want to pick their second support as well, or are they going to pick an offlaner? What's coming out for Talon here? They need to show something, and they don't know any core hero on Vivo yet.
Okay, all right, we get the Pugna. That is something that they actually really enjoy playing. In fact, they pair it up with quite a few things. I think they had like Pugna and Underlord has a 100% win rate out of like 6 games or something ridiculous, and also Pugna and Void Spirit has like a 62% win rate, although we're pretty sure that Pangolier is going to be in that that position, which we've talked about too, right? Pangolier suffers now with his mana pool. Having a Pugna as a little battery will be very influential and auspicious here. There's the Muerta.
It's a hero that can help a little bit in that regard. And Muerta as a reaction to the Pango here is very nice, because now the Decrepify is not going to be a guaranteed save for people. You can always pop the Muerta ulti and just shoot through it. So she's very, very good at bursting Pugna. He doesn't really have a good save against her. And I'm expecting this to be their carry. They go for the Earth Spirit as well, so getting a bit of stun and silence, more silence I should say. And I like what Vivo are building here. This draft looks really nice so far.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Also, a detail to mention, the Grimstroke, if he gets a bind on someone, Muerta can aim the dead shot between the two targets, and it double shoots like from both the targets to each other. It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of chaos. It's a high skill on that too. Naga picked up for the side of Talon, so that's revealing what their safe lane is going to be.
Yeah. Going for the Naga. I mean, they could still try and do some weird stuff with the offlane Naga, but carry Naga here against what Vivo has looks a little bit scary to me, because Muerta very commonly goes for that Maelstrom build, will kill off the illusions pretty well.
I also just feel like Naga, she definitely moves faster, but we talked about this earlier. If you have a core, especially position 1, that can hunt, the game is more likely going to go in your favor right now with the way that the patches are. And Muerta, I would say, is one of those heroes that can hunt. Looking at the lineup coming out from the side of Vivo Ke Stars, like, these guys are going to be hungry. They're going to be moving around a lot with, like, an Earth Spirit, a Tusk, a Grimstroke, but then also, you know, having a very active core in that position 1 role is definitely going to be advantageous, in my opinion.
Yeah, she can definitely use all the space that the Grimstroke, Tusk, and Earth are gonna make with their rotations. She can maybe look for some, you know, Shadowblade or something to find herself in a position to get some solo pickoffs. But yeah, this lineup looks very active from Vivo. Talon, it's a little bit of a weirder draft. I don't really see the same harmony between the heroes. Like, obviously, Pango is great for team fight, and Pugna is good in the patch, but I don't really see how well the heroes are going to play off each other just yet.
I mean, they've got some good concepts going on for sure, like, but they feel dated, if that makes sense. Because, like, we saw in the old patch, there was quite a bit of Naga being played, but it doesn't quite gel quite as nicely. Like, you don't see, when you look at these heroes right now, you don't see a hit squad like you do looking at the side of Ke Stars. You see, Pango's going to be active, Tiny's going to be active, Pugna's going to, try to fill in these gaps, but like the Naga, again, I just feel like she's so slow comparatively.
Yeah, she
it's
can
going to
put a
be
lot
difficult.
of pressure on side lanes, though. An Earth Spirit at some point will not be able to kill the illusions, so I guess it's not a horrible Naga game in that sense. She can definitely get to the point of just pushing all the lanes all the time, and that can stifle the aggressive intentions of Vivo. If lanes are getting pushed in by Naga illusions, then they basically can't make moves of their own. So we'll see how active he can be on Naga in taking control of the map like that. Now they're banning out some more annoying AoE damage in Darkseer. Also would be really frustrating for them to play against if they get pulled back into the calling or controlled by the Tusk Shards and Vacuum. They just can't move around.
I think that's the other thing, too, is they just have a lot of control coming out from the side of Ke Stars. You've got a bit of control, right, coming out from Talon, but not to the same extent, where you have that catch, or latch, I guess, for lack of a better explanation. Okay, the Dawnbreaker's nice. I don't mind this. I like the idea of, being able to protect the Naga while your other heroes are moving around. If for some reason, she's by herself, she's isolated, the gank squad comes in, Dawnbreaker can come buy her a little bit more time, potentially.
So it looks to be a Dawnbreaker plus Tiny lane on the off lane, and Pugna most likely going to be laning up together with the Naga. They can, of course, swap the supports around if they want, but it's not the most punishing off lane. Dawnbreaker, Tiny, I think Merita carry is very happy against that since she has Deadshot to push Dawn away when she uses Starbreaker. This doesn't really look like a bad lane at all for Vivo.
The other thing looking at, too, is just the not the likability, but the likelihood of rotations, right? Rotations going into that mid lane. Like, Tiny's great for rotating. And honestly, Dawnbreaker is okay with being left alone in a lane. I'm curious how it's going to pay out here for Vivo Ke Stars. What their final pick is going to be for their off lane, right? Because you want to have this capability to rotate early, especially punishing Pangolier or, punishing this Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's just a little bit more elusive, though, too. As long as he's got that vision.
Yeah, I feel like they probably want to play high tempo and get one more really active hero so they can just let Merita be extremely greedy here in this game as well and use all the space. But they definitely need a hero that can deal with Naga well in the laning phase. So the bans by Talon were pretty smart after removing the Darkseer, removing the Pudge as well. I think that hero destroys Naga in general. Once he gets Aghanims, it's just unplayable. But I'm not sure what they want as a last pick. And Vivo, they're digging in a little bit here, thinking between each other.
Yeah, it's incredible to see how far the Brew made in this draft, considering the Team Spirit games we cast the other day. I felt like Brew was snapped up almost instantly for Collapse whenever available.
I think Vivo might not play it because it would have been really good for them as well in this game against the Pugna and the Naga. But they got Bristleback, another hero that has risen in popularity. His Aghanim Scepter is proving to be very good for bursting people. And we'll see how this is going to fare against the Naga. Naga gets pretty high armor, though, so with all the physical damage from Bristle, she can deal with that pretty well, I think.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive lineup coming out from Vivo Ke Stars, which I think fits the playstyle of what they like to do. And that's one thing I always like to see going into group stages is that, you adjust, but at the same time, you stay true to your core principles. Looking at Talon, I like what they have. They definitely have this later game. But I'm concerned that if they don't, if they start losing these lanes, it's going to be really hard for them to bounce back and find that space.
Yeah, I'm not really sold on Talon's approach here. I think Vivo have a better setup for themselves, both early, mid, and late game. I kind of favor what they're doing. A lot of pressure, though, is on Bristleback actually having a good start and getting into the game in a good way. I expect Vivo's safe lane to be pretty fine. Mid lane is not that exciting between these two matchups here, but the off lane Bristleback how well he does in the beginning against this support partner as well can be interesting to see.
I just realized it's the drinking buddy lane with the Bristol and the Tusk. This is very appropriate. I'd like to see some King RD take my skulls in chat. Thank you very much. It's an old.
They just want to punch some
meme.
people.
Yeah, no, that's pretty funny. But yeah, I think there's definitely, you know, very high tempo. I feel like Vivo Ke Stars, honestly, they have a better, I don't know if it's necessarily grasp on the patch, but I feel like their play style lends itself better to the patch, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's possible. And they also, you know, get to play what they had success with as well yesterday. They played some Merita carry back then as well, and it worked out really well for them. So we'll see if they can get a repeat. They used it against Tundra then. So we'll see how it's going to work out here. I think generally, I don't really like the idea of being Naga against Merita. It's a pretty tough matchup, but we'll see when we get into the game how these lanes are going to start out, Moxie. For me, it's going to be all about the safe lane of Talon and the off lane, of course, of Ke Stars. Who gets the advantage on that lane and how it plays out will be really telling for this mid game.
You mean we're not going to focus on the mid lane, Wagga? That's usually the one lane that we always zero in on right at the beginning.
You know what? I'll tell you a little secret. I don't really focus on mid lane when I see a Pango, because Pango is just Pango. You know, he's usually this hero that is incredibly hard to shut down. He just has 2 spell farm abilities, and he normally just kills the creeps really fast, and then that's it. Like, the creeps are dead, so now the mids aren't fighting anymore. So it becomes less interesting for me to watch. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe some upsets will happen on the mid lane as well. We'll have to be wary.
I'm curious to see how early we're going to see rotations to the mid lane. Typically, we see them around the 6-minute mark just because of those action runes, but we have been seeing them just slightly earlier trying to get that advantage. They do ping out that they drop a ward over here on the side.
They didn't smoke. This is like the first team out of all the games we watched. We watched 6 games yesterday, Moxie. This is the first time I see a team not smoke out on level 1, and they immediately get punished for it. They drop a ward under enemy vision that they could have dropped in a smoke, and then that would not be, you know, information the enemy got already.
I'm not sure. With the way that they were positioned, would it still have broken, though?
No, they weren't close enough. When they dropped their wards, I mean, their smoke would probably break, but they wouldn't be aware that there was a ward planted.
Right.
They literally just saw them put down the ward. So they're playing for the bottom rune still, but this reaction by Talon is pretty good. They're understanding their level 1 isn't the strongest. The level 1 of Ke Stars here with their heroes is way more powerful. So just give up the bottom runes, play for the top ones.
I think this is the most action that we've seen for runes, though, considering, right? Because I feel like all of our games yesterday was mostly just everyone sitting in the mid lane like, oh, do they have a ward? Do they have a ward? Let's make sure they don't put a ward.
Yeah, it's, you know, they tried with a little invasion there, but Ke Stars, it was surprising to me that with those level 1 heroes, not to try and go for at least a smoke move. And there was either the D ward happen by Oli.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so they're putting King Jungles down here with FCR. So that's not what I was expecting. I thought that the Tusk would be here, but it makes sense, right? Because you've got one hero that's ranged paired up with one hero that's melee.
Yep. It's a nice way to pair. It's definitely more normal to see the Tusk on the off lane, but lanes make more sense this way for them with their heroes.
Some little high five action in that mid lane as the tower is Creepwave is very pushed up against the tower, and Hog desperately trying to get the high five. Makoto is not here to play though, not in that manner.
Yeah, he's being very cautious as well, trying to get some denies under tower, but not taking the tower aggro. Doing a good job being in there and stressing the Pango a bit. So he only got 2 last hits on the first creep wave.
I like this.
Course,
I like that. I didn't consider this at the time, but King Jungles being in this lane means that he can stroke a fate on these Naga illusions and help clear them up a lot faster.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nice tool, and they also have a great Inkswell carrier in Bristleback. A downside to having safe lane Grimstroke would be that Merita doesn't really carry the Inkswell very well, so the lanes are just way nicer for them like this.
A little bit of aggression coming out here in the top lane as they'll drop the calling.
Yeah, not quite gonna commit there. They had level 2 on Tusk, but didn't really see a chance to turn it.
The water runes are up and running. Bottle is on analog, so he can go retrieve one of those if needed. Nothing just yet here for Pango. Oh, looks like the courier's got his on the way.
Yeah, he's getting it. He struggled a bit with the last hits there on the first 2 creep waves, but he still gets Bottle in time to go and pick up Water Rune, and he's going to get his mana back. Top lane, Blood Grenade committed here.
Yeah, they really would like to get Q, but they need a little bit more damage. Now with Jabs jumping for it is silenced, so not going to be able to use that Starbreaker, but it's enough to push them off with their Tiny.
Yeah, didn't really get the kill, but at the same time, they are the ones controlling the lane a lot. They're putting the hurt on the enemy, and that's what we're seeing on all lanes pretty much. Ke Stars are just slightly more aggressive and leading the way a bit in CS, especially mid lane. The Earth Spirit is kind of bullying the Pango a bit.
I mean, I feel like they have to play this way. I feel like they have to keep up this aggression and tempo, or else they just kind of start sitting dead in the water. Like, look at these heroes. You've got the Earth Spirit, you've got the Bristleback, you've got a Tusk that's paired up with a Muerta. Like, this is definitely, you know, the way they want to play this, for sure. Jab silenced up here. So already gone and used the Celestial Hammer. Gardry trying to put out a little bit more damage. Is going to get a little close, but has himself a salve, expecting that harassment to be very strong.
Also a good read by Jabs to just turn around there and go for the smackdown onto King RD, realizing that even though he was kind of 1v2 as Tiny was zoned out, he could just turn and trust that Tiny is coming in soon. Mid lane, we see a little bit of a comeback here by Pango as he was starting out really rough. He's not caught up fully in CS, has the levels on his nukes, of course, so creep wave very quick to be burst down here as the 4-minute runes are spawning.
You see a little bit of this rotation here. King Jungle's gonna be taking care of his jungle, but there's the payoff because he's walked away.
Early end snare, yeah. Level 3 end snare on Naga Siren. Not a lot of people, you know, expect Nagas to actually do this. So many Naga players just ignore skilling end snare, but going for it, definitely worth it here for 23.
Very important, too, to like start slowing down this Bristleback. Although there is a courier. Oh, look at this. It immediately turns around. Sees King Jungle's on his way. Top lane. Little bit of pressure being placed here on King RD. He's got the shards, but not going to be able to survive this. As now Costa is forced to run to the safety of his tower.
Yeah, good kills for both off lane and safe lane here for Talon. So they weren't really the ones leading in aggression, but now they are finding these kills, finding the openings as supports kind of get out of position a bit. The Bristleback is only 250 gold away from his Vanguard. At that point, the kill window kind of closes on bottom lane, and they won't be able to kill him again. So getting that 1 kill before he got Vanguard was really crucial.
Yeah, I feel like that timing is excellent as well, because we're reaching the point where we're going to see King Jungles probably make some more rotations. Top lane, pressure getting placed down again, but it's not going to yield any kills.
That was a nice toss back, but he has the snowball, of course.
Analog's here. Analog's only 5. But he's looking to make this rotation. Yeah, he's going to run right into Q, gives him a kickback over to King RD, but King RD didn't really seem completely ready for that. Snowball coming into play, buying a bit more time. Costa, though, in danger. Oh my god, Costa ends up dying. So does King RD, because Makoto makes a very good rotation. And it's just going to be an absolute disaster for Vivo Ke Stars.
Oh, that was not very coordinated there. That dive, they didn't really know who they wanted to go on. I think the roll was not intended to land over onto the Tiny. They wanted to get the Dawnbreaker, but as they randomly caught the Tiny instead, who was not in their vision, it messed up their initiation.
Ooh, Ollie just a little bit faster than that denial on the rune, so Pugna's already a very speedy Skelly boy. He's even faster, and I think he saw that being stacked too here on the side.
I should have the information there. Also, that punishment for Pango coming up top, just easily being part of what turned out to be 3 kills. He's now very happily working towards, you know, his next item here. We'll see if he goes for mana boots to deal with issues.
He's going after Makoto, and they have the Ink Swell. Not a lot of mana left over here, too, so this is pretty desperate. They need this, but Makoto, it's like he might be able to survive this, because in comes a TP from Q, which is going to slow them down. He's ticking down. No, there it is. The final ticks.
Yeah, I thought Analog may have made a mistake there kicking him, because it's like, oh, you got to safety now, but no, the damage was still enough from the ulti. It, you know, slowly brought him down. He didn't get an earn charge for that, though, as he wasn't close enough when the Pango died.
Oh, what? Who expects the safe lane core to go and grab the Wisdom Rune?
Yeah, I mean, this is a Naga classic. If she doesn't use her ulti for it, she's gonna send illusions over there to deny the Wisdom Rune immediately if you're not there in time. So Naga, always a safe lane carry who is very interested in those Wisdom Runes.
Some movement here towards the mid lane. Got Q and Ollie making their way over. So would like to see a rotation coming out from Ke Stars as Analog does have King Jungles nearby. Might like to see this Tusk too. So they don't want to let this tower go down so soon.
Yeah, gotta be pretty careful about not stepping too close here, as they're of course sitting around on Talon and they have the Pango ulti ready.
Yeah, they have 3.
Does go down though, so towers can stay pretty safe.
They've got 3 points in the Nether Blast though. It's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was buffed a lot recently.
Uh-oh, Analog should crash a little bit off the mark here from King Jungles. He's gonna go use the stun on Makoto, buy them a little bit more time. As you can see, there are rotations coming in. King Jungles, he's trying to figure out, where do I go? What do I do? Can I get a denial on myself? No, Neutral Keep comes in. Followed up now with the Dawnbreaker, smashing it over onto FCR and Analog. They just ripped them apart. It's a double kill.
Oh boy, and they're now going for the stacks as well.
Oh, that hurts.
I mean, Bristleback dying there and now losing the stacks as well. Bristle in particular is getting hurt by this, and they're kind of bullying the Tusk as well here with the Naga.
He's got no one to save him right now. What can he do? Right underneath the tower with all those people there. There's 4 heroes in the spot lane.
I like the Naga and Pango in tandem as well. That's a nice duo of heroes. Not that he has Lucky Shot yet, but once they get it, Lucky Shot and the Riptide, that's a lot of minus armor.
Some Arcane Rune top. Looks like Jab should be able to snap it up or at least protect it for his Pango. This is looking real awkward. The toss back, not quite onto that low ground. TPs are coming out, but they're too late. The aggression from Talon, man, they know they're at the bottom of their group, but they're like, guys, we cannot lose a game. We cannot lose a single game today.
This is looking more like what I expected from Talon, though. Like, Talon, you know, we think of them as a team that is supposed to be, you know, very strong in representing their region here. And being at 4 losses, of course, it looks like they took it as a wake-up call. And Ke Stars, we'll see how they can swing back here, because 9-1 already. And I think Ke Stars were the ones to be leading early on here with their draft.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree that they should be the ones who are making the aggressive plays. But Talon, again, they're just showing up. They don't want to go home. And I got a lot of respect for that. They, I think when I was doing my research, Talon has the highest MMR of any team here at TI as well.
Oh, is that true? Actually the highest?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of these teams, they all have the individual skill, but now they're playing like a team, right? Talon are finding each other really well on the map and making these moves work. So now they already open up mid tower, top tower, stole enemy stacks. They're doing so many productive moves right now. And all this time, Naga is just enjoying her free farm.
I mean, yeah, I was concerned about the tempo that they were going to be taking with the heroes that they picked, especially considering what Vivo Ke Stars has. But I don't think Ke Stars was ready for the assault that I'm seeing in this game. Like, look at this Tiny. This Tiny's so close to getting that Blink Dagger because he's been so active. He's been part of 8 kills already. It's only been 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're giving him a little bit of time as well to sit and farm towards it. So just enjoying the mid lane for a bit. And meanwhile, they're playing more around the Pango with the Pugna. For now, he's finishing up his Diffusal, only 200 gold away from that. Once the Diffu is up on Pango, that's non-stop action. They're actually going to smoke immediately, even before he has it. Bristle is the target. So need a Dawn ulti, otherwise it doesn't die.
Typically, it's one of those things where, like, you don't go after a Bristleback early on in the game, but he has not had the... Oh, a little bit off the mark. In comes the Dawnbreaker. They get the suck, the Rolling Thunder. Big Starbreaker, not quite on the mark, but it doesn't matter. Ollie, he's in a good position, and they'll get a kill. So there's this, again, 4 heroes in this bottom lane.
Yeah, we can see how FCR, he was just way too far out there because they messed up that initiation entirely. They used the Crepify at the same time as Swashbuckle. The Swashbuckle missed anyway, so it was definitely not looking great for Talon, but they had all the resources to bring him down with the Dawn ulti as well. And no real reaction by Ke Stars right now, just clearing some stacks, farming up a bit. This is not what Earth Spirit wants to be doing, though. He wants to take fights. Sees a Naga.
Okay.
Does he know it's real? He did just run in and buy an ultimate orb under his nose.
I think he just was a little like, oh, wait, what a minute.
Didn't have time to react to what he saw there.
No. All right, I want to see... He's in position, I guess. I want to see this Tusk get active. I want to see Tusk, I want to see Grimstroke, and I want to see either this Earth Spirit or the Bristleback start doing things.
Yeah, I mean, for now they've been playing such a slow style here. King Jungle, I guess his name is appropriate here. He had 11 stacks made already in 12 minutes, and that's fine and all, but half of those stacks were stolen, and all that time stacking is time that you're not making your own moves.
Now we have the Blink Dagger on Tiny, so Q is going to become an even bigger threat. Let's see, does anybody have a smoke on them? No smoke on King RD. They do have a smoke on Grimstroke, so perhaps they'll make something happen here once they're done clearing these stacks.
That is a very, very early Blink Dagger for a support Tiny. And he has the Tumbler's Toy as well, so he can pair it up with a double jump. Really nasty to catch people who go just a little bit out of position.
Yeah, he's got a lot of reach.
Talon or not?
There's the reveal. Hello, King RD. Good shards, but is it going to be enough? It was close, but nope.
Yeah, he's gonna go down, and the full Manta style completed as well for Naga coming out here, and gets a little bit of a top off by the Pugna, gets the mana back. This build as well by Naga going straight into Manta style. So happy to see it. A lot of Nagas go for, you know, random stuff these days, and I think it's not very worth.
You're a traditionalist, is what I'm hearing, Waga.
Yes, in this regard.
Well, there's a kill on Analog, and this is looking like it's going to be a kill on FCR, although, nope, they'll turn back around. They've got the Inkswell into position. Oh, it cannot get the song off in time as they'll turn back around. They've got their eyes on Ollie. They're sitting a little bit low as the rest of the team is making their way over. Look at Talon. Look at this response. They're not happy that they got that kill.
Oh,
they're looking for King Jungles.
Okay, so they get a really massive kill, but they get punished for it, and the bottom tower is now removed as well. So all the tier 1 towers already gone. They didn't take a single tier 1 tower of their own. So even when they get something here, it's still going Talon's way at the end of the day. Ke Stars now 8,000 gold behind.
Let's see, what does Costa have going on here? He's got himself the Falcon Blade, he's got the Maelstrom. But I would like, I'm not seeing that deadly like Hunter coming out from him. I'm seeing it actually, honestly, I can't say I'm seeing it from the Naga in the sense that she's out pursuing, but they just keep coming to her lane and she's like, okay, yeah, I'll fight. I'll have my team there in a sec. Don't worry.
I think Costa Bill is doing pretty much what you expect him to do in the draft here. Like, he so far needs to hit creeps, but his team just hasn't been able to come online. The Bristleback getting shut down in lane, getting his stack stolen. Now they're trying to make a move top and find Naga using the smoke.
We'll start opening over onto Costa. Q nearby. Roll a little bit off the mark. It's a little bit sloppy. There it is. There's that song. It's just a little bit too late for the Phantom. Now King Jungles will end up getting jumped on. Costa, he's had to use his ultimate. He's got the Pierce the Veil, but he's sitting so very low. In fact, it's going to be the Pugna Ward that finishes him off. Ollie doing work this game is now Analog running away. Q and Makoto, that blank, the follow-up, Avalanche, swashbuckle, toss back. Taking a little bit of a bath here in the hot tub. But he's still alive and kicking. Just how long can they get him there for, though, as Jabs finds the opening on the Tusk. Analog's still alive, still playing GTA over here. So he's going to try to teleport out, and I think he's going to make it.
Yeah, they finally get out with him, but they lose the Tusk as well, and just another massive lost engagement that was supposed to be them going for a kill on the enemy carry, using the smoke as well, but they didn't find the correct initiation. They didn't have a ward with them to put down to try and get vision on the Naga, as she was in fog war, and the roll just didn't connect. So I don't know, the reactions are really good by Talon. They come in, swing in behind, kill off the Merta as well very quickly, so she doesn't get to do anything in that fight. This is just all coming up Talon right now. Yeah,
it looks great. And I know if you're a C fan, you are so excited to see signs of life because they were just sitting at the bottom of the group. They need to get these victories. And if you're a Ke Stars fan here, you're kind of asking yourself, like, they need to wake up. They need to start doing things.
Yeah, Ke Stars, they are waiting for timing. They have the Aghanims now, so this is the timing they need to punch it right now. This Bristleback, they need to get the most out of this this Aghanim Scepter. Go for kills, go for some pickoffs here towards the bottom lane.
It's so hard too, right? Because you think you have the numbers advantage, but you have to remember that Dawnbreaker can be there in a matter of seconds. King RD reveals himself and just is immediately obliterated. So you're at a very disadvantageous fight now.
Yeah, such a quick pick off. I mean, he showed himself on the lane. I don't think Tusk can try to be the bait like that. Not against the heroes that they have.
I think he sent in the Bristle, right?
Yeah, Bristle ideally would be the one to go first. They kind of need like Grimstroke Shard to protect them. It's coming out now. So they actually do have the Shard. Now they can give the heal and, you know, a bit of extra damage as well to turn it around.
So just jumping the gun a little bit by having the Tusk show up that early?
Yeah, I think he needed to sit back and just be patient. But it's so hard because every second that goes by, both the Dawnbreaker and the Naga are free farming somewhere else on the map. And they are pulling ahead hard in net worth right now.
Yeah, Naga's looking great currently. Another 20-something seconds, though, on cooldown for her song. So if Ke Stars get some vision up, because I feel like they're lacking pretty strongly.
They're jumping in mid.
They're going to go for the jump on FCR, and this is looking a little bit better for them now. As Walrus punch over onto Q, but Jabs is here. The Dawnbreaker ulti keeping them alive long enough as now Analog is forced to run. They got the magnetize. They'll go snap up the regen rune. You can see King RD, he wants to go in, but this Pugna Ward's causing a lot of issues for them.
Between the Pugna Ward and the Naga Illusions, it's hard for them to keep going in there. They did get a minor victory in that fight. The Pango ulti was used, the Dawnbreaker ulti was used, and they did get a kill themselves. So finally something going their way, but they need more of this. They can't just sit back now, play off these cooldowns. They need to make something happen while the Dawnbreaker is not ready to react. Looks like bottom is going to be the target. Opening up the map at all, getting any of these tier 1 towers would be lovely, but the bottom tower is completely untouched still.
I don't like how they immediately split up after some of these fights. I feel like you said they need to continue this pressure. They're wandering a little bit too much, almost like meandering. Whereas we've seen Spirit the other day, like it was just objective after objective after objective. This didn't work. Okay, next one. Like
it feels like they're splitting up too much. They could probably have made a move immediately for bottom. The thing is, they're probably respecting Naga as well for having so much farm already. But you just have to go, right? That's what Spirit were doing in their games. Even when it looked grim, they just made these moves anyway. And if you don't make them right now, you're gonna get pulled into a late game where the Naga is just completely outscaling you. And even the Dawnbreaker is keeping up with Naga and net worth. Like, Jab's got insane farm on his Dawn.
Yeah, he's opted to go for the Mage Slayer, and he's got the Blade Mail. A little bit different of a build. Typically,
I love it. I love the Mage Slayer against Bristle. It's really ingenious here against Bristle and Earth Spirit. I think it's a perfect build. It's like he removes so much of the magic damage, taking away 35% spell damage from either Earth Spirit or Bristle is massive, since it does work on Quill Spray and the physical damage nukes.
Costa. They immediately find FCR, putting the pressure over onto 23. Dawnbreaker, though, ulti coming in hot. They get the Soulbind, though. So they are holding the Pango in place. Can they finish off 23-7? Yeah, they'll finally get it. But now the roll around here, that's not looking good for FCR. He's going to have to run out as the Pugna continues to just put the damage down. Roll forward, though, coming out from Analog. They're in a good position with Costa being here. Analog sitting very low. Somehow he's still alive. They'll end up losing King RD and King Jungles, but Jabs will fall as somehow FCR survives this the entire time. Although he sees Ollie, there's the invis.
Gotta be careful, Tennis blink soon. Running away very wisely, just legging it out of that. But that was a perfect fight for Vivo there. They took it in a really good way. The bind completely won that fight. Grimstroke gets a clutch bind, not only catching the enemy carry, but also binding him to the mid, who is in ulti on the Rolling Thunder. If it wasn't for that bind, I think they can't win the fight. But because of it, they get the Naga kill. Pango didn't do anything, and during that time, they managed to just set the fight up to be really good for them.
They're showing signs of life. In fact, we can go back, look at this replay. That silence, like perfectly timed on Naga, so she's not going to be able to get that Song of the Siren. And then again, the latch holding on to both of them, making it so Makoto can't create all that chaos, and it becomes a split fight.
Yeah, that was really well taken by Ke Stars. Back into the game live now, we see Talon going for the Tormentor. 21 minutes, gonna get themselves the shard over on Pugna. Nice little shard to have, extra cast range on the nether ward, and you also get to life drain straight onto the ward.
I still would say, though, Vivo Ke Stars, they are not out of the woods yet. One good fight definitely helps, but I still think that this Naga is absolutely terrifying, as well as the Dawnbreaker with what Jabs has.
Oh, nice FCR completely solos the Tormentor as well at the same time here. So they get themselves their own shard over on Tusk.
A little bit more control, never a bad thing, for sure.
Yeah,
Costa almost having that BKB is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, really. Like, Murta is one of those heroes who desperately needs it because she wants to be as effective as possible during her ulti. During her ulti, she doesn't want to be randomly tossed away by a Tiny or decrepified. You know, I guess decrepified doesn't matter, but like slowed by Lucky Shot or some procs. Anything can really mess with her. But yeah, she can just guarantee that she can be active now. No end snares coming in and silences.
This is big too, though. Speaking of mobility, we will have the Blink Dagger being picked up right now for Makoto. So he's going to be able to sit a little bit further back if he wants. Doesn't want to be too far back, right? Because he is one of the primary initiators for his team, but they can kind of be a little bit more patient and making sure that King Jungles doesn't get that perfect soulbind like he did in the last fight.
Exactly. It gives him a chance to more quickly jump into the correct spot without randomly being bound. So always a good item on Pango, getting them Blink Dagger. He's going for a Linken's next as well, so you can say that he's definitely prioritizing not getting you know, a repeat of what happened there. Again, though, even after the fight that we had that went the way of Ke Stars, feels like now it's falling back into this lull of just farming up that I have to say favors Talon. You know, Talon are finishing up now. They get the BKB coming out for Dawnbreaker pretty soon. She's looking very, very big as well.
I mean, looking at like item timings, right? So I personally, I would rather like to see them, you know, making these plays coming out from the side of Ke Stars, but we do get the BKB picked up now for Analog. They're working towards the Blink Dagger for the Tusk. We've got the, got the Lotus Orb. They opted to go for that. Okay. So, like, they've got some big item timings. Now I'd really like to see them that with these BKBs on both these heroes start to make these plays. Although BKB, again, picked up for jabs too, so should see some brawling very soon.
Yeah, definitely. We should expect them to be fighting. And Talon, though, they're expecting, you know, this game to go pretty late. They are playing for the long run here. Even Tiny went back for a Midas after his Blink Dagger, and going for a Shadow Blade next is not only for repositioning, but it's gonna give him some of that right click damage as well. Get some attack speed, get some damage, and he's gonna scale to slowly become a core.
Okay. I like this. They've gone for a smoke play. Smoke play from the side of Talon, too, though. So there's going to be some ships passing in the night if they're not careful. FCR is going to be the one who gets revealed.
Running to each other.
Running in.
Q. Ready with a blink for a toss back now, but doesn't really know the positioning, so going to play it careful. And we see them moving over towards the Roche pit here. So they do have great heroes to take Roche over on Ke Stars, but
do they know
they
those
can just send in the illusions as well to scout this.
This is very risky, especially because it is a Naga, right? They have BKBs, but they have to be on top of this. In fact, they'll see the illusions.
They gotta get out of this position. This is not the spot to be for Ke Stars.
No, they drop a ward too, so they have very good vision as they're gonna find the opening immediately over onto King RD. He's just gone. BKB gets shown now from Analog as he's gonna try to roll himself a little bit further out of position. And it just feels like they don't want to actually fight. Especially not with King RD. Well, King RD, he buys back, but it's gonna take him a bit to get over here. SCR shows himself. He's got the Lotus on him too, but he's taking a lot of punishment because where's the rest of his team? They're not in position. They're not ready for this. They'll end up losing the Bristle. They see Costa over here. The Dawnbreaker ulti coming in hot. Will finish him off as King Jungles will end up falling. And just a disaster for the side of Ke Stars here. Absolutely disaster.
They put themselves in such a bad spot to just go. They run into the smoke, know that they're there. You know, maybe they didn't realize that it was the entire team of Talon up there when they broke the smokes on each other, but it was very, very risky to go straight into the Roche pit, because if Naga is around, she's just gonna send illusions and that's it. And now she catches the Earth Spirit here without BKB available. There's no way that he's gonna get out.
No way he gets out of this, especially not without any mana.
Yeah, so nice you can end snare now before the song ends, so you can always guarantee that the person is rooted before they start rolling away or something.
I absolutely agree, though. The second that they saw those Naga illusions, honestly, don't feel like they should have gone in after that smoke broke. But the Naga illusions, they should have just left. I'm not sure why FCR stood there for so long. Like, he stayed in the lane. And, everybody else is so far away.
It was a desperation move. The Roche in general was desperation because they know they can feel like this game is slipping out of hands.
Yeah.
We know, of course, as spectators, this is a 19,000 gold lead at 27 minutes. It's looking extremely grim. And the players, they can feel it too. So they knew they needed something big to try and swing the favor of the game. But now they just got to play towards timings again. I think the next big timing for them is the Mjolnir on Merta. Try and play towards that. She needs only 100 more golds, and that massively increases her DPS, getting the extra lightnings.
I love the way they're using these illusions too to scout, give information.
Yeah, just sending them in. I mean, the illusions have heart now as well, so they're pretty hard to bring down.
This is a very tanky Naga. She's got herself the Eagle Song, the Orchid.
Yeah, this is also entering the phase of the game where Naga can just keep cutting the creep waves here. So she's sending them in, Bristleback trying to deal with the illusions bottom, but he can't even kill them. So they still kill the entire creep wave.
I feel like they missed their timing completely on the side of Ke Stars now. I feel like this Talon is just like, they're so big, but they're just going to continue to outpace them at this point.
They're suffering a lot because of the first few rotations or lack of rotations where they were primarily focusing on stacking up as well. But the dive top under a tier 1 tower where 3 of them died and they killed nobody, that really set them back and gave Talon a really strong early advantage. And Talon are just not letting go. They're holding on to this advantage really hard.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do.
Meanwhile, we see smoke all the way over from the Ancient's bottom, but...
It's a long walk to get up to this tower.
This tier 2 tower is going to fall already. There's no way they're getting there in time. They're just trying to find anyone alone.
Maybe they could get like a wrap play, like if they move their way towards this high ground, but it's still just so dangerous for them.
It feels impossible when you're in their shoes right now because look, bottom creep wave got caught, mid creep wave got caught, and the top is pushing. So they have no map presence at all. The map is completely dark, and like Talon know that they have to deal with these creeps.
They have a blink now for the Grimstroke. So again, a little bit more time to position, find that opportune moment to land the Soulbind, but it's still very tricky, especially like when you're going up against something like the Naga, like we said, or you know, the Pugna Ward. Like, there's so many things that can cancel out a blink.
They need like a full Aghanim's and Grimstroke or something. This Naga now with Butterfly as well, she's just, you know, going in and doing so much building damage without committing anything really, not endangering herself. And all of Ke Stars are there trying to defend, but still the tower's going down. The Pugna is poking, and tier 3 tower is just about to fall.
Yeah, I mean, they have King RD. He did join up, but he still does not have that Blink Dagger that he's been working on for the last, like, 2-3 minutes.
Okay, they have vision on Dawnbreaker, but there's no way they can get over there even. They want to gank Dawnbreaker, because if you jump her, then her team can't help her, but it's still tough for them to move out of their base.
I mean, the second that they move out of the base, they know something's up, right?
Yeah, it's too many creep waves jumping in, so it becomes very obvious. And this is a rough spot right here for Ke Stars, as they're basically trapped in their own home, and Talon, they're looking to do something more with the Aegis. 40 seconds on Pango's Aegis. They are thinking about breaking high ground on top lane right now.
I'll take that.
Looks like they're not going to do it, though. They're just playing towards next Roche.
I mean, they're seated so pretty. There's barely any breathing room right now for Vivo with Ke Stars, so there's honestly no rush.
Yeah, at this point, Talon can just enjoy the entire map control that they have. The entire map is just free farm, and Ke Stars, for them to make any move here, they need to shove out the lanes a little bit. But Naga is just not relenting, sending more and more. Got the Manta style, got the mirror image, and they don't have a great hero against the Naga Siren for killing off those solutions quickly.
No, but that is the.
At least the Merta kills them like at a decent pace, but would be so nice for them to have a support hero like a Lion or something that can actually insta-kill them.
That would be nice. I don't know, I just feel like we're in the desperation zone right now, but It just feels like a lot of farming occurred in this game when it needed to be aggression, I guess.
Yeah, you could say that. I think they just messed up their first few rotations as well on Ke Stars, and good reactions by Talon. But now Talon just they're playing a really solid game. You can tell that they are not accepting one more loss here, as they're already in a very critical spot in the group stage. So they want to close this game out in a nice way. We have 2 minutes until Roche could spawn.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty right now with the 86% chance win rate. Like, that's nothing to sneeze at, and definitely feels like, Ke Stars, their backs are against the wall. They're gonna go for a smoke play, hoping that maybe they can clear out their jungle, perhaps. You can see that we've got wards over on King RD. So they're doing a little bit of hunting. The other person they might find is the Tiny, but they're not going up to the high ground just yet.
It's a pretty good smoke. They might get the Tiny at least.
They find Q. All right, there's the blink showing up into play, and they have the dust. So they should be able to get themselves a kill on the Tiny, which is very much needed, but it's gonna need a lot more than that.
Yeah, just a kill on the support though gives them 1,300 gold. That is so much money for a single kill right there. So it's gonna go a little bit of a way for helping them. Good reaction by Talon though, not using the Dawnbreaker ulti, just saying, you know what, it's a support. Let them have it. Don't commit for this one. They're just playing back, gonna go for their own Tormentor. And Ke Stars, this time after getting a kill, they strike straight towards the mid and get a tower.
Can they grab Makoto though? That would be the big one. King RD makes his way over, opens up with the Walrus Punch, holds him in place. This is not the position that Makoto would like. He's gonna try to teleport away. Should be able to do it, but for half a second there, it was a little bit spooky.
Very, very nice for him to have the Lincolns as well there. Tough for him to lock him down. Can't just try and catch him. But he gets out to safety in a good way. And now Ke Stars trying to use the bottom part of the map. Roche could spawn in 20 seconds.
I mean, Muerta's doing good damage now. Like, they just ripped down that tower, so.
Yeah, there's a small window where they could maybe stick around bottom and try for that Roche, but it's so risky before it moves to the top part of the map. Just 40 seconds. The earliest Roche spawn would be right now.
I feel like Naga also just putting pressure on the top lane. Like, they have to go back and deal with it. And if they're not together, they really can't take a fight.
Yeah, pretty much. And Tusk now gonna get caught out trying to do some warding. Gonna get pinged out that he gets jumped, so at least he knows where a ward is from Talon.
There we go. Look on the bright side of things. Now he at least knows there's a ward.
He knows there's a ward, but he's down for 1 minute, so
yeah.
Pretty long time, and the Wisdom Rune is gonna be stolen here for sure. 5 seconds time.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Bottom creep wave is extremely far, so this tier 2 tower is gonna be pretty safe for now.
Again, I feel like Talon just doesn't really care. They're like, okay, we'll just wait. We'll split our Naga, get bigger and bigger. Completed Butterfly, you got the full Silver Edge. 23 savages, he's stacked.
Yeah, he's absolutely massive, and he's going for that Bloodthorn next as well, so they'll have 2 Mage Slayers built in then against this Bristle and the Earth Spirit, like I mentioned. And even just attacking, if Murta is not in ulti and you hit her, the Mage Slayer effect is pretty damn good against her. Lowers the Mjolnir damage a lot as well. So, gonna be a tough spot for them here. Murta's going for that MKB to deal with the Naga. Gonna have really good True Strike with Mjolnir and MKB. Completed just now.
Checking out the Roche pit.
The problem is that the Murta basically needs a refresher here. She needs 2 ultis, she needs 2 BKBs to be able to actually take an extended fight. It's so easy for Talon to just, delay her or kite her a little bit during her ulti, especially if they use Naga.
Would you have liked to see this Bristleback pick up a BKB earlier?
I think his build makes sense. I think the Lotus Orb is extremely good when you're playing against the Orchids and the Decrepified and Snare. There's a lot of things they need the Lotus against. I think his build is fine, but I wish they would have enabled the Bristleback before he got his Aghanims. Like, play around him in the early game, because they didn't really try and play around him as a power spike. And I think with the Murta just farming and then Bristle also just farming towards the Aghanims, they gave so much time for Talon.
Yeah, I feel like the Bristle needed to be making these moves, setting that tempo, and like Costa was the one that, you know, took the time, hit the creeps.
Yeah.
And the
We're
Earth Spirit
gonna see-
too. I would have liked to see more from the Earth Spirit earlier on, with especially with the supports that they have. Like, these are very aggressive.
Yeah,
Roche just got
after the
these
first rotation didn't work out top, they just couldn't really find any move that would work either. Now their Roche is up. They're going to take it very, very fast here. I like the positioning of Oli. It just goes to the top left corner of the map, sitting in a very safe location so that he doesn't get jumped.
He knows what his job is. His job is to go plant the Nether Ward and then keep everybody else alive.
Pretty much, yeah. 4-staff Glimmer Cape, maybe some decrypts and some ultis here and there. He's basically your little medic running around on the field.
I mean, he's a medic who hasn't died once. He's 5-0-10.
Yeah, he's playing so clean this game. Only player who hasn't died, actually. Even Jabs died that one time.
I think I was reading Yatro in an interview said that they have the best supports, in his opinion, on Talon.
Yeah, they're, I mean...
Especially Ollie. I think Ollie was like the big one that he mentioned.
Yeah, some big praise, especially coming from Yatro, because Yatro, of course, you know, Team Spirit themselves, they know a thing or two about the support play. So, you know, it's like real recognizes real kind of thing. They,
Game recognizes game. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you're a carry player, it's always nice to have support to position well and tank the ganks for you, or, you know, just has one step ahead of the enemy in the ward game. Makes it so easy.
All right. Well, they've got the Aegis over on Makoto. And the creep wave's got to slowly start to clear up here to this bottom area.
Checking in with Q on Tiny here to see how his transition to become a hard carry is going. He's got his...
Going pretty well, honestly.
Yeah, he's got his level 18 now as well. Got the BKB, of course. Going for a Silver Edge next.
Yeah, that
Nice.
early Blink Dagger really paid off for him and being able to help set up ganks and whatnot.
Even just getting the Tumbler's Toy is a big thing for Tiny. If you find Tumbler's Toy, you're so happy. You basically need Tumbler's Toy or Faded Brooch to enable some of your ganks.
Dire's bottom
All right, all the outer towers now have been removed for the side of Ke Stars, and it looks like they're getting ready to launch their assault.
This is going to be the slowest assault, I think. It's just going to be like Nether Blast spam. They're going to sit back, send illusions, and Nether Blast spam.
I mean, it's not fancy, but it's honest work.
Yeah, this is a very painful death by 1,000 cuts kind of feeling, and Ke Stars are unfortunately going to be the ones who have to make a move. They, you know, normally you have the defender's advantage, but against Pugna, that's not always true. You kind of have to strike out.
Does
Even
Ke
the top
Stars
Brax is
try
taking
to
damage
get
here.
like a smoke and try to wrap around? Because I feel like you can't just let them siege you like this.
Yeah, it's tough to say what they're supposed to do. They have a smoke ready on King Jungle, so he could try to look for something.
It's just all
Because
these
right now,
Naga
Top Brax is
illusions.
falling, man. It's 300 HP. Naga is taking it.
I mean, that's the problem, right? Is that they want to smoke, they want to try to make this play, but the Naga just keeps sending all of these illusions that are so tanky.
Yeah, and she got
They
the
have
ninja
to
gear
respond.
for herself as well, so she can be pretty sneaky with how she does it, having both Silver Edge and the ninja gear. She's hard to spot. Oh, they got the S tier, tier 4 item for Murta, though. She got the Mindbreaker. That's an absurdly
is-
good item on Murta.
Costa looking like he wants to try to hunt this Naga. Knows that
He's
she's
also-
just been in this top position the entire time, but
Yeah, he's also locked to this area, because if he leaves, then the illusions immediately take his base, and he's the only one who can kill the illusions fast enough. So he wants to make moves, but he's basically shackled to the lane a bit.
FCR taking some steps outside of this base.
Oh, they're going Bristle?
Putting a little
Maybe.
pressure down, but not hard committing just yet. They are smoked up behind.
Thought better of it. Naga was going in for a second
they
there.
going
Looks
for
like
the
she
Dawn?
went to Silver Edge.
They're thinking about jabs here. Oh, the blink, though, at the right second.
Dire's bottom tower is
It
under
was a good try, but not going to yield anything.
Yeah, meanwhile,
Is that
bottom
CR?
Bristle dancing. He's towing the
Toss
line
back
here.
from Q. He's tanky, but he's not
He's
tanky
broken.
enough. My goodness. All right, the snowball buy him a little bit more time. And they do mention of Makoto together with 23. King RD, though, taking so much damage as now they'll turn their attention over onto Analog and everything's just glowing and spying everywhere. But they do get 23 as now Jabs chases after FCR. Need to get a little bit more damage into place, but they'll have it.
And only the medic has fallen as well. The first death of the game for him. He loses his gem down there on the lane. He's pinging out like, guys, my gem is here.
Oh, multiple gems got dropped during that.
His team is pretty confident here, though. Murta not having ulti and Bristleback being down along with the Tusk and Earth Spirits. Very free to walk up here.
I mean, they managed to get the perfect soulbind though. Again, over on the Pango and the Naga.
They got a good soulbind, but they're just so far behind in, you know, items overall. The Dawnbreaker came in, just smacked people around there. A very nice deep ulti, and he could just go in. With the Blade Mail on, Murta can barely even keep attacking once the PKB runs out. That's
true.
another reason why she needs almost a refresher to be able to attack into that.
See, this feels bad because their big heavy hitter and their medic are both down on the side of Talon, and Ke Stars still is very much pinned in their base.
Yeah, they're maybe gonna get the Wisdom Rune at least here, though, as Talon not making a move. I think Tiny could maybe sneak over and steal it.
They see King RD. Goodbye,
Yeah.
King RD. He just fought back too. That's a big oof.
That's a really painful one. He did get the D ward, but yeah, now it's gonna be 5 people coming in, 70 seconds, no Tusk. And again, these illusions tough, just forcing Costa Bill to defend. He's getting a lot of gold. I wonder how much gold he got from illusions this game. I bet you it's a pretty high number.
That'd be a very interesting stat, yeah.
They're on the racks. Nobody defending bottom. They're being split across their base.
Oh, Analog, he was off the mark again. Luckily, not going to get immediately jumped and attacked, but
Not
they
gonna
have
do it
their
again.
sights over onto Costa. Oh, Starbreaker not going to be able to quite connect thanks to the fact they have the BKB, and they're just going to push them back. Both BKBs used on the side of Dawnbreaker and on the side here, but they're also going to see Q fighting here with Analog and FCR. He's going to try to get out.
TP?
It looks like he'll make it in time, but these Naga illusions, this is just so painful.
Yeah.
Chases
That's
on
1,000 cuts
after
in each.
Jabs. He's going to try to teleport out. They've got the Lotus over onto FCR, but they're just hightailing it out over on the side of Talon.
My God, this is so brutal to watch.
This hurts.
Yeah, it's like watching a cat play with you know, something it's
food.
caught. It's like, come on,
Oh, yeah. They're playing with
just
their
finish
food.
them. But now they're not giving them a single straightforward fight here because they know they can keep doing this, you know, poke and prod, and there's not much Vivo can do to defend it. They now only have range racks on bottom lane. They do have a melee racks on mid, so it's regenerating, but one racks against that lineup. One good sleep and you might just lose your racks while heroes are not nearby.
Yeah, this is definitely very, very scary for them. But if you're a Talon fan, things are feeling real good right now.
Yeah, they're going to keep scaling here. They even have Oli saying, you know what, I died once this game, unforgivable. I am gonna buy a Reaver
Oh
right
my
away.
God.
I'm working
He's
on
getting
a heart. Yeah, he's gonna build up a little bit. The little boy is getting chunky here.
He's getting his gains, you know? He's been eating a lot of protein, doing some lifting.
Having a heart on Pugna feels amazing. You can just non-stop heal people, so... He also swaps in a smoke just now, so they're looking to put the final blow here. Gonna get everyone in on the smoke.
Oh no, FCR and
boy.
Costa both getting caught. They do have Pierce the Veil, so if they can get that off in time, perhaps they can turn this. Oh, look at the jump though, immediately from Makoto, finding
They took
Costa.
racks, meanwhile.
Costa though, he's got the BKB. So he's gonna try to make his way over
got
his
bottom
Q,
racks.
stuck in the middle of everyone. He's the calling Q, is not looking too great. All right, they'll be able to get the Tiny. Tiny is down, but they've already lost FCR. They've lost themselves King Jungles. And now they're just fighting for survival. They buy back on the Grimstroke as they're chasing all the way into the base coast. It looks like he's going to survive, but Makoto now is going to have to teleport away as this little battery. No, he sticks around. He decides to stay. So he's got to blink his way back, and they still have to deal with FCR. Ollie says, leave me alone. I don't want anything to do with you. As they'll chase after him. 23, he wants this. They've used the Silver as Lotus is not going to save them. 3 dead on the side of Vivo Ke Stars.
Yes, buyback on Bristle, but you already lost Mega Creeps and you have 4 heroes hanging out outside your base here, and they're taking down all the buildings, going for the small little moon wells as well.
I mean, they still have Pierce the Veil over onto Coast if they want to try to do something, but it's just so difficult to get into these fights now. towers are going down. Rolling Thunder from Makoto. Gonna chase after FCR. Costa giving off a couple of these little clicks here. They're trying to keep this throne alive, but it's really difficult as now. Oh, the jump forward from Jabs! He just kills them. No Muerta available. The chase is on FCR, and that's another death. It is going to be Talon that takes game number 1.
Yeah, Talon in a very controlled manner here after a very strong start, being I think 9-1 in kills in an early game where I expected Vivo Ke Stars heroes to be easier to play out the early game. Talon just outplayed them though. They had more moves themselves that were going their way, and they managed to get some really nice rotations involving Mikoto as well. The counterplay top was really massive. Where Vivo, I don't know, man. It feels like they didn't really enable this bristleback to his fullest, and Earthspirit was just kind of looking around like, hey guys, I can't fight alone with 2 supports against Dawnbreaker and Pango and the supports. Like, it's too much for me. So sadly for Vivo here, they're gonna lose game number 1.
I thought was really interesting is we talked a lot about yesterday, especially, right? Having the core, your position 1 become a hunter, being a killer. And in this game, we really saw like 23 was not being a hunter, but he was absolutely being a killer because these ganks, unfortunately, were just going a little bit too sideways, and he happened to be in the vicinity multiple times. People kept showing up to his lane. I think we had like 4 heroes in that lane from his team like 3 times during laning or just right out of laning.
Yeah. I mean, they utilized the Naga in a very good way, both to push out the creep waves, but also to look for kills here and there. And even towards the end, we saw them go for the sleep into taking the 2 final Raxes, while also setting up on 2 heroes. There was some very nice utilization. Here we see one of the big fights that looks like it may have gone a little bit better for Ke Stars as they do bring down the Naga, but ultimately the fight was just a little bit too one-sided due to items. Like, they were too far behind in terms of net worth.
Yeah, like I said, I liked Vivo Ke Stars' draft initially because it did feel like they were being very true to themselves and being very aggressive. But then we just never saw that aggression. We saw, the failed gank, and it just kind of, the will to fight almost felt like it evaporated. They just started farming nonstop. They stopped making these plays, stopped, trying to slow them down, and they ended up paying for it. One thing, though, that's kind of fun, like I'm watching these highlights and replays, is take a look at Ollie. Like, watch Ollie in a lot of these replays. Go back and look at these, because like this is a masterclass on positioning. Because yeah, he did die once, but honestly, like in all of these fights, his positioning has just been so chef's kiss. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
He played very well. He played very well for sure. And, he realized that he doesn't have to go that far in during the fights, just sitting back, kind of doing his thing and making sure people are staying alive and being useful from a distance. But that's also easier to do when you have this massive Dawnbreaker by Jabs at 10-1 and 18, just a monster going in and crushing the enemy. I feel like in this game, Jabs, you couldn't really ask someone to play better on a Dawnbreaker.
So would you say that Jabs is your MVP? Or I feel like Q too early, his rotations were so good. He got that Blink Dagger, like what, sub 15 as a position 4?
Yeah, he got, I think, 13 minutes
13
already.
Yeah,
He got it very early. I think for me, it's probably Jabs. Like the decisions when he ulted in and how he ulted was really impressive. And also, a big thing is he kept up in net worth insanely well. Like, he had a Naga in his team, and he was always within like 500 gold of her in the first 25 minutes or something. That's absurd. Like, Dawnbreaker does not farm very fast compared to a Naga Siren. So he definitely was super efficient about how he moved around, and still, of course, joined a ton of fights.
I love too, like you talked about the itemization, right? Because like we see a lot of these Dawnbreakers that opt to go for the Echo Saber into Death. So he realized, Bristleback's going to be an issue. Let's get that Mage Slayer. And I feel like that's super important, especially playing at this level, is just realizing, okay, that build's not going to work. We're going to use this one instead. It makes the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple other builds that people go, either the Blade Mill into the Heart or the Echo Deso build, but he went for what was best in this game, I think, and shows great understanding. I love his photo as well.
I was going to say, like, the pointing upwards, like, hey, this guy.
That shows some good confidence. I mean, it's good to have a photo like that, because when we put up your picture, it's because you were the MVP, right? So it makes sense.
True. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. No, he was shining, and overall, Talon, they just looked like a team that knew what they were doing from start to finish this game. They didn't ever stress out too much, and Ke Stars, I think they had a lot of moments where they made some pretty big mistakes. The dive top was not very coordinated. They had some smoke ganks where they missed rolls and didn't put down vision before initiating, and also losing their stacks early on there when they got picked off close to the stacks. That set them back so much. So I think they have to go back to the drawing board a little bit with how they want to execute. I wish that they would find a way to activate their offlaner a little bit more in game number 2.
Yeah, Ke Stars, you're on land now. The training weights are off as we joke around with the SA, having that little bit of lag with ping. So you got to bring it because Talon, they're looking to stay. They do not want to get eliminated. Today is, of course, elimination day. So every single game really, really counts. But we're going to have game number 2 coming up real soon. You don't want to miss it, but it's going to be after the break. Welcome back, everyone. It is group stage time. It is day 2 of group stages, which means that it is time for eliminations. And Talon has had their backs against the wall most recently, but in this last series here, facing off of Vivo Ke Stars, they've shown signs of life. They've got a victory under their belt, and they're hoping for a 2-0. But Waga, do you think Vivo Ke Stars can fight back? Can they come back swinging?
I think they can. I definitely think that they have it in them to do so, but Talon, playing like this is a tough beast to deal with because they were really, really active. You could see that they were definitely very coordinated in how they played. And I think Ke Stars, they just need to find a way to activate very well and have possible moves. I think maybe Dawnbreaker could be a big hero for them to look towards next game, actually, both to maybe have for themselves or maybe ban outs, because we've seen it time and time again in Southeast Asian region and South American region. Dawnbreaker is a massive, massive hero. And, obviously the hero has been, somewhat played here and there in other regions, but both these teams, they should know this hero is just priority.
Yeah, I'm wondering, almost like thinking back to the first draft, they started banning a bunch of the offlaners, and I wonder if they were hoping to grab the Dawnbreaker for themselves, and then they just got outpicked faster, or what happened there. But yeah, I think that that would be a great hero to add into their repertoire, or do something a little bit more meta within the patch. We talked about the Wraith King, we talked about the Chaos Knight, even the Spirit Breaker. I would love to see the Spirit Breaker actually picked up for Vivo Ke Stars, just because I know that King RD plays that quite a bit as a position for support, but also I think FCR could pull it off quite nicely too. So lots of options there.
Yeah, I think if you want a Spirit Breaker, you gotta take it immediately, because he always gets banned like second ban phase, possibly sometimes even banned first phase. But I think he's really priority. I think he's worth taking, maybe even over the Grimstroke. Last game, they were playing against the Pangolier, and they ended up banning out or picking the Grimstroke, and then the Spirit Breaker was banned in the next phase. But maybe Spirit Breaker is a bigger one to lean on. He's having great success so far in TI. Is showing to be a good hero overall. And I don't know, I just like the way that you don't really have to worry about anything when you play Spirit Breaker. He can always lead the way. He can be played, flexibly between +4 and +3 as well. But yeah, I don't know. We've seen Team Spirit play it and make it look absolutely broken as well.
To be fair, that's also Collapse, and Collapse is, he is a TI winner, so that's a lot of pressure. But no, for sure. And also, we saw Muerta picked up, and Muerta's a great hero. We've been seeing a huge uptick in these qualifiers specifically. The problem, I think, wasn't necessarily like completely the draft for Vivo Ke Stars. I think a lot of it just came down to being aggressive and keeping the aggression up. How many times do we see Spirit, like they would go for, some sort, and again, it's Spirit. Let's, put that out there. That's a very hard standard to live up to. They are TI winners, but we watched them with their backs against the wall in one game. And even though their backs were against the wall, they never stopped executing. It was always, this didn't work, on to the next thing. And I feel like that's something that Ke Stars, with the draft that they had, especially last game, needed to do. They need to be like, okay, that gank didn't work, next gank, next move, let's go. Instead, it was a lot of waffling. I felt like I watched them walk around in the jungle a little bit too much, trying to figure out, what to do. And again, you have Costa on this great hero. You've got a Muerta, start moving together after, do it a little bit earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, I also feel like Spirit did the same thing when they played against Entity after the games that we were casting. I was watching that matchup, and Entity had them on the ropes, had them in a very good spot, but Spirit, they are a very, very good team at not just playing ahead, but also understanding how to recover situations. So I think there's a lot to learn from them that could be useful for, Vivo when they find themselves in a spot like game 1 here against Talon. But heading into the next game, we'll see if they're going to have any change in approach. Talon, though, already looking very similar to what they did last game, banning out the Lone Druid, banning out the Dazzle. They don't want any of these heroes to come out of nowhere and make mid lane a living hell.
Well, that's what's worked for them before, so they're sticking to their guns. This time, though, the Pangolier, not going to be something that is available. It caused a lot of problems, despite the fact that King Jungles, he had some pretty good soul binds, but it just wasn't enough when you fall that far behind in farm and experience. So we'll not be seeing that hero. No Nature's Prophet. I don't feel like Prophet is necessarily as strong as he used to be, but he is still a headache, especially if you don't like playing with it, so...
Yeah, he's definitely nerfed, but at the same time, he does enable that global rotations that we saw from the Dawnbreaker in last game as well. Having the presence to help out your team and quickly get outnumbering on the opponents is very hard to put a number on how valuable that is. So still banning it out. I think you could probably have left the Nature's Prophets and rely on some of the other counter heroes like Dawnbreaker or Spiritbreaker themselves to counter Nature's. But they decided to get rid of it. We'll see what Talon remove here. By the way, Talon, they've banned the Lone Druid first phase every single game that they played so far. They are just not going to play against Lone Druid this TI. It feels like it's not about a specific team running Lone Druid. It's just, no, we don't want that.
Yeah, they really must hate that hero then, for sure. So I was like thinking about it, I'm like, I don't think that Ke Stars necessarily plays like a lot of Lone Druid, but
yeah, no, I also haven't seen that.
Thing.
But it's
I think I've seen Analog play it like once or twice, but all right, no Primal Beast. So what's the first pick then here? What's the most valuable? Do we see something like a Brewmaster get picked up for them, or trying to think?
Oh, sorry, yeah, actually saw this
Invoker.
wrong.
Oh, all right, Makoto's Invoker.
I saw it wrong. I was going to say that, no, actually they didn't ban Lone Druid every game. It's that everyone has banned it against Ke Stars, so I guess they are respecting the Lone Druid specifically against them. I guess Analog has been playing it lately then. I didn't see it.
Okay.
But,
it's like I thought that he did play it, like maybe not that often in officials, but...
Yeah, I mean, this is a great patch for it, so all the Lone Druid, players are going to be happy to play it now. But Talon gonna get their hands on Invoker as an opening, just a solid hero that can be flexed a little bit, but usually we're just gonna see him towards that mid lane and utilize his universal build, get pretty strong, run around, gank a lot. And the reaction by Ke Stars is gonna go straight into Kunkka.
That's the Analog Kunkka. That's one of his favorite heroes. He's well known for it. So seeing this mid matchup, it's the time to pick it up.
It's pretty easy lane for Kunkka. It's not really problematic to be against Invoker. You don't get bothered that much by the EMP since Tidebringer doesn't cost any mana. You can always be effective. And with the bottle, you can easily keep your HP up as well.
Spiritbreaker banned out. No Spiritbreaker for us. Womp womp.
Yeah, Talon remove it, just respecting the gank potential of this hero. And I think, we'll see what Ke Stars want to go for here. I would like to see them go back a little bit to what worked for them in day one. Because day one, they were running these, of course, Primal Beast got banned out now, but they were running these Undying plus Skywrath Mage combo in both the games that they won, like I mentioned. And that was against Quest and Tundra. So two very potent teams lost to it. Talon, though, they've done their homework. They ban out the Skywrath in the second phase here as well. So taking away that little bit of a potential.
Interesting how Undying's been completely ignored here. I feel like we saw him banned in many games yesterday, and he is a lane dominator.
Yeah, we could see Ke Stars still use that, I feel, because just making sure that you win your safe lane pretty hard with Undying. There are certain carry heroes that scale really, really well off that. So they used it together with the Murata before to give her a really good start, and also together with Luna, some of these ranged carry heroes that can be vulnerable. We'll see if they want to do something similar to that again in this game.
That's true. Luna was starting to see a trend of moving upwards recently with some of the changes.
Yeah, the glaives are amazing now. The damage reduction on the glaives is so little when you get if you get the talent as well. I think it goes down to like 25% damage reduction per bounce, which is really nothing. So they really, really hurt. Ke Stars digging deep here, thinking a little bit, going into their reserve time.
Do they want, I mean, you usually would like to pick up a support here, but I'm thinking like, what about the Dawn? You can also flex the Dawn, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be in that position 3. You could run it as a 5. Might not be the worst thing to remove though.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky because Dawn also doesn't really like playing against Invoker that much because of Cold Snap being great for locking her down and Tornado. They're gonna go Mirana, okay. I mean, they have X-Mark combo with the arrow, but Mirana is not a hero that we see a lot. I wonder how many Miranas we've even seen in this TI so far. It's
I mean, that's a King RD special.
Single game. 0 picks so far. So first Mirana game of TI.
I guess the nice thing about a Mirana, right, it's low committal in terms of like you throw out an arrow connects, okay, great, you start that fight. If you throw an arrow and it misses, not the worst thing in the world. Also makes it so you have to constantly buy detection on your supports, right? Your supports are going to be very poor, making sure that they have those sentries, they have those dusts, eventually gems. Again, not really super traditional. Like I feel like there are better position fours, but in some ways, it serves a purpose. Like it can work.
She serves a purpose and can work. That's pretty much how I would phrase it, but it's not really one of those big staple like support heroes of the patch. And I feel like this hero needs a little bit of help from Ice Frog to become more relevant. I'm not sure how well she's going to be doing here. You're against the Tusk, so you can always jump away from the ice shards. You can get out of them. But the support duo coming out here from Talon looks really solid and nice. The Tusk and the Pugna together. You get a bit of lockdown, get a bit of catch. At the same time, you have that Oli Pugna. We saw what we could do in last game with it.
I'm curious what the pick rate is on Pugna currently, because I feel like this hero is also very, very strong, especially, in the hands of a specialist, but...
It's very low. He hasn't seen a lot of games, which is surprising. He's been played 3 games only, and I thought that we would see more Pugna this TI, and maybe it will evolve to feature more Pugna as the game, or as we progress to later stages. But at least Oli is making it look really good.
Oh, yeah. Yep, for sure. I was also surprised that we haven't seen more of it, especially because, if I go through all my research, seeing a lot of teams really liking that Pugna, especially paired up with things that are mana intensive and hungry. But I like this pickup. I like the Undying. It's going to be King Jungles on that for sure with Mirana, the Luna. So we've got Team Cat Lady. I can always get behind a Cat Lady team. And I think that's really good, right? Because, playing Luna, she feels a little squishy in lane, like it could be real dangerous, but having an Undying there to help secure the lane, I think will be very, very beneficial.
I mean, this is pretty much what I was asking for at the start of the draft as well. I said, go back to what worked for you before. The Undying Luna, they ran that in the first game here that they played against Quest and got good success with it there. The reaction from Talon is going to go into this Terrorblade matchup that's pretty hard for both Undying and Luna here. The TB does really well against them, but at least they have the Kunkka. Kunkka, the Water Park build, does really well overall against TB. So they have some tools, but I fear Mirana. I don't know, man. I'm worried. The only thing that worries me in this draft is the Mirana. I am not fully convinced that she's good enough to be picked.
My concern is that I don't see a lot of gank potential. Yes, a Mirana can throw out an arrow, but currently with what we're looking at, it's not as easy. It's not as clear cut. It's not as fast, bam, hit and run. It's going to take a little bit. I guess it really depends on what's going into this off lane, right?
Yeah, we'll see exactly what they want to pair up with it. The good thing is that they get to pick an offlaner into Terrorblade now, so they can get a matchup that's pretty good for them there as well. And that's where Talon, we see them banning out the Tidehunter, a hero that kind of shrugs off the TB right clicks a lot early on, and with the Meteor Hammer could set really good tempo to take towers.
Right.
Also would give tons of team fights. So I think that's what Vivo wants. They need a big team fight hero. Wouldn't be entirely surprised to see Talon possibly ban out even the Darkseer, but they don't have a great pairing for Darkseer in lane.
Yeah, I don't think that the Darkseer...
It's fantastic against TB, but it's not good when you don't have a hero you can Ion Shell. Normally you want some Spirit Breaker or Batrider or whatever to shell up.
I want someone who's going to be able... right now their catch is not super great, right? You've got Shards, you've got, Cold Snap... part of me is a little do you just see, the Centaur? Do we see something with the Stampede to run away? But my thing with that is I want to see them active. I do not want to see FCR sitting in that lane farming. Stay there, take the tower, but rotate these supports, make something happen.
I think Centaur is great here. Just pick Centaur, go for the build that Collapse did with the max stomp. Don't go for the Miero max retaliate build. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's too slow. But the max stomp build that Collapse was showing to be very aggressive early on, that could be big for them here. I wonder if Talon want to let it through, though, because it kind of feels like they're going to remove it here. It gives everything that they need. Repositioning for the Luna, Stomp is great for them to get some stun and control, and even the burst of the double edge is scary for Terrorblade, so they might just ban it out.
What else could we see potentially in this this off lane? For both of them, right? They still both need an offlaner.
Yeah, it comes down a little bit to what they might want. The Brewmaster and Racer being removed along with the Tidehunter now. Also, like Primal Beasts being gone. A lot of good options are gone. I think Underlord could be a hero for Ke Stars as well if they want.
No, I don't like that.
It's not really a pick-off hero, but he's amazing against the Terrorblade. And it gives them something to play around with the Luna Death Ball.
I don't like it just because I feel like a lot of the times that hero just like sits there. He's a blob. He's just an immovable force. He just like plops himself down.
It is what he does, but it also is extremely effective against what they're playing against here. They're still going to ban out the Darkseer, despite not being paired with a nice Iron Shell hero. They respect it, and they take the Dawnbreaker for themselves.
Might as well. Jabs did a great job with it in the previous game. I like the Centaur here. I think that's fits them a little bit better. But again, like I need to see active. I need to see, aggression, because we saw what Talon did in game number 1. They're going to be running at you. And especially with a Terrorblade. A Terrorblade is even more terrifying, in my opinion, because of that metamorphosis. Every time it's up, he can fight.
Yeah, whatever it is that they want to go for, it needs to be one of the magic type offlane heroes. Even though there's like Wraith King and CK and so on available, against Terrorblade, it's just not even an option. You need to go into. I think Centaur fits really well, but we'll see what they want to prefer here. Night Stalker, okay. Not entirely sold on Night Stalker versus the TB matchup in lane here, but it does give them vision advantage, which is great when you have Kunkka and Mirana on your team. And they can make nighttime with Luna as well. Pop the Luna ulti and NS gets fast. Always something. They have some cute combo.
I'm like torn on this because like in some ways, like, okay, aggression. We're getting lots of aggression here with this Night Stalker. But on the flip side of that, you've got a Dawnbreaker. It's literally Nightman versus Day Girl. Like, every time you go for these ganks, unless you are consistently like running at them, there's going to be a Dawnbreaker there to save. You've got Ollie, who's going to be able to, be a little battery if he's nearby. You've got Q, who's going to have snow. Like, you've got, like, I don't know. I'm not sold on the Night Stalker. And I know that this is an FCR, like, hero, but...
Well, it's a fantastic hero for them to try and shut down what Ollie did to them last game. Ollie wants to sit back and just keep people alive. Night Stalker is amazing at, undermining the positioning of the opponent's supports, because he can just run over the trees, fly in there on the backline, silence, and start wailing away. And that's when Pugna, he will have to have like Glimmer, Force Staff, and even then if Night Stalker has a Dust, he might still chase you down. It's tricky to stay alive against it. The downside for Vivo is that they don't necessarily have great ways to deal with Terrorblade, I feel. They do have the Kunkka, which I mentioned I like a lot, but I don't think Night Stalker really does anything other than prevent maybe a Sunder with a Crippling Fear. Overall, his damage output with Void is very low. His auto attacks does pretty much nothing to TB, so I would have liked an AoE nuke, magic damage type hero a little bit more, but we'll see how they can make it work.
Yeah, Talon, like, they're showing that they know exactly what they want to do. They've got a good plan. They're looking very, very formidable. And it's up to Ke Stars at this point to really, show that they've got signs of life, show that they can have that aggression. And not only have the aggression, but also, even if they end up failing some of these ganks, to continue to put that speed and tempo there.
Yeah, they need to be pretty relentless, and at least it comes pretty naturally when you play the Night Stalker. If you have Night Stalker on your team, you basically say, oh, it's nighttime, then we are supposed to fight. So 50% of the time, you're going to very naturally be forced to go take some engagements. So he kind of incentivizes this gameplay. We see both the teams heading out for now, and again, Ke Stars going for the no smoke approach on level 1. Last game,
I don't like that.
It cost them a ward placement last game. This game doesn't look like they're going to run into each other, though.
Yeah, why don't they... I don't understand why they're not using these smokes. Like, I feel that gives you, like, that little bit of speed burst. It makes what you're trying to do a little bit less telegraphed.
It's greed is what it is. Greed. One extra Iron Branch on the Mirana. Like, there's no reason to not buy the smoke, in my opinion. It's just... It's not worth it to not use it, because you get out faster, you get the wards down. Quite often you will get some useful information from it, and maybe you even find a chance to get kills on the enemy. So I think you shouldn't be hoarding for these items like the Ring of Protection, Undying, the Double Branches, Mirana. I think the supports are too greedy on Ke Stars.
Okay. So my question is, how do you feel like these lanes are going to play out, right? I feel like this is looking a little bit better this time around here with Costa and King Jungles having the ranged and you just Undying being very, very strong. How is this top lane going to go with the Night Stalker?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Night Stalker's pre-minute 5 game here. We'll see how well they can utilize the Mirana, really. She's the big question mark if she can do enough in the lane. But from my perspective, a Terrorblade plus Pugna lane is going to be very, very effective here. They could, of course, also keep the Tusk top and just send the Pugna down to have the ranged melee combinations, but Tusk Dawnbreaker is amazing together, so... I think it's going to be Pugna TB, and I think Pugna TB wins against Night Stalker Mirana pretty hard.
I feel like, yeah, this Night Stalker is not going to be able to do much. Like, it's one of those heroes that has to ramp up, has to get towards that nighttime, and even the first nighttime, like, isn't really going to be doing a whole heck of a lot here. And also the Mirana, I feel bad because I don't want to keep harping on it, because we just really don't understand, like, what the angle is in picking this over some of the other off-lane heroes, but...
I mean, I see the Mirana, and I think back to, you know, when Nature's Prophet was first busted, and I saw Nature's Prophet just clap down the Mirana with a few auto attacks. And Pugna, it's not like, you know, top-level Nature's Prophet days, but he's still going to outrange Mirana. He's still going to easily harass her. Just sitting back, or I say outrange. They have the same attack range, but Pugna has better harass overall. He smacks way harder.
Just a battle of the supports here in this top lane. King Jungle's going to end up losing his courier, though, because you can see Q's already thinking, all right. Ooh, he's going to get the Luna courier, too, you think? Nah, it's not quite going to be over there.
And not committing for it. Has to go back as well and help his Dawnbreaker here, who's being kind of 1v2'd mid lane. Nice torrent connection on Mikoto there by Analog, but he's getting wrecked quite a bit by the Invoker.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about this top lane because I feel like there's so much pressure on FCR to make that tempo be aggressive early. And again, this is a very strong lane against them.
Blood grenades, reflection.
It's not looking good for King ID. There it is. Ollie's off to a great start here with the first blood.
I mean, that's why I expect seeing these two heroes, though. It's very, very tough lane.
Ooh, this is not looking good here for Costa. They use the blood grenade. They need one more hit. Don't quite have it. Q now. It's not looking too good here as they can maybe get the final hit off. They'll turn the tables, but now Costa out of regen. Has to be careful. Is going to need those tangos from King Jungles.
King Jungles is doing what he needs to. Oh my god, Kunkka dying solo to
Look
Invoker?
how low Makoto is.
Yeah, I mean, like, he played aggressive on the Invoker there, but getting a kill on Kunkka, this should not happen. This is a solo kill that is just an outplay. Oh man, he died before bottle as well, so Kunkka is going to get set back pretty badly by that.
Yeah, Makoto will happily take the water rune.
Yeah, sending out some attack speed as well, sending out gloves. Not sending out extra HP though on Invoker. Not going for the bottle build that we saw a lot of people go for as well.
How do you feel about that?
They did fix the EMP bug. EMP apparently didn't give any mana back even to yesterday.
Yeah, until yesterday.
Yesterday was patched out.
Yikes. Big yikes.
Yeah, so that's probably why we saw the bottle invokers on mid lane still.
Right. It's a little bit more even this time around. They've got a kill on the board for Vivo Ke Stars, but again, having that death in the mid lane, delaying the bottle for Analog, definitely hurts.
I mean, you don't expect to get this kill for Invoker as well, so he's just gonna get himself in a little bit of a nicer spot in the lane. In top lane, we see again TB standing strong, even pretty much 1v2ing here as Pugna goes for the pull.
I mean, they really can't hope to burst down a Terrorblade during the day. Like, these heroes just, that's not really what they do right now this early on. It's not like, you know, a Dawnbreaker paired up with anything with a stun.
Mid lane, bit of damage, but yeah, he has the Ghost Walk. And the regen kicks in, so he's gonna just slide over, take a water rune. He's gonna be pretty fine in HP again.
Ooh, jabs down here, taking some harass. I also feel like we're not going to be seeing these rotations necessarily coming out from the side of Ke Stars to try to help out Analog in this mid lane, right? I feel like the Mirana's kind of tied here with FCR to kind of keep him safe. And then Luna is just, it's too dangerous for her to be left alone.
Yeah,
In this
looking
bottom
at
lane.
23 as well, the way he plays the lane. Creepwave goes on the tower. He actually goes in 1v2 with aggressive reflection and starts auto-attacking in on the enemy. So a lot of confidence
Rotation?
here by 23.
We'll land an arrow over onto Q plus a blood grenade. Is this going to be enough? They had that water rune. X marks the spot over onto Q. Do have to be careful though, Makoto, looking to get a couple more clicks off. Not
The
going to be
Lotus-
able to get the kill, but will be able to keep him alive. Was that the Lotus that was used on him?
Yeah, Lotus and Magic Stick over on the Tusk there. Otherwise, he would have died to a Tidebringer. It was really, really close. He's gonna stay alive.
They're still
Both
going.
just-
They really want Analog. King RD, he has the arrow available, but there's a tornado. It's too late. He's going to have to hop away. As there's 3 heroes in this mid lane. Look at Ollie. He's like, maybe I can get another hit on him. Hit the
These
tower too.
leaps.
Efficiency.
This is one big reason why I don't like Mirana as well currently. Her leaps have so long cooldown. Getting a leap forced out like that is a 52-second cooldown. So, yeah, you have a lot of charges, but it's going to take a while to get those charges back now.
Luna and TB about neck and neck in terms of CS. Just a little bit more of a denial here for Costa. He's got 12 under his belt, but again, very close.
Yeah. I mean, the big difference this game so far is that Jabs on his Dawnbreaker hasn't really found a lot of CS this game. Terrorblade, despite putting a lot of harassment over on the Night Stalker, has not really been able to stop him from CSing.
I think that's the difference too, is the fact that they have an Undying, right? The Undying's going to make it so that way it's more domination, and it's a little bit scarier. Top lane, they've been chasing after King RD for a while. He's out of those charges for leaps, but we'll find FCR. He'll love to get himself a kill. Good to Decrepify here from Ollie. Q should be able to make it out just in the nick of time.
That was a good Decrepify for sure. Just running away. Ollie on point as he was last game as well, this Pugna. Just so annoying. His high movement speed as well. The early boots.
Mirana teleports in. We'll find Ollie off to the side, but maybe not Makoto, who's made his way over. And there it is. There's that another ward we talked about. Hunt is on. It's going to be 7 minutes, that Wisdom Rune. They don't want to give this up, but I don't think they have much of a choice here.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, look at this invasion. Oh my god. And they do their own invasion on the flip side of it here. King Jungle's going to try to go for it. King Jungles will be able to get it. FCR, he's taking so much damage with the meta, with everything. He is absolutely toast. King RD now has to use that leap charge he just got back. And this is looking a bit spooky now for this Mirana. Arrow does connect. Ollie's on the hunt, though, along with 23. Should be able to get that Nether Blast down. Flavoring
Chasing
around the
down Undying,
Rosie,
meanwhile.
but...
Gonna get a kill on him as well with the Invoker and the Tusk. That was an awkward rotation as well for Analog, TPing in as Kunkka there towards the Wisdom Rune. Not gonna be able to use his Ghost Chip as well, and then running back towards mid.
Dire's middle tower is under
Not
attack.
really getting what he wants from the first move from the mid lane.
Bottom lane, they're making moves over onto Costa with the rotation. Makoto's just dominating. This Invoker, man, he's scary.
Yeah, 4-0-1. Getting a solo kill at first, and then these rotations are really, really on point by him. He may not have the highest CS score right now, but he's just activating in a beautiful way, moving together with supports.
I mean,
And-
that's kind of what it comes down to, right? We talked about, having a hunter on your team, having someone who's very, very aggressive. And this time it's just coming out of the mid lane, along with all these other heroes. Luna was coming through the portal. She's thinking about it, but
Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't know if you want to teleport over here, Luna. This is very spooky stuff.
She deepens in. The tower still has a lot of HP, but they have a ward behind the tower, and this is definitely a dangerous area to hang out. The Invoker now gonna Ghost Walk in, try and get vision on who's farming in the area.
Oh, he's going to see her here. See the empty camps. The
Need
chase
to be
is
ready with the
on.
Kunkka TP quickly here.
Well, what can you do with this This Mirana, really? Okay, you land an arrow? Maybe? No, you don't even land the arrow. Now Costa, he's just stuck in the middle of 3 heroes. There's no save for him. Analog's coming in with the boat, but they have that snowball. They'll turn their attention over to King RD. X marks the spot over onto Jess, but there's just no mana left over here on Analog. He hasn't had the time to get the items that he needs to go for these kills, get that damage out. And Q, he's got it built in along with Makoto over here. Just giving the clicks. What can he hope to do? King Jungles joins back in. King RD finishes off Q, but they have the Dawnbreaker, and perhaps this is just a little bit too late coming out from Jabs now, because you've got a Night Stalker and a King Jungles. They're just chasing after him. Can't finish off Analog, and it's a lot of resources devoted to this bottom lane, but they do end up getting some good kills.
Yeah, they get some nice kills, but at the same time, top tower almost already fell to the turret
Look
lane.
at Makoto. Look at King RD. Oh, no.
Analog gonna go down to that, and King RD just barely gets out. One more of those precious leap charges used just to keep him alive. Definitely worth it, of course, but losing top tower and losing your Kunkka there as well. Makoto is just playing like a god this game.
He's very, very impressive with just the realization of like, okay, now it's time to rotate. This is what I'm going to do. Hastron's going to be able to get picked up by him here too. This is the Makoto show right now.
Yeah, he's just activating in a fantastic way. Just running around, has the urn, almost has the entire spirit vessel already, which is a super fast timing. And with the help of Pugna pushing mid now.
They're going to try to prepare, save this tower. So they'll use the Moonlight Shadow. King RD has it online, but they're really in a great position with these sentry wards. Look at them. They already know, okay, we're going to probably have Moonlight Shadow coming up soon. We need to be prepared. Let's go and place down this detection. Nice play here by Talon.
Yeah, they're set up for their mid push already, so not going to be able to get a catch there on Ke Stars. But over on the side of Ke Stars, they basically want to start getting this Luna over to the ancient area. I think they have the bottom tower still, but the stacks are being made for her. She needs to go over and start using this maxed out Moonglaves.
Pigpull is such a funny item.
A little bit of speed. Makoto coming in bottom now together with the Pugna. They have a big creep wave. They have catapult. Ke Stars are just running away. I think they realize this is a very tough hold to make if they're going to stay here and defend.
I've got the Spirit Vessel completed now for Invoker. So pressure on the bottom tower. And like you said, I would love to see Costa move his way towards this top area. It just feels too risky to be down in this area, especially with the gates, with the tower being removed.
Yeah, but they're just going to keep going as well. They can keep pushing. And meanwhile, Makoto says, okay, if they're not defending bottom, then there must be somewhere else. So this Invoker, literally just hunter mode. He's running towards the ancient area now to try and check for someone. And mid, King RD getting a cheeky bit of push done to the tower.
I love the way that Makoto's playing this. I love the fact that he's constantly on the hunt, searching for what, you know, using that Ghost Walk to get any information. We'll see the Night Stalker. Does have the Dark Ascension if he wants to try to use it to try to get the skip. Then we'll teleport people over, but look at the damage. A lot of TEs coming in here. The X marks the spot, the boat over onto Makoto. But again, they have these batters. They have ways of saving him, ways of healing him up thanks to this Dawnbreaker. As now King RD, oh, he's stuck in the middle of all of these creeps, and they're not even gonna help him.
Oh boy, the stack. Not again. They got their stack stolen last game. Oh, they're just sitting and watching Costa Billa's like, no, please, my ancients. But they don't have the boat anymore. They're gonna try and contest it, but a lot of it's falling.
All right, King Jungle's going forward here. They've dropped the tomb here. They've just managed to rip apart Costa. Q will be next fall. Analog on the run because this Metamorphosis, it hurts. Chasing after King Jungles over here on the side. They need to have the detection. They don't even need it as they have a big Nether Blast. And now FCR, he's trying to see if he can poke, find anything, but they're still just too healthy. They just don't really have a great selection. Okay, all right, maybe Jazz with the Cold Snap, they'll turn back around. They've got the Decrepify, too. This Night Stalker, he just can't do anything as King RD's fighting with this one illusion, and Jabs dropping the hammer will clean him up. Analog just running away. These ancients belong to the side of Talon, 100%.
Analog was trying to maybe sneak the ancients there while the fighting was happening, but not gonna get them in time. And look at Makoto again in that team fight. He just walked in so confidently. And he's looking for Analog now.
Look at him.
Yeah, he's gonna find him.
He's got the Cold Snap, he's got the Spirit Vessel, and now he's got Q, he's got the Shards. That's just a dead Kunkka.
man, this guy is just out of control right now. And the rotations by all of Talon are playing around it. They have 3 players who haven't died a single time. Ollie, who has been part of a lot of the action as well, just sitting back, kind of healing people. Still unkilled this game. The only ones dying are the frontliners of Tusk and Dawnbreaker.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And look at this, he's already on the move again. I love this. I absolutely love this coming out from Makoto.
Yeah, I mean, he's spending basically no time at all CSing. His CS has increased by like 10 in the last 7 minutes, but he's just running around looking for kills, and that's all he needs to do. He knows he has a hard carry in Terrorblade. He knows that he can rely on him, and all these moves are paying off.
Well, that and you've got a Dawnbreaker, right? And like the way that Jabs plays this is he doesn't just kick back. He's like, okay, I'm farming. Okay, it's time to kill. Let's go. I'm loving the way that Talon is playing this. This is what I thought we were going to see out of Talon. So I was very surprised to see that they were at the bottom of the group. But whatever it is, what they had a good breakfast this morning or something, man, they are activated.
Yeah, they're looking ready, and with the dealer in there, finding the mid kill as well. Now Mikoto is swinging in, looking for the Kunkka. Kunkka, who has no item yet at 14 minutes.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh no, analog EMP. He's just gone. He's just gone. Even used the boat during that, so now that's not available.
Yeah, got bursted super fast there before even getting the run buff on himself. The DD just ran out after they did get the kill, so Terrorblade did a ton of damage very quickly. And that's a wasted bolt that they won't have to defend as the push is coming in towards both mid and bottom tower at the same time.
They've got like a 72% win rate according to Dota Buff right now, or win chance, sorry.
Yeah, I would probably give them even more in my opinion here. In the Waka Plus, I think it's
the Waka Plus.
Yeah,
I love it.
Subscribe now. All you get is me saying that the game is over.
Man, that should have been your voice line, dude. All you get is me just saying it's over.
I mean, my voice line is literally the opposite.
I know, it's copium.
Yeah. No, it's not copium, Moxie. It's not copium.
Sorry, not copium.
Yeah.
God, Makoto just running at Linda. This game, I feel like you could make a highlights video of just Makoto running at Costa and play the Benny Hill music over it the entire time.
Yeah, he's been just chasing them around, and
always
now
after.
Ke Stars going in with a smoke. They find Ollie. Not gonna go for X-Mark. Oh.
I feel like they're a little scared. All right, we'll land the arrow, so that should be a dead Ollie.
That was a good arrow, at least salvaging what was, again, a little bit of panic there. I feel like immediately, if you see the pug now, you're on the back line already, so just take that kill. But we can see Ke Stars definitely struggling in this game. Finally, they get a kill on Ollie, and he gives away 800 gold.
Comes Makoto. Here he comes again. They are in a good position here, so they will land an arrow, but Costa, he's still going to die as Makoto. Oh, beautiful, beautiful tornado.
Snowball,
he's
maybe?
still alive. Snowball comes into play. They're going to protect. They're going to run him back into everyone, so it will eventually die. But now Jabs, oh, finally, Vivo Ke Stars getting an opportunity to put some damage down, even though King RD sits very, very low. They'll take care of Q.
We see Terrorblade quickly just legging it away from that fight as well, realizing I do not have my Metamorphosis, and my team just died very quickly. So he chooses to run away, very wisely so. And Vivo, they get their first real win here in this game, getting a nice team fight going.
The question is, was that a bait? Were they baiting the Luna because they know that Makoto has been just behind her the entire time?
Yeah, they were trying to bait with Luna, but at the same time, you know, she does get brought down before they can really stop her from dying.
Yeah.
But they had the sentry down. She was farming with sentry next to her, so she was expecting the Invoker to come in. Sadly, the Dawnbreaker ulti just kind of spelled her doom.
That is the perk of that. Just a tier 2 token on the ground here, Costa. Make sure you pick that up.
And he's gonna run back and get it, just getting his stack first. And gets himself Aquila.
God, look at the net worth on 23 Savage.
Oh, yeah.
It's wild. He's got a full Scotty. He's got the Yasha. He's got the Dragonlance. Like, even though that fight went poorly for the side of Talon, I still feel like they still have this ace in their back pocket. His name is 23 Savage. He does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's going for the gym park build of the early Scotty. I like it. This is the way I like to see Terrorblade being played as well. Getting, you know, towards the Scotty early, foregoing even the Manta style here. It's just more priority because once you have it, you're pretty much unkillable.
Oh my god, Analog just showed up to his tower. He did not expect to have the door just pushed into his face.
They are going to go on the Dawnbreaker meanwhile, so doing a good job setting up on him, but base is falling, guys.
It's taking too long to kill Jabs, honestly. Like, all right, they'll take that kill, but they're losing their tower while this is happening. No buyback on Dawn, at least. Bit of a Sunstrike tossed in there because they took a lot of punishment. And look at Ollie. He's just like, yeah, keep doing your thing, 23. I got you, buddy.
Yeah, just sitting behind, throwing a blast here and there. Barracks, third health.
This guy doesn't even have an Aegis, and he's just standing there, no problems. It's like, okay, yep, thanks for the punch there, Q. We'll take care of King RD. We'll turn around. Like, how do you make this man leave? You cannot make him leave right now. All right, in comes Costa. Oh, so close.
That's all not going to be enough. Very close to getting a big kill there as well, but they take out the racks and now backing out cleanly here. Not looking to take a fight without Metamorphosis.
I guess that's how you get him to leave, is that Meta runs out. And he's like, all right.
Yeah. Well, when the Rax is gone, he will leave eventually. That's not a good way of defending against the Terrorblade push.
That's the hope, but it definitely doesn't feel good.
Just give him what he wants, guys. The melee Rax.
Just lay down and pretend that you're dead. Maybe he'll leave.
I don't think that works against Terrorblades. I don't know. It's the wrong animal. Wrong animal.
But would it work against an Ursa?
Possibly. We see the rotation here with the smoke. They know Meta is on cooldown, so they're going towards the Roche. And it's a correct decision, I think, as they are going for Roche here without Meta.
I mean, it's going pretty fast, though. And Luna's dragging behind. They still have a Dawnbreaker as well who can jump into the pit. Look at this. They sense it. They're like, they're on their way. Kodo, he gets the vision. Smoke. CR, gonna fly over these trees, try to see what he can find.
Oh, he sees them hiding.
Sees them hiding. Can he get anything else, though, out of this here?
Good target.
Ollie. He's so tiny, just hiding behind the trees. Immediately uses that to crapify. Knows he's got to get out of here. Moonlight Shadow's going to get used on top of this. But Kodo's on the back line, so they will end up losing Ollie.
Meta is coming off.
Oh, what a nice tornado. Connects over onto 2. In comes Q, finding the opening, plus the Dawnbreaker ulti. FCR is just going to be ripped apart after King RD. The buyback comes out now from the Piranha. They don't allow them to have this. King Jungles, he knows he's just trapped in a corner. He's going to be the next one to fall. They have lost 3 technically on the side of Vivo Ke Stars. They bought back on 1, but this Roche, it doesn't matter that they lost Ollie. They had themselves a Dawnbreaker who's going to be able to heal them back up again. Good play with Q, fast fingers, the aggression. This is looking so good for Talon.
Yeah, they did a great job on Talon backing out when the fight started there. At first, they were trying to hide, but with the Nice Dark ulti, they needed to reposition. They just backed out, bought some time for the TB to get his Metamorphosis online. They know that once he has that, he is the biggest and baddest force on the field. So just waiting a little bit there. They did lose the Pugna, which, you know, was unfortunate, but I think they were okay with just losing 1, and then they come back, turn the fight around, using a nice jump as well with the Blink Dagger on Tusk.
Well, meanwhile, Ke Stars trying to take their Tormentor. Jungles needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage from this bad boy.
King Jungle. Oh, he dies.
Saw that one coming. But on the plus side, he got himself the shard.
I like the attempt Sunstrike as well there. He's like, someone died to Tormentor, I'll throw a Sunstrike. He did connect the Sunstrike. Mikoto, the god gamer he is, gets the Sunstrike, but of course they were high enough HP to survive it. He's going for the Hurricane Pike next build as well. This build transitions nicely from just being a ganker to kind of becoming this right clicker with the universal stats really playing in nicely.
This is a little ray of hope, though. We do have the Agnum Scepter picked up now for the Kunkka.
Yeah, he's missing stuff though.
He's definitely missing things, but he's got an item, Waga.
He has one item. His Analog has had a very quiet game here in terms of impact, and this needs to have a big impact. The Torrent Storm needs to turn some fights around for their team now. Sadly, though, Torrent Storm is mainly most effective once you get to that level 20 as well. Before it's a little bit easier to sidestep. Full Daedalus on Terrorblade as well. Now his damage is through the roof.
12k net worth lead here for Talon. It's just very hard for this Luna to get out and do any sort of farming. They have such good control of the map. And if you look at the vision, so you've got this nice ward down here on the ledge. So they know that Costa's leaving. King RD's also making his way over. They have the Moonlight Shadow. But look at Makoto. Makoto has been sicko mode this whole game. Just like leering at this Luna the entire time. It is actually so crazy. And like, look at this. They ping it out. Q's on his way. They know that Costa's. He tries to go for the dodge. Doesn't quite manage here with the big hit. And in comes 23. They just kill this Luna. She's got no buyback. They were hoping to grab King RD2, that little bit of a leap, just enough. But Ollie, with that Decrepify, tries to slow him down. Sunstrike, nope. Not enough damage, but they've taken out their big hitter. Like, Luna is their main source of damage.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to initiate into this Terrorblade with Aegis as well. He's just frontlining for his team. Has the Alacrity, the Metamorphosis still going for long enough. They can push down this tower and maybe even Rax as well.
And they still have Dawn just waiting in reserve right now. She's just sitting in the fountain. She's got herself that mana.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And it's a little bit different of a build, too. I think that's, we talked about, you know, adjusting your build for the game. This time, seeing that Blade Mail.
Yeah, he did go for the Blade Mail last game too, but the difference being he's going for the Aghanim Scepter this game. So giving that evasion can be really massive, and an extended period of healing can be very useful to keep the Terrorblade alive.
Ooh, double damage.
I like the decision how to itemize here.
Radiant are
Range racks did fall. Base is looking kind of sad right now for Ke Stars.
It's looking
They can't just sit
kinda
around
empty.
and wait for the next meta. They have to go out and make a play.
I just like looking at this Luna's items. Oh boy, yeah, King RD. All right, they're gonna try to use the Eclipse, but again, they have the Aghanim Scepter coming out from the Dawnbreaker. So King RD, he's gonna get cut to pieces. They'll find the stun over onto Analog and Costa, and it's a little bit chaotic right now. They do have the Torrent Storm, so they have that going for them. Q sitting quite low, but they'll end up getting killed on FCRQ eventually to pull with these bouncing blades to Costa left alone. It's a triple kill from Makoto, and Ollie, he wants Analog on top of everything else. Team wipe, they call GG. Talon is back, baby. They are in good form.
Oh boy, Mikoto, what a game by him as well. Just absolutely dominant force. This Invoker, I have not seen a Quaswex or like an activated Quaswex Invoker be this dominant in quite a while. Even though it's very strong in the current patch, Mikoto absolutely just got the most out of every stage of that game. He got a solo kill level 3 on a Kunkka out of all heroes, who's very tanky in the laning stage. He even had the Bracer first item build on Kunkka, which usually means that you're very hard to kill until you get to bottle. But I don't know, Mikoto just completely styling on Vivo Ke Stars here.
Absolute sicko mode coming out from Makoto. Like I said, we could literally make an entire highlights video of just him chasing after Luna the entire time, because he was always there. He was always on this Luna, always hunting, always just, well, again, like for lack of a better phrase, hunting. He was searching for someone the entire time, not sitting back, not just farming. And I love to see it. I absolutely thought, you know, he did an amazing job this game. Ke Stars, I'm not sure like what exactly happened here. There just wasn't that aggression. We weren't super keen on the Mirana pickup too. I didn't feel like that really shown at all. And I just feel like Talon, they played so well. Like, again, whatever they had for breakfast this morning, it was just so good.
Yeah, I don't really fancy the Mirana, but also I think the Night Stalker added into that. That lane, I think the entire lane was just problematic for them. And we saw, you know, problems happening there. They did die before minute 5 came out. Even though Night Stalker got some decent last hits going, the Terrorblade was completely unbothered by this dual lane. And the first item that the Night Stalker finally goes towards, just a Midas, you know, it doesn't change the game in any dramatic way. It's just, I feel like they didn't have the tools to deal with TB at all this game.
Yeah, I know that was a concern during the draft. But yeah, it just felt like Vivo Ke Stars, they never got activated. Jabs just looked so incredibly good on that Dawnbreaker, making some really good calls, not only for the itemization, but also when to show up. 23 just had himself a totally free game, it felt like, especially when you had Makoto activated from that mid lane. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, usually the trade-off when you have one guy running around ganking nonstop like Mikoto did here is that the other mid is farming or pushing lanes or getting big in some way. But he just shut down the Kunkka so hard in laning stage that look at him. The poor guy only has 9,000 net worth. He's the only core not to break the 5 digits here before the game ended. Analog was just sadly out of this game, I feel. He had moments where he could maybe do something, but even then there was hesitation, not going for the quick X marks when he was presented with a Pugna. Just not his game here at all.
I felt like Ke Stars, they pivoted a bit and they tried to pick things that are more comfortable, things that are going to be aggressive. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't actualized, especially, again, with our MVP Makoto over here. Look at, like, 15 kills, 8 assists, only 1 death. Like, that's so impressive. When you are, like, the main person that's hunting, initiating, looking for things, and you still manage to, like, get away pretty much without any deaths.
I mean, he basically provided, you know, what a mid is supposed to do, and then also sort of what observers are supposed to do at the same time, right? Just running around in that ghost walk, he set up so many of these ganks, finding people out of position, and the only time that he died was still, you know, a nice find onto the enemy carry. Sure, they did get punished there, but he was just relentless, and that's what we're seeing from the teams. When teams are playing really well, it's when they are not slowing down at all, just continuously going from objective to objective. And Ke Stars, I just didn't see the same sense of urgency from them here in this series. Felt like they were a little bit, you know, falling behind just Talon's initiative.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Quest is watching Talon's game, and honestly, guys, I don't think you should let Makoto get that Invoker because he looks absolute beast mode. But Ke Stars does get another chance here. They did just lose a series 0-2, unfortunately for them, but they get another chance to face off with TSM and see if they can't fight their way back here. Again, this is the elimination day. You don't want to be at the bottom of your group. If you're at the bottom of the group, it's the airport. We're seeing you later. See you guys. So we'll have this next game, TSM versus Ke Stars, up next. Stick around. What up, Dota fans? We are back with the group stage here, day 2 of the group stage here for the road to TI. Today is elimination day, so a lot of just stakes on the line here. Nobody wants to go to that airport. No one wants to go home. They want to hang out in Seattle. They want the chance to represent their region. And Waga and I have all the tea for you on these next teams coming up. We have a little NASA action, Waga.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun here as we get into the next series. You know, the first series, it was a little bit one-sided here on the E-Stream. I feel Talon, they just kind of outclassed Ke Stars in the first matchup, but hopefully Ke Stars can bounce back in a good way as they go up against TSM. And I'm excited to see TSM because, you know, they've been doing some interesting stuff so far in their games. I know that they have one here in particular that they've been running, which is Ogre. They played it mid. Now that sounds like a lot of fun.
I don't know why, but I can totally see Brow running that hero in the mid lane. Yeah. But also, I know I've got some British Dota fans in chat, and you know, Ari representing the UK over there. They're pretty excited for that. So we've got quite an international team with TSM, whereas Ke Stars is, of course, all Brazilian. But do you have an update on the stands? Oh, perfect. I was actually just going to ask that. So we have some officially just qualified teams. Team Spirit obviously was the first one. Looks like LGD is going to be the next one to make it there. And Liquid sitting on the top of their group. Tundra sitting on the top of their group too, despite, you know, that 70-minute game apparently that just happened that everyone's talking about. But
yeah, with Tundra sitting at 2 and 1 draw, that actually puts them at the qualified as well into the upper bracket for the seeding there. So they're also through to the seeding of matches just because of the results. Not the same for Liquid though. Even though there also are 2 wins and 1 draw, their group looks a little bit different. So it could still happen that they have to fight a little bit more for it.
I'm a little bit surprised. You can see that Shopify and Thunder are both at the bottom, currently tied right now in terms of who might end up getting eliminated. Some spooky stuff right there.
Yeah, it's a rough one there for them. I mean, Group B it's a terrifying group overall, but we're kind of seeing now in Group B that it's BetBoom, Team Liquid, and Azure Ray that are in a good spot to fight for the upper bracket placements.
Talon and Ke Stars both sitting very, very low right now. So today is extremely important for them. And Ke Stars, they're playing right now. They've got the chance to bounce back, maybe get themselves in a slightly better position. I believe that TSM sitting at number 2 in their groups, and that Ke Stars is tied for 3rd currently with Quest. So this is the chance to try to pull ahead a little bit more, ensure that you're not going home just yet, but you can bet that TSM is going to give them a run for their money.
Yeah, I think TSM are in a pretty good spot still. I mean, they're 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss, and they could, you know, easily come up and just take another win here against Ke Stars, I think, especially with Ke Stars showing a bit of weakness in last series. They didn't really play that well against Talon, who were 2 losses already. That was a win that Ke Stars needed, I think. So TSM, maybe they can pounce on the opportunity here as well to, you know, beat them while they're down, get Ke Stars to lose another one. But we'll see. Maybe Ke Stars can bounce back because this is not, you know, their highest potential. They could definitely play much better than we saw in the last 2 games.
Well, here's the thing too, right, is that within their own region, they ended up surprising, I think, quite a few people. But now we're getting into the friendly brotherhood, right? The NA versus SA sort of thing going on. And you have to, you know, these teams probably scrim each other. They probably know each other quite well because they are so much closer in terms of being able to, you know, do those scrims without supreme, you know, ping and whatnot. So I'm curious to see, you know, does TSM like just have their number? Because we've heard more about TSM than Ke Stars, obviously. Although the NA region is not always the strongest, you know, that kind of hurts me as an NA person. But, you know, they've got some very, very strong players, right? Tomato, Bryle, Whitemon, yeah, Kasane and Ari also making a splash. Ke Stars has, you know, some old, I don't want to say old talent, like in the sense of like, you know, they've just been there forever, but like they've also got Costa, right? Costa has proven time and time again he is a very good carry. King RD was on, you know, the Pain Gaming squad back when they first made their big splash. Some of the other guys a little bit less bloodied, I guess, for lack of a better term. But I'm really curious to see, do we see a slightly different meta evolving out of these teams just because they know each other so well? Who usually comes on top? Like, I'm excited. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen here. I don't necessarily think that TSM are likely to have scrimed countless games against Ke Stars, but they should probably have a decent idea of what they're up to. I think it's almost the other way around that I'm curious. Are Ke Stars going to be aware of what TSM are going to throw at them? Because obviously, like I said, they ran the Ogre Magi. They put it mid. They also ran it as a support, so they like throwing curveballs right now. And TSM, they're forced to be reckoned with as well. They did lose to Tundra 2-0, but they took a game off Quest and they 2-0'd Talon. So we'll see here how Ke Stars are going to match up against them, especially with them being so unpredictable in the way they draft. They even picked stuff like Ricky, which we saw Team Spirit pick as well before. So I think TSM are coming in with a very open mind in the drafting phase.
I think the teams that have that capability to be super flexible and keep you guessing always have the advantage, for sure. Whereas, watching Ke Stars, I didn't see that same advantage coming out for them. Usually, and part of it is just like, I know these guys, I've watched them play like forever. But like, very clearly, like that Kunkka definitely going to be analog, there's just very specific heroes for the side of Ke Stars that are very telegraphed versus TSM has more flexibility, and I think that's going to help them a lot.
Yeah, it's valuable to have that in your draft, but we'll see what they're going to cook up here as we're going into the early phase. We're seeing some of the bans come out, Pango being banned out and Invoker being banned out by Vivo. They did just lose to an Invoker, don't want to play and have another loss to the same hero. And meanwhile, TSM doing the same thing. Like I touched on last game, everybody's banning the Lone Druid against Ke Stars, so they're massively respecting it.
Yeah, it's just too good right now, especially when you have analog, someone who does play the hero fairly consistently, not necessarily always in the officials, but is known for it.
Yeah, I mean, the hero is just absolutely fantastic currently, so makes sense to get rid of it. And I think forcing him to some heroes that he might not be as confident on, like we saw the Kunkka last game. Yeah, sure, Analog played on it, but he did get outplayed mechanically in a way that you can't really do to a Lone Druid. Invoker is never going to crush a Lone Druid in the same way.
Well, now they have to bounce back, right? You got to shake off that loss, realize, okay, this is it. This is our game. We've got to win it. We've got to, prove that we belong here, that we're not going to get knocked out. Because, again, like the way that Talon was playing was just Makoto, right? It was the Makoto show. Them going up against Quest later, like that. If I'm Quest, I'm a little spooky right now. Like, they looked scary.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'm also curious what TSM's approach is going to be here. We saw the Treant being banned out and the SD banned out by Ke Stars. They now have the last ban and then the pick for themselves. Are we going to see priority towards Spirit Breaker? Are we going to see...
Yep,
yeah,
there it is.
They also banned out the Merita, another hero that's doing fantastic right now. And also pretty annoying for Spirit Breaker to play against since she has the silence and stun.
I like this opening, though, because it is very flexible. It gives them a lot of skirmishing opportunities, and it makes Vivo Ke Stars very aware that, like, there's going to be a lot of aggression coming out early on. This is not going to be, a let's lay back and farm sort of situation, so...
Yeah, honestly, I like Spirit Breaker for not just the value of, we can play it 4, we can play it 3, but you can even play it mid, If you have a team that's willing to bring out an Ogre Magi mid, you bet that Bryle is ready to play Spirit Breaker as well. And Kiyotaka was playing it in, his pubs recently as well, so I think there are a lot of players who are recognizing that, hey, Spirit Breaker can just be a great core. Ke Stars pick Nature's Prophet into
a Spirit Breaker? Yeah, that was my question too. Like the global presence, like, all right, I'm not sure I like that or agree with it, but I'm not a pro player. Maybe they know something I don't. Maybe it's the capability to show up if a Spirit Breaker is ganking someone. But why would you just do a Dawn?
I'm not a fan of this approach, but we'll see what's going to happen with it. I mean, yeah, you do get some quick ways to react, but on the other hand, if you ever get caught out by Spirit Breaker as a Nature's Prophet, you don't really have counterplay. You just get caught very easily. And Sprout is pretty much useless against Spirit Breaker. He very often just charges through it. So we'll see how that works, but pretty crazy.
Yeah, I would have rather seen a Dawnbreaker, honestly, just for that global presence. Because it's just a little bit more sturdy as well and gets that heal. But yeah, no, they're going to go for it. So be interested to see how they're going to maneuver.
Yeah, we see Ke Stars here. They get some chance to react. I think that they wanted the Spirit Breaker for themselves, by the way, by how the draft opened, because they banned the SD, and that kind of cleared the way for the Spirit Breaker pick.
Yeah.
But then TSM just snag it away from them, and then they end up falling back on Nature's Prophet. It already feels a little bit awkward for them.
I guess it's not revealing a lot, though, right? Because the Nature's Prophet can be run in multiple positions. We saw Mind Control run it the other day when he was standing in for SMG. We've seen it run in various forms of support. So it does give you that flexibility, which I was hoping that we could see a little bit more from Vivo, because I feel like that's something that they're not necessarily the strongest at.
I think in a way, yes, it gives that, but I think it's almost suicidal to put in pos 3 against Spirit Breakers. So I think it's hard locked into support already, and they're going to confirm. Yeah, they're going to confirm it by picking the Brewmaster. It's not a bad hero to get against Spirit Breaker. You have now the Dispel and the Tornado. Both work against removing the Bulldoze, of course. Normally, you play against Spirit Breaker, you need some Bulldoze removal. That's why the SD was so important, his ultimate. And now getting Brewmaster is going to at least make sure that they have something. The downside is Brewmaster ulti is a pretty big commitment to try and catch the Spirit Breaker. You won't always have that ready.
I would have loved to have seen them pick up this Brewmaster in the previous game. I know you were like, maybe they don't play it, but I felt pretty sure that FCR is capable of playing Brewmaster, and I think that it would have fit nicely, but they ended up like banning it a bunch of the times.
Yeah, it also was available super late into the phase. So
yeah.
I just think that this hero, despite the nerf mainly just changed his rat gameplay, but his team fights are still so dominant. And it's a good way to fix when you pick Nature's Prophet. He's not a very strong team fight support. So adding Brewmaster kind of carries a little bit part of your draft.
It's a dazzle. This hero has been banned to high heaven, guys. He is not a hero that you want on the board, and they let him have it. He's got Dazzle. They've got the Enchantress, too. Woo!
Yeah, Dazzle is up at 43 bans now, 4 bans ahead of the Pango even. So, yeah, he does get through in this game, and this is looking like very high tempo coming out from TSM. You get Spirit Breaker for setting up stuff. Dazzle mid lanes very well into anything, so they're currently able to counterpick pretty hard over on TSM. Of course, you can pick something mid that's gonna, lane nicely against Dazzle, but it's tough even to say what you want to shut him down with. That's the reason so many teams are just banning Dazzle, is because it's difficult, man. There are not many heroes that you can say, oh yeah, of course, I'll just play X and Dazzle can't do anything mid. What do you mean? Dazzle does well against all heroes. He's like a Lina, basically, a modern Lina.
I think Lena's cooler than Dazzle, but I'm a little biased. But yeah, no, I'll be interested to see how they decide to pivot on this, because this is a hero that, I feel a lot of teams, they just don't have the solution for, so that's why they always end up banning it. And it almost feels like they forgot that it existed.
Yeah, at least they have the Cyclone, which can be great as well, but now you're kind of stretching thin on how much you want to Cyclone. You want to deal with the Spirit Breaker, but if you Cyclone up the Dazzle, you can try and burst people while he's not able to Grave and help. And Ke Stars gonna go back for that Skywrath here, get some AoE damage, or get some burst together with the Brewmaster, with the Ignite.
I feel like you don't care as much about that. Yeah, during the laning, it seems pretty good, but you just have so many, forms of, save and healing currently. Okay, CK. CK in the safe lane here. The Brew in the off lane.
This is definitely confirmed to be a safe lane CK, and I think it's kind of nice, I guess, but I don't love CK here as well. When you get the Untouchable and Enchantress, you get the Spirit Breaker charging through all the illusions. Of course, the strong illusions do not get dispelled by or removed by the Dazzle Shard, so there's always that. But
and the Sven, oof.
Yeah, you get counterpicked. That's what TSM have as an advantage when they pick the Dazzle early. I said that they're going to be counterpicking the Ke Stars draft. This doesn't only counter the CK really well, but it's a hero that can burst Skywrath super fast. If Sven ultis and just happens to stumble upon a Skywrath, he dies in 2 hits.
I mean, this Sven, Sven brings you the armor, Dazzle removing the armor. It's insane.
Yeah, also pairs nicely against Brewmaster. You have a hero now that can kill off the Brewling, so I think Sven fits perfectly here for TSM's draft.
So I guess what
Tomato looks so bored.
He's always chill though. Like during DPC, homie would be like making himself a sandwich, vacuuming his room, folding his laundry. He trusts his captain. He's trusting Moon over here. Like Moon's like, yo, are you like? He's clearly talking to him. Tomato's just yawning. He's like, sure, whatever you want to do, Moon. I trust you. Yeah, you got this. Let me play my game.
Yeah, getting some advice here from the coach. Moon's done his research here. We'll see what they are going to remove last here. Vivo first removing the like, and hero that is definitely going to tear through their backline. Nature's Prophet and Sky are useless against that type of hero, so pretty solid ban.
And the Beastmaster removal. So they're assuming that the Spirit Breaker is going to be a position 4.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say, but it could still surprise them and just be a pos 3. But I think it's more likely going to be a pos 4 Spirit Breaker here, allowing him to join in the Dazzle a little bit on the early mid action, those early rotations, maybe even for water runes that we have seen before.
Again, they don't have the greatest catch, I feel, on the side of Ke Stars. Like, you've got Sprout, you've got, when the Panda splits and whatnot, maybe you've got a stun coming out from CK, but I mean, a Centaur doesn't seem bad.
Yeah, they have essentially one stun right now. They have the Brewmaster ulti as well, but they're kind of low on disable, and they're playing against the Dazzle.
This is so high tempo. I like this. I like this draft a lot.
It's a nice hero that can survive on his own and leave Spirit Breaker to let him roam around and do what he wants. So Tidehunter makes a lot of sense for them. Also lanes pretty well against CK since he relies on his auto attack to sustain. If you anchor smash him, he's not going to heal as much with the crit.
So I guess what's the mid hero then here for? They go for they go for the Zeus. Some burst damage, gives them a little bit of vision, I guess. I don't know. I'm just not sold on this Ke Stars draft. Like, and don't get me wrong, I love me some Brazilian Dota, but it just feels real clunky comparatively.
They get some global combo with Zeus Nature's Prophet, and Zeus probably is one of the better heroes to lane against Dazzle. It's a hero that doesn't just get rolled by Dazzle, but I don't think he wins the lane. Surely Dazzle still comes out ahead, and that's discounting the Spirit Breaker, saying that with rotations it might go even worse. I think TSM's draft looks way easier to execute here. Big question mark is going to be how much can you get done with the Brewmaster? How much can you play around him for the early team fights and just get some advantage going with that?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on FCR. Again, I feel like they keep putting him in these positions where, like, a lot of it is hinging upon him. Saw with the Night Stalker in the previous game. Now he's going to be on this Brewmaster. And, like, I look over at the side of TSM and, like, a white mod Enchantress is very spooky. Tomato's no stranger to Sven. Bryle is, he's not afraid of doing whatever it is he needs to do in mid. And right now, Dazzle is definitely the hero du jour.
Yeah, I also think that Enchantress does pretty well against Skywrath in the lane, to be honest. They did pick the Sky against the Enchantress, so maybe they disagree. You get the Magic Burst later, which can be nice for killing her. But just for laning phase, once level 2 Enchant comes out, those creeps are going to be really obnoxious when you have no armor at all on Sky. And that's when the laning stage becomes tricky for Brewmaster.
Yeah, I'm curious to see just how lightning fast TSM is going to want to play this and how Ke Stars is going to be able to keep up. It's going to be quite the uphill battle, I feel, in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I think so. So finally we get our eyes on a Dazzle game here. The hero of the hour that has been banned over and over. Let's see exactly what they can do with it here on the side of TSM.
I fully expect to hear lots of sounds of disgust, honestly. From what I have seen with Dazzle right now, it's gross hero. But, they left it in the pool, so take advantage. This is TI. Nobody wants to go home. And TSM's already in a great spot right now, so I don't think they feel as much pressure as Ke Stars does currently.
Yeah, I think so. They're in a pretty comfortable spot in the groups, but another win here would be really massive for them still. They can still fight for that, upper placement. We have the smoke out, of course.
They did it. They finally did it, Waga. They bought the smoke.
Yeah, and they have good kill potential as well. So they're going around, putting down a ward.
Yeah, but Whitemon's smoke broke, so they knew. They backed off immediately.
Yeah, he was standing in a good position and just immediately runs to the other side of the tower. Not going to get caught out. And he might be able to suss out the ward placement on that cliff as well, just from that information.
30 seconds to battle.
Anyway, Ke Stars holding both the bottom runes very safely here, and maybe they will make a move towards taking the top one as well.
My God, Dazzle has two games where he's 100% win rate on Dire.
Yeah, I mean, it's very few games of Dazzle played so far, so it's hard to read into the win rates.
What does it augur, Wagga? We're on Dire. Brian's got Dazzle. The stats don't lie.
It's over. Fold it in.
Nah, it's not over. It's not over, for sure. I'm curious to see... So it's the position 5 with the Natures there with King Jungle. It's going to be paired up with Costa.
Yeah, he's going to be playing that safe lane, trying to harass. So it's going to be the double melee lane into Nature's Prophet. So you can potentially do a lot of auto-attacking here on the lane. Of course, has to be careful about the gush, though.
It's a weird time to be in Dota when you see that the Dazzle is paired up against the Zeus in mid. Bryle is completely controlling for the most part here.
He's going to be very aggressive with the heal as well. The Shadow Wave is annoying for Zeus to try and last it into, because we can always try and mess with the Arc Lightning, just healing right when the creeps are about to be last hit.
Oh gosh, Ari just finds King Jungle's courier. Those are some tangos and a sentry that's just not going to be delivered. That hurts.
Yeah, that's gonna mean that they can't deblock the small camp now, so bit of a pull advantage there.
Xani just throwing his weight around. In the top lane, checking what's Mod on Whitemon. King RD has taken a lot of harass from Whitemon here.
This is the Enchantress experience. He has the Nature's Attendant, so he knows if they try and turn and go on him, then he's just going to heal up. And he's getting so much auto-attacking done here, even laying into the Brewmaster.
Put a little pressure. King Jungle's jumping top. Use the Stormhammer, but they get the kill on Tomato. So nicely played here by the Ke Stars. Whitemon trying to just out-heal here with these sprites, but it's just too much.
Okay, first rotation working out beautifully here for Nature's Prophet. Gets a tip from his CK as well, as he's quickly back to bottom lane. I mean, that's the value that you can get from Nature's Prophet. Normally, it takes a little bit longer before you see a rotation, but the lane was pushed so far that he could just go comfortably behind them. No worries about, you know, the support reaction. Spirit Breaker had no chance to help out there.
Yeah, I was curious to see if, you know, they were going to try to put more pressure onto Costa during that, but it really wasn't too much that they could do at that time.
I mean, it's just CSing. There's no way you kill a full HP CK, and he didn't even skill stun, so he knows this lane. He's just needing to get the Chaos Strike going so he can sustain himself on the lane and give the Nature's Prophet a chance to leave. Costa Bill has to be careful.
Yeah, Costa's being slapped a little bit, but he's got King Jungles to back him up.
So close to level 3 on the Tide. If he got level 3 there, he could have gushed him, but didn't get it in time. Has level 2 Anchor Smash Dongle.
Level 4 on Zeus, level 4 on Dazzle. Brawl just a little bit further ahead here currently, but not by much.
Yeah, the Zeus is working out decently against Dazzle, but he's still not really getting like free farm, and Dazzle is always the one kind of pushing the lane more, and Zeus just playing on the defense.
I like the aggressiveness of Bryle, the way that he's sitting up towards this, you know, on the high ground, going for these last hits. Top lane, though, a little bit of pressure being placed over onto Whitemon, and King Jungle's just going to go and hold Tomato in place, but goes right through the trees. Whitemon jukes through. Now Tomato in a little bit of a pickle here. They've got lots of nukes, and he's trying to hide underneath his tower, trying to hide in the trees, but the trees are not your friend, not when there's a Nature's Prophet. So that's another kill going the way to Ke Stars.
Again, no TP reaction. This time, I think Ari kind of needed to be there on Spirit Breaker. They charged bottom instead, tried to go on the CK as the Nature's Prophet TP'd out. But if he was top, maybe he could have helped during the tower dive there.
He's going to try to block this water rune. But in all, he's just going to stick into the lane currently.
Oh, they took the top rune with the Skywrath coming over, though, so no refill for Analog here.
That feels bad. But at least the other lanes are going really well for him this time around, so...
Yeah,
the I will do without so the other lanes may prosper.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to have to run base with that, but Dazzle enjoying some farm meanwhile.
I mean, it's one of those things where you can't stay on the map that low. Not when there's something like a Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he also needs to get mana so that he has mana by level 6. It's an important thing. Once he gets ulti, they need to try and make something happen with it. They see him tipping in mid now. He puts down a sentry ward. All right, it's not a sentry ward. It's an observer ward named sentry ward. He just renamed it.
I hate that. Charge down to the bottom lane, though, over onto Costa. Choo-choo, here comes the Spirit Breaker. King Jungles, though? Thinking about teleporting out? Nah. Brile finds a kill on King RD.
He committed hard for that, though, and just gets the auto attack down.
Yeah.
It's a pretty costly death for him as Zeus gets a lot of experience from it. And with mana boots now, his ulti is ready. They can start looking towards the side lanes. With the respawn of Sky here, I think he can go and make a kill happen, either bottom or top, whichever he prefers. Or he could bottom refill.
Priority. Top lane again. They just keep showing up and bothering Tomato. There it is. Okay, they do finally send Ari towards the top lane and Brile, so FCR most likely going to die for this, but they don't get any bashes here, so we'll be able to teleport away.
Yeah, finally they get the punishment at least, and the top rune is going to be denied, so Zeus again, this bottle not going to be refilled more than just from the TP of Sky.
This is good, though. This is what I want to see Ke Stars do in their other matches, is play aggressively.
I mean, they're getting so much out of their top lane.
They've got themselves a troll. Silence over onto Whitemon, but it doesn't matter. Brile will still be able to get this kill. So we're starting to see this brawl come out from both sides.
30 seconds now for the Wisdom Rune. We'll see maybe Whitemon go in for a steal. He's trying to sneak around. But yeah, Sven is getting shut down pretty hard. Dimato, while his CS is still decent, he has died 3 times already in this game.
I'd like to see some stacks going on for him to try to play catch up, because he is one of those heroes that has that cleave built in. So it's definitely worth it. Nature's Prophet's going to try to steal that Wisdom Rune here from Whitemon, but Whitemon says absolutely not. We're on to your games. Might have to pop those sprites, though.
I mean, he's taking a bit of damage from the auto attacks, but he's just standing his ground, waiting for the health coming in.
Here comes Ari. Run right into King Jungles. They should be enough damage, perhaps. Ooh, no, not with that wand and not with the TP. So he's going to make it out safely.
Didn't get lucky there. 70% not working out for him. So a lot of space made by King Jungle, who's having a really good start here. Been involved in 4 out of 5 kills. Didn't get the steal on the Wisdom Rune, but still forcing both the supports to be busy there for a while. This a very nice impact so far.
Smoke play coming out from Ke Stars. Skywrath and the Brewmaster are making their way towards this middle area. They're hunting for Costa. He is over here on the side. They'll even drop a ward to see anyone coming through that gate, as Brile needs to be careful. Ooh, this is not looking good here for Brile. No points in the shallow grave, so he is absolutely toast.
Yeah, even ulting for it. They can push mid tower with the ulti, so it's not really wasted. Just committed for the kill and then quickly go towards this tower. That should bring the tower down as well. Meanwhile, TSM are pushing bottom with a Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, Kasane has that in good time, so we'll continue to push as the middle falls, and this bottom tower probably not long for this world either.
Yeah, the attention is being thrown towards it. At least the Spirit Breaker still hanging around, waiting if anyone is defending.
Dazzle working towards that Agnum Scepter for the upgrade for the Shadow Weave.
It's the common build for mid Dazzle, just getting it immediately so you can target the enemy is really nice. Allows him to farm so much faster and even good for team fighting.
Will we see any variations with this build, or?
No, it's usually just
standard.
the Aghanims first, and then kind of going back for like Manta styles, pretty common. Just laying into the universal item build.
Sending the TPs, they want to try to make something happen here because they know that the split's on cooldown. They'll find themselves analog though, so they'll rip him off the mark. Now the chase is on. Whitemon has himself that blood grenade. In comes FCR. They want to kill on Whitemon. They'll be able to find it, but Kasane, he's got the Ravage. They want to try to use it, and he will indeed use it, followed up with that Meteor Hammer. They've already taken down King RD. They'll get themselves a kill on FCR too. Good rotations coming out from the side of TSM.
Yeah, TSM swing big. They're getting some really nice kills, and now sticking around in the area as well, going for the tier 1 tower and TPing into defend. It's going to be pretty scary. You don't have great vision in the area if you're Dire here, or if you're Radiant here. So maybe this tier 1 tower has to be given up. Let's see if they want to try and defend.
Well, they'll use the fortification at the very least to hold on to it a bit longer.
Ryle was in the enemy ancient area and scouted that there's a stack. Ooh, has to be careful, mid.
Got Whitemon nearby, though. Whitemon should be able to keep him alive a little bit longer thanks to those sprites. In comes King Jungle, though. King RD getting charged, though, on the back lines. They'll kill Bryle, end up losing King RD. And now it looks like Ari's going to try to run for safety, but he doesn't have a tower to go to. Split's going to be up in about 9 seconds if FCR wants to commit, but looks like he doesn't. Just wants to push back Ari. Wrath of Nature not going to be quite enough to finish him down.
They get 2 nice kills there, but they moved a lot of heroes towards mid, or 1 kill, I should say. But meanwhile, top, this Tidehunter just being ignored, so he's going to slowly bring down this tower. And all this time as well, Sven going back, finding some time to recover and jungle up.
Top tower has fallen.
And that is the power of the Meteor Hammer, right? You know, when it came out, everybody laughed at it, but has definitely proven to be very effective on these heroes that you just don't want to engage really early on, unless you absolutely have to.
I mean, it was called a meme hammer for a reason. The first iteration of Meteor Hammer was so weak, but it got a few really nice buffs over time, and it suits perfectly for Tidehunter to just ramp up his farm and also give him some pushing. So he utilizes it nicely here to farm a pulled camp, getting 2 camps at once.
Yeah, he's working towards those boots of travel here.
That's probably nice for him. Being able to join in globally in this game is not a bad idea.
Bryle. They've already got the charge. Kasane making his way over. King RD might have chased just perhaps a little bit too far. No, they find their target. They get their kill. They use the split. Now Ari, he is left pretty much alone. He's trying to reel up, tries to use that nether strike, but not going to be able to. They still have the Panda. They've got the vision on Kasane. He's going to have Ravage in about 7 seconds, but I don't think he's going to use it because he doesn't have his Sven. He doesn't have the rest of his team. And it's taking a while to get this kill. He turns back around because FCR, he's deep underneath the tower, followed up with the Meteor Hammer, and they have that Verdant Gale just keeping him alive a little bit longer. Good play here coming out from TSM to try to turn around and get something out of it.
Yeah, Sven turning around nicely there. Getting this kill on FCR, I think, is massive because he's had such a nice game so far, and you don't want him getting towards that early Radiance that Brewmasters want to get towards. He has the Midas, of course, already saving up gold for Radiance, 1,200 gold in the bank. But the moves so far, Ke Stars, they're the ones playing with more aggression, I feel. They make a lot of rotations, and this time, after taking the fight, go straight towards the tier 1. So, gonna open up the map a little bit for themselves with 2 towers removed.
Yeah, I like this. I like the aggression. I'm all for it. And the flip side of this, though, is that Tomato very slowly but surely is starting to catch up in the farm. He's got the Mask of Madness. He's got the Oblivion Staff. He's going to have himself that Echo Saber coming out to him right now. And he's only a little bit behind from the CK. 6.7k net worth on CK, 6.3 on Sven. So, yes, they're making these moves on the side of Ke Stars, but they also have to address the Sven. Because he will catch up.
I'm curious to see Costa Bill and when he's gonna be joining in for these fights, because so far he's 0-0-0, hasn't joined for any fight. CK, you know, isn't necessarily a hero that you just want to farm all game long. You want to find a timing. Looks like he's building Echo Saber, so I'm expecting Echo into Blink probably, and then try to just pick off Dazzle over and over. So he's probably farming for that as his goal to initiate. But the late game, Sven does really well against CK if you just let the game play out.
Yeah, Brow's getting closer and closer to that Agnum Scepter as well, so... It's weird to see Bryle on these heroes that, like, sit back and farm. I've always been more of a fan of him on, like, very active heroes, but I think that's his what do you call it? That's his activation, I guess, right? That one item is when we're really going to start to see him ramp up.
Yeah, Dazzle isn't really necessarily all about farming. It's just he wants Aghanim Scepter because then he can start fighting a little bit more comfortably. Since they don't really have a combination for him otherwise, they don't have some Naga Siren or something to Shadow Wave onto. But once you get Ags, you just click it on the enemy. And I think he has been joining a lot of fights, but Ke Stars, this Skywrath has really been working out well to silence him.
Got a lot of heroes in the jungle, though, on the side of TSM currently. I'd like to see them be a little bit more active, perhaps.
They are 5-man juggling right now. They are just waiting timings. This is fully timing based. They want to wait and play towards something else. Sven isn't really ready. They want his BKB preferably, so he doesn't get just controlled by Brewmaster. And even on... Oh, actually, Tide got a little bit far out here.
I think he's okay, though. The rest of the team is, while they are all farming, most of them are pretty close, except for Tomato. He does have to be careful because they're hunting him. They're smoked up. They know that he's got to be in this potential area. As look at King Jungles. He's going to wait patiently. The foreteller of doom. Throws out the Wrath of Nature, throws out the trees, everything in the kitchen sink, even the split dedicated here to getting the kill.
Oh, they canceled the TP on Skywrath, so they want to stick around and push bottom as well. Spearbreaker is behind all this, but they should be thinking about defending. Zeus left. There's no Zeus bottom. This is dangerous for Ke Stars.
I mean, they see King RD. He's easy pickings right now, especially with Bryal right there. Said dead Skywrath, they'll go and grab themselves FCR, and he's already used the splits. This is a little bit spooky for him, but they don't have anything to cancel out the teleport. So he's out and going to safety. King Jungle's gonna go grab himself one of these Greater Lotuses.
Yeah, very tough to get a cancel there. The bash, you could say that he's unlucky, but you know he doesn't have any True Strike, and that was Wind Stance level 4 with Drunken buff as well. So very difficult to get a cancel on FCR.
Would you have liked to see Kasane join that fight? Because he does have his shards. He's got Ravage, he's got his shard. He could make something happen there.
I'm honestly a little bit confused that he didn't choose to do so. Yeah. He also has Travels level 2 queued up right now, so he wants to be ready to join on the Tidehunter, onto the Spearbreaker perhaps? Jump the backline?
Maybe?
If he goes for that, that's a really baller play. Level 2 Travels is not very common. Surely he goes for Lotus first, though. I don't know. We'll see. He's having a pretty quiet game so far on Tidehunter, and he is the strongest one on his team.
So I'm a little surprised that, again, with the Boots of Travel, I figure you want to probably join in early. Although top lane, there's Costa. Just going to try it back and forth. That Wrath of Nature hurts, though. And in comes the Skywrath. Not quite enough to finish off Kasane. I feel like he wanted it, but Tomato's nearby. He's going to give him that little bit of war cry. He's just going to scooty booty his way out.
10-second cooldown on the Zeus ulti. He has it just about now, but it's too late as the Tide already got to safety. They're going to try and go towards Roche here. Very early Roche attempt. See if there's any reaction. TSM, they don't really seem to be fully aware of this. They had a ward nearby, but of course they smoke and ran through it.
Yeah, they're going to the bottom, so they've got no idea. And they've got great vision up in the dire jungle, too. So they know that they are perfectly safe. They can get this Roche.
This is really clutch. Getting this Aegis over in the hands of the Zeus here. I think you take it. Yeah, Zeus gonna snag it up. This will give him a nice sense of security as well in the fights.
Yeah, for items, so the Radiance is completed now for the Brewmaster. Pipe of Insight's going to be completed for White Mon very shortly. What else?
He's portaling? He wants to portal third bottom. That's a dangerous portal to do, though. But he's going behind them.
Oh, there's FCR, sees Ari, but he can just charge away if he wants. Tidehunter's nearby. Oh, Kai's just going to teleport out. So they'll end up losing Ari, and Tide, he doesn't teleport out. Okay.
I mean,
that was a little bit of indecision there.
He tried to TP on the Spearbreaker. He just got cancelled by Brewmaster ulti and the CK coming in as well. So no way
He's
to
so
really
close, though. He could have just walked.
Yeah, I don't know. Now running away from bottom. The Brewmaster ulti being committed. I think this gives a nice window here for TSM to make a play. Feels like TSM are playing very, very cautiously this game.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that because it does feel aggressive in terms of what they drafted. But let's see, Ags is completed now for Dazzle.
Yeah, he's had the Aghanims for a while. I wonder if he's gonna go for the shard.
It's a lot of magic burst damage.
Again, it's Ke Stars who are just making more aggressive rotations here, running heroes together and looking for kills. Bottom, we see a charge onto support Nature's Prophet at least.
Okay, so this is fun because when Ahri's charging, Kasane can start teleporting.
Yep.
That's actually I love this.
I mean, this is definitely pretty crazy going for the level 2 travels early. I feel like Tidehunter may be a hero where you can do it, but it's giving up so much. Like, it's very expensive to go for the upgrade on it, but now we should be seeing them have more aggressive intent, because if you go level 2 travels early and then you don't make ganks, then what's the point even? So surely they need to start finding these pickoffs on anyone who shows on side lanes and utilize what they have now.
I mean, BKB is done on Sven too, so we could potentially see them being way more aggressive coming out from side TSM. You've got the Boots of Travel, you've got the Dead in the Water and the Ravage on your Tidehunter. So I'd love to see just a lot of aggressive vision being placed coming out from TSM and like really forcing Ke Stars to, you know, do these D wards, have your Zeus, you know, take a look around.
I think
because he is squishy.
A big thing to mention, though, is Tidehunter going for this build in particular is risky because CK has a Silver Edge already. And if he breaks you and you went for Travels level 2, you have no survivability. He dies to just one stun and Reality Rift. So he's in the area right now. If CK manages to connect, it would be super dangerous. Needs to wait, though. Cooldown on Silver Edge again.
Ooh, that's another kill on Whitemon. Costa. He's got the Silver Edge like we talked about. He knows that there's a Tidehunter here. Tomato joining in though.
He wants him.
He wants him anyways. Yeah, look at this. But there's the follow-up. Ahri's here, so's Tomato. Gonna allow him to just get that Ravage off. Go for the Meteor Hammer. Almost bonks him out of position. But now King RD's here. They want Brile. Got the Silence and got the Nuke. They'll get the kill. Tomato, though, chasing after King RD. Has another Storm Hammer. Starts chopping away at him. There's gonna be the charge over onto Analog. They want to make them pay for this. They're not happy about this at all. Analog, that's gonna be the first life. As now, these Burlings, they can't stay alive long enough, it feels like. Do manage to get Ahri. Chasing after Whitemon now. Kasane's already leaving. They don't have the super nuke damage that they had coming out from Scarth, but they still have a Zeus.
He has E-Blade ready. They can burst this Ench pretty hard.
Tomato's just going to teleport out. They don't want to be here anymore. Yep, there's the E-Blade, there's Lightning Bolt, and there's the kill.
And meanwhile, Nature's Prophet goes for a little TP in, steals the Wisdom Rune right under their nose, and even though they have the Watcher, they are not there in time to punish it. So good turnaround there. It started pretty bad for CK, since just unfortunately for him, both Sven and the Spirit Breaker were nearby. But at the end of the day, they bring over more heroes and just overpower TSM.
See the power of a Sven against a Brewmaster, though, with all those Brewlings. He just cut through them so quickly.
Yeah, he did a good job microing, splitting up a little bit there, and of course has the shard to end his ulti whenever he wants. So shouldn't die to it, but his ulti losing some of its effectiveness.
Brian does need some protection because they are hunting him constantly, it feels like.
He's going Manta style. Manta style is good here against the Cinder Brew and against the Silence.
So Ahri jumping in the middle of everyone. In comes the Tidehunter. Trying to get into a good position. Does not have the Ravage, but does have that thing. So I finish off King RD.
That's pretty nasty, actually, because he has the shard. Put the Dead in the Water on them as well.
Wasn't quite enough to save his teammate there, but yeah. It's definitely interesting because any time that you jump on someone, Kasane can be there as long as that TP is off cooldown, and it's not a long cooldown.
Yeah, and he got himself the plate mail on Tide now, so not as much at risk of dying to the CK. CK is hunting him again.
He's hunting him again. Here comes Brile, though. Brile's like, They thought about sending King Jungles in there, but they decided against it. They don't know where Sven is currently. Do you find Whitemon? Mon using the sprites does have the Pipe of Insight completed. And it doesn't look like they want to go and use that split. They will actually use it though. So Tomato's going to be thrown up into the air by the Cyclone Panda.
Yeah, let's see if they can find any kill here, though. This is just a Brewmaster ulti for nothing right now, as they don't have a creep wave. And I think the ulti's just kind of wasted here.
I say so.
It does keep them a little bit at bay, I guess, on the side of TSM, but it's not threatening to kill anything. And now, pretty big power spike window here, where Tidehunter has Ravage ready, has that level 2 travels that we've seen already, so they should probably make a move on TSM.
Yeah, they're smoked up. TSM has decided that now they are going to be the ones that knock. They're making their way coming through the jungle.
The charge is coming. King Jungles, he sniffs it out, I think. He's gonna be safe.
He's out. He's out.
Radiant are scanning.
But that gives them full control of this Radiant part of the jungle now. You can see everybody's just backing off on the side of Ke Stars. They're like, something doesn't seem right. We're not seeing people showing in lane. And we saw Spirit Breaker maybe doing some weird stuff there on the creep wave. Let's just play it safe, get into the base.
It's a good idea to back off. They have really good vision out, and they don't see anyone. So obviously they know about the smoke rotation, and they do not want to lose one of their key heroes again, especially Chaos Knight right before he gets his BKB would be very punishing. So just sit back, play a bit patient. At the same time, TSM, you know, we saw that everyone was in base, but it took a while before they actually had a vision of where Ke Stars are. Both teams dewarding a bit, and Chandra's gonna go and get rid of the ward on the high ground here that spotted out the smoke.
So what's the next big item for each of these teams? Because they're sitting back just kind of farming, but
the big timing for TSM right now is that they're about to finish AC on Sven, and they also, of course, have that Mad Style coming up on Dazzle in just 500 gold right now. And Sven only needs 350 more gold, so very close to getting a lot stronger. Even Tidehunter is, you know, closing in on what looks to be a BKB next item in 1,000 gold. But over on the side of Ke Stars, it's the BKB that I mentioned. They need it on Chaos Knight really badly. And they're going for their own Assault Cuirass on the Brewmaster.
Roche is going to be respawning in about 13 seconds. I'd like to see them put a priority on that.
Yeah, top part of the map, very important now. That's why we see King Jungle TP in and put a ward. He's going to run into Kasane, though.
Just a little mushroom man fighting with a big old Kraken dude. Meme Hammer coming in. You'll see King RD is here. Tomato here off to the side, but he's being held into place. Uses that BKB. Now, it looks like Brow should be able to get the kill on King Jungles. There's still that little bit of a run here from Ari.
They have to run on TSM. Sven getting healed up now.
I mean, if
But
they
using your BKB and ulti like that and getting nothing, I mean, Nature's Prophet, he's happy to feed 20 more times if he needs to. It's not even that bad to die on this hero.
I mean, this also puts them at a disadvantage if they wanted to go for that Roche because it is up. In fact, see King RD making his way over towards the pit.
Yeah, they're gonna get the D ward at least for TSM here, so cleaning the way towards the Roche, but we see Ke Stars just starting it. I think they're feeling confident because Sven doesn't have ulti or BKB, so very difficult for him to contest this.
They have a smoke over on Ari, but looks like they're just going to have Kasane continue to push out. BKB is completed, though, now for Tidehunter, and he's got Ravage. I just don't think they're going to be able to get over there in time. They smoke.
Yeah, they smoke, but it's looking to be a little bit too late here. We'll see. They're rushing over.
Now Ari running through, sees King Jungles. There's the split, and they just back off. They're like, okay, they're already in the pit. Let's just leave. We've gotten the split out from FCR. We do not need to fight this at this time. Although they could potentially still go in on this because they don't have...
They're going for Sven. They're going for Sven. The rotation down bottom instead. He's gonna smell it though, Tomato. Not gonna get caught by it.
They're still
very
hunting.
Awkward here as both teams are kind of dodging each other on one side of the map each.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been
A little free Roshan or courier kill there for Spirit Breaker, working towards his Octarena's next item. Now with Aegis in hand though, this gives definitely CK a little bit of an easier time to run in and look for those pickups with Silver Edge, knowing that you can't just die immediately. You can always respawn and use the BKB.
Got the Enchanted Quiver on Dazzle. That always is very nice.
Ari went for the damage talent on 15 on Spirit Breaker. That's pretty rare. Usually it's the bulldoze that we see come out. I suppose because he's against Brewmaster.
He just be
You could
dispelled.
say, yeah, it gets dispelled a lot, but
Like when they clicked on it, they on the hunt though. They saw Analog was here. They need to stun him though, and they just don't have it in time.
oh man. That's not the first time Timado uses his ulti like that and doesn't get to connect cleanly there. Even with the Blink Dagger, doesn't really catch Analog, who nicely evades it there with the Blink and the Heavenly Jump.
Would you have liked to see Tomato just continue to push down here with the team?
Middle tower is under attack.
Kind of hard to push into the Aegis. I think it's smart to back up and just
Okay.
play the map a little bit. You don't necessarily want to take a fight close to the enemy towers when the enemy have Aegis. So he also used his early ulti there, so would be very tough.
It's like he is going to regroup with the team though after pushing out the top wave. So, Enchantress gonna run into FCR. Should be able to teleport out in time though.
Okay, gets to safety. Meanwhile,
Ryle?
behind
Ooh.
though.
Right, it's gonna get spotted out here, but oh, the tables have turned because here comes Tomato. He's here. He's gonna be able to help
Here comes
assist.
the cavalry though.
Cavalry is indeed here. They don't have the God Strength for a little bit longer, so Brown will end up dying. BKB gets used on Tomato, but he's just gonna try to teleport out. We'll be able to manage it. That's not how you want to use those BKBs. His Analog's just facing off with Ari. Wind Panda, though, making sure that he can't teleport away. Is he going to be able to charge out in time? He's silenced. Too much nuke. Very nicely done by Costa.
Good TPM by Nature's Prophet there as well. King Jungle, the very selfless TP. He knew that that was an extremely risky one-way ticket that he purchased, and sadly he does go down. But at the back of they get some nice advantage now, pushing in, stealing away the Tormentor as Sven is nowhere near and can't really fight anymore.
Yeah, now we get lightning hands for Zeus.
Yeah, it's a nice little buff to get, I guess.
Oh, look at him. He's got like no fear of Tomato because he knows that he had to TP out.
Oh, the root from the
Look at this. Okay, all right, they're going to try to send it. Oh, the Ravage, though, coming into play with the Meteor. Costa was not expecting that. That is going to be the Aegis down Tomato. They're trying to keep him alive. They've got some of these sprites Analog. He's trying to do what he can to help out, but Tomato will eventually end up dying as Kasane on the run will use his BKB. Does not have the TP, though, and it's just bodies chasing after him, slapping him around. This is not looking good now for Kasane, as he will eventually die.
Oh, that was really big for Ke Stars there. Looked like they might be able to turn it around. They tried with all the healing they had, but they didn't have the potential to really take that fight there as well. Not quite enough resources to save the Sven after he loses that much HP immediately. And we see the Sven taking any fight without BKB ready is nearly impossible. Just a random root from the Nature's Prophet ulti, and he basically got screwed by that.
That was some cheeky shit coming out from Analog. Let's be really honest there. Like, he's like, oh, you don't have BKB. I'm not afraid of you. And then he calls in his friends. But the rest of the team, they were there so quickly. End up losing an Aegis, but they've already broken up here into the high ground. Another stun over onto Bryle. The chase is on. They want to get rid of this Dazzle. And it looks like they should manage it. He's trying really hard to stay alive, but he's held in the trees. It's a mega kill for Costa as he uses his BKB, turns his attention now over to these racks. No Dazzle for 50-something. We'll have Tidehunter come up shortly, but he doesn't have Ravage. And of course, Sven will be up very, very soon. But they're going to finish off these racks and then potentially just leave as they use that Ogre Totem. Tomato joining in, trying to cut through. King Jungles does indeed get left behind. So he will end up falling here. So they'd really love to get their hands on this Brewmaster. He's so fast, though. Got themselves a charge. They've got their own race car as they get a bash back. And they will just start unloading all the damage that they possibly can. But he's so tanky. He's got himself that radiance. He's got himself the Assault Cuirass. So it takes some doing. But eventually they'll get the kill.
Some really big kills to get on the back of that, at least something for TSM. They've been on the back foot this entire game and just struggling. The Dazzle again getting caught out there before the respawns come in. Reality Rift just pulling him out of position, put him in such an awkward spot to defend. So Rax gets taken by Ke Stars. They do lose some on the way out, but still fantastic for them, solidifying a little bit of a lead in buildings there. What I want to see right now, though, on TSM, I feel like they're missing this Dazzle Shard, honestly. Even though it doesn't kill off the CK illusions, having the ability to hex the opponents is so useful. They are kind of lacking in control in these team fights. They're just being held. Like hexing the Zeus or even the Brewmaster can be really big.
Yeah, I expected TSM to explode a lot more than what they're doing. But it's really been the opposite. It's been Ke Stars making these aggressive plays, especially with having the Nature's Prophet, just being super mobile early on.
Yeah, it's worked out really beautifully. I feel like this strat that they're going for with level 2 travels, TPing around with the Spirit Breaker, how much have we really seen it pay off? I feel like it worked like once.
It feels like a meme.
Yeah, it really does. I think they invested so many resources into having the ability to TP on Spirit Breaker. The Tidehunter could have been much more massive earlier into the game, you know, go towards an early Shivas or building towards maybe an Aghanims even for some control and AoE. AoE minus armor with Dazzle is fantastic.
I mean, it's fun. It's fun, and the possibilities are pretty neat. But yeah, we have not seen it implemented in a way that has been very impactful in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Ke Stars have done a good job just reacting to it as well. They haven't been getting caught out a lot by the Spirit Breaker.
They do have a heart on Costa now. And he's hunting through this jungle. They're already off to the side. Satanic is completing now for Sved, so as long as he's able to hit, that gives them a really good chance here.
I almost feel like he needs the harpoon as well to be able to pull himself closer, because he's having some small PC moments too.
Bryo gets caught out, but they do end up using the Thunder God's Wrath for scouting purposes, so.
You know, when that Chaos Bolt comes flying, the only difference between a support Dazzle and a core Dazzle is how much gold you give.
Yep.
He just dies right there. It doesn't matter. Your core? Okay, well, CK doesn't think so.
Well, they're trying to force Tomato to BKB. Whitemon's here, though. Just gonna use the healing sprouts, bring him right back up again.
And now playing towards bottom. They do have a charge onto the Nature's Prophet, but this is on the tower.
I mean, they're gonna go for it anyways. They've got 3 heroes here. They've got the Ravage available on Kassan if they want to try to use the BKB. Gets committed by Tomato. So he just wants to teleport out. He doesn't want to stay here any longer, so he's out. Whitemon and Kasane have been left behind. It's a big tanky Tide boy, but doesn't have his backup, so I think he just wants to try to run as Ari uses that Shadow Blade. He's waiting to see if he can... Nah, this is a dead Kasane.
Chasing for Ari. They do have the Zeus for Vision. Oh, he gets the charge in time, though. That fight felt really awkward as well. Going under tower like that, they used the BKB very early on Sven to try and bring down the Furion, but then they don't have it for the team fight. So he just says, peace team, I'm TPing out, and then it's every man for himself. So sure, you killed off the support Nature's Prophet, but now you lost your Tidehunter, one of your biggest heroes. So again, a move that is questionable at best for TSM. They're really struggling to find good fights against Ke Stars here.
Yeah, they have the opportunity to get another Roche, and there's really nothing that they can do without having this Tidehunter up, so showing signs of life. I like it.
CK also building towards that Bloodthorn as his next item, gonna give himself even more attack speed and more bursts. The damage when the Orchid sets is so massive on the Bloodthorn. The 60% of the damage you took during it, and that's a lot with the CK.
I have just not felt any impact coming out from this Dazzle.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't know. The Dazzle is a very strong hero, but honestly, I think a lot of it comes back to his shard. It's a very useful shard to have, and it's 37 minutes, and he still didn't elect to go for it. Even if you can't kill the CK illusions, you could hex all of them, and you know, then they don't do any damage during it.
That makes a big difference.
It's one of those classic moments. He wants it from the Tormentor, so it's like, I'll get it for free, guys. I want it for free. I don't want to pay for it. I just want to get it from Tormentor, guys. And they just play the entire game without shard because of it.
Greedy, greedy core.
Yeah, still doesn't.
Right. Oh, they Analog sees Ari right away here. It's just gonna be forced to charge on out.
Ooh, he missed.
They
the
were trying.
Close. They wouldn't really be able to catch him anyway, though. The Spirit Breaker kind of doing what he wants right now. He also got the Timeless Relic on Spirit Breaker. That's a huge neutral item for him.
Pressure being placed on the bottom lane. Tomato forced away. He's working towards that overwhelming blink as his next item, but I feel like Tomato has not been really close to his team this entire game.
He's been there, but he usually just TPs out immediately, or he gets focused and gets brought down early in the fights. It's been Ke Stars honestly doing a really good job controlling this Sven. And now they're pushing high ground with the Aegis. CK posting some big question here. What are you gonna do if I just hit the building?
Pro's just whacking away at him. Xane, though, joining in. There's the hit here coming out from Ari. They're going to try to burst down this Aegis first time around.
Still has the Aegis, though.
Still, yeah, they've got the vision on Costa. They're going to see if they can try to build it down. That's that double Mystic Flare coming into play. Ari going, he's getting just hit so hard here. As Kasane in position, he's silenced. They're not going to be able to use that Ravage as they dive a bit deep. Especially coming out from King Jungles. They need to protect Tomato. There it is. There's that Ravage we talked about. It's going to be able to get the kill on King Jungles. They still have an Aegis, though. Things are scary. Tomato trying to fight his way through. Still trying to put as much damage as they can. Kasane hitting away over onto FCR, but they'll end up losing Tomato. He's gonna have to buy back. White Man also to Kasane. They're just losing people left and right and being forced to buy back. Costa is a raid boss right now. They just cannot seem to take him down, and they'll need to take him down twice. More buybacks. They really want this kill. It's very expensive. FCR joining back and does not have to split. Waiting to provide any sort of support, Costa. All right, there it is. They're going to try to keep him alive just a little bit longer, but they have the meme hammer holding him down into place. FCR doing everything he can, but without that split, he can't do much. It's just everything in the kitchen sink being used on Costa. So be the charge forward. They're hoping to get FCR. Again, no split available on this guy. They need to go bash him out of that TP. He's not going to be able to finish it. An expensive fight for TSM, but they do manage to finally get the kill on Costa, and they managed to grab one more on their way out.
Yo, the unsung hero of that fight is Ari, the Spirit Breaker, doing so much in that fight, just controlling everybody over and over with the charge. It cost them a lot. Triple buyback is a lot of resources committed, but they did get some big kills. They got 2,500 gold for killing CK, 1,600 plus gold for killing the Brewmaster. So the buybacks, sure, but they immediately got paid for it.
Look at the experience and net worth. All of a sudden, that shift. It's pretty big.
Yeah. And finally, that shard up on the Dazzle as well.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Together with the Spirit Breaker continuously charging with his Timeless Relic and Octarine Core, the Dazzle providing the Hex as well could be enough AoE control for them to win some fights.
Did he finally get the shard? Oh, thank God.
Yeah, going for a steal now on the Tormentor. It's a very fast steal.
Oh, yeah. Tomato will help himself to his own shard for the Ward Cry. Undispellable feels very, very good when you're up against a Brewmaster.
Yeah, it's fantastic here. Also, just getting a bit of extra armor for everyone is very useful against the CK. I mean, he has so much damage, he might still be killing you, but it's gonna at least maybe push some people over the threshold where they survive. The big part being the Undispellable, though, for sure.
Gotcha.
Now we will see Ke Stars. They've been having the advantage this entire time, but can they really close out the game? We're heading towards the late game where I've been saying Sven does match up really well against the CK. The farm difference is negligible here between the two of them. CK is at 28,000 versus the 27,000 Sven.
Sane getting closer and closer to the 25 mark.
Now also has the ideas of Refresher. He's got the two cornucopias already. Just needs to farm 1,700 more gold for the recipe.
If there's any more big items coming out here. Do you have the Ags now for Spirit Breaker? And they go for a smoke over on the side of Ke Stars. So they're hoping they can get a pick and potentially make something out of this.
Yeah, they're trying to be a little bit sneaky as well and play Roshan area, perhaps set up some vision ahead of time. But for now, nobody in that area. TSM all sitting inside their base apart from Kasane, who's out in the bottom part. Using the Nature's Prophet Treants here to try and scout. It's basically the only way you use the Nature's Call nowadays. It's not really used for pushing much, but for scouting, giving some vision.
It's useful. Coast revealing himself over on the creep wave.
Yeah, they will scout out Enchantress as well, so they find out where they are.
Another smoke getting
again.
used.
Dire are scanning.
It's a lot of resources used here.
They're sneaking in through the mid. Look at this.
Ooh, could be huge.
Could be huge indeed, as they're going to start chopping away over at these pandas. Again, they have this little bit of a rip, but they've got the BKB, so it's not going to affect Ari at all with that Mystic Flare. As Whiteman taking the damage. FCR, all right, there it is. A beautiful Ravage coming out from Kasane. They slice through this Brewmaster. Kosa, though, he wants Tomato. Wants to try to get there. Another charge coming out from Ari will disrupt. They don't have the Ravage anywhere. Costa dragging back over on Tomato. They're trying to fight each other, but look at this creep damage, too. Tomato, he needs to do more. They've got the Shallow Grave. He needs to hit something, as just King Jungle's on the back line. Tomato will eventually fall. He does not have buyback. As Bryle running, puts down his own Shallow Grave. Buyback comes out now from FCR. Two down on the side of TSM. They want Ari too, and they have it. Bryle also gonna get hit with that concussive shot. But the buildings are falling. Vivo Ke Stars, they waited patiently. And they know that Tomato doesn't have buyback because he bought back very earlier.
Yeah,
King Jungle's buying back. They want to make sure that this is full megas.
They just can't fight against this. There's only two of them, so they're sitting back, hoping maybe to hold their throne here somehow. But CK is just laying into the buildings, and with Brewmaster having ulti again, this is gonna spell GG, I believe.
This is not looking good for the side of TSM. Yeah, look at this Bryle forced to use the BKB. Does have the reality of Pierce that immunity, but see Kasane, they'll turn their attention. They're just throwing bodies at them right now. Like, maybe we can distract them, guys, but nope, they cannot. They are going for that victory, going for the throne. And a little bit of tomfoolery on the back end here. Wanting to pad those stats. The Ravage will come out from Kasane, but the GGs get dropped. And Vivo Ke Stars, they're gonna keep on fighting.
Man, there was a moment there where TSM looked like they were starting to pull the game back, and the net worth difference was only 5,000. But Ke Stars, they tighten up their gameplay again, and with a nice smoke in move there, sending the Brewmaster top to push the tier 3 tower, while they smoke in through bottom, they get a fight that works out pretty well for them. Sven standing his ground, you know, fighting all he can, but ultimately he ran out of gas and just gets bursted from far away.
I'm so confused by what happened with TSM because their draft was super aggressive, right? Like, you have these heroes that I feel should have been able to, you know, band together and start putting pressure down. It just felt like everybody was jungling all the time. Whereas Vivo Ke Stars, like, I love it. Like, this is what I wanted to see earlier. King Jungles with his Nature's Prophet just made so much happen early. Just totally ruined Tomato.
I think they went too much into the meme. The level 2 travels, I'm not convinced by seeing this game. The travel rush on Tide, I don't think it really paid dividends here. And also, the Dazzle just took so long to really be confident in the fights. I understand he wanted the Manta style and wanted the BKB, but honestly, I think Dazzle is supposed to be an earlier timing type mid hero. And he just didn't really have any control over the game. So they kind of just fell on the back foot here in an awkward way. But Ke Stars, they definitely played some really nice Dota here. I think their moves across the map was really good. I'm especially impressed by King Jungle here on his Nature's Prophet. I don't think this was an easy Nature's Prophet game to play, but he made all the right moves, honestly.
Well, I remember during the draft, we just go, wait a minute, they just picked a Nature's Prophet into the Spirit Breaker. Like, that seems crazy. But in this case, like, he was just so active so early on with that teleport, making things happen, like just making Tomato and Whiteman suffer in that top lane. Because that lane should have gone quite well for them, honestly. But when you add in one more person and when you add this gank in so incredibly early, you just lose all momentum.
Yeah, and here we see all the resources committed to kill the Brewmaster, but he had the buyback as well. And then they tried to run away, but they just can't get away with the Sven. This was a tough moment to watch for him as he finally gets, you know, E-bladed up, and even with the help of Bryle, it's not enough. He couldn't get the chain grave on him.
Yeah, honestly, quite surprised that, you know, TSM struggles so much with this draft, but looked great coming out from the side of Vivo Ke Stars. They were very aggressive. That's what I wanted to see. And it was starting to get a little scary towards the end, too. You know, we talk about Sven having that cleave against the Pandas, but Costa, like, held this game in his hand. He's like, okay, I'm really farmed. I've got Analog. Analog played a great game, too, on the Zeus. It just looked great.
He played fantastic on analog for sure. He had the right read as well. The last pick, Zeus, ended up working pretty damn well against the Dazzle in this game. Laned decently, didn't perhaps win the lane, but later on, just sitting at a comfortable distance, nuking into the lineup of TSM. Also, all that magic damage was great for killing Enchantress early game. But honestly, I have to go back. Like, play-wise, I think everything was facilitated by the moves of King Jungle on his Nature's Prophet. He often was the one who got charged under a tier 2 tower. He was the bait. He was the one, you know, going behind the enemy and catching them. And sure, he died, but he caught the enemy in a horrible spot. So look at the smile on the boy right there.
I was about to say, look at this happy boy.
Yeah, I bet he's feeling happy, dude. After that game, that was quite the performance. I'm really impressed by what he did.
Well, I mean, this is one of those matches. Like, this is group stage. This is elimination day. Ke Stars have their backs a little bit against the wall right now. Like, they're going to have to duke it out here with Talon, and they need these wins. TSM, they're in a good position. They can drop a game here. It's not the worst thing in the world. But for Ke Stars, this is starting to become like a do-or-die situation. So they've got to be feeling excellent. And I'm glad to see that, you know, they've got that aggression back. I was worried maybe they wouldn't be able to bounce back after the earlier game with Talon, because Talon played so well. But yeah, no, they look good. I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen here in game number 2, because it is a best-of-2 series. Waga, what do you think? Are they going to be able to do it 2-0, or do you think TSM's going to wake up, go wash their faces, and be like, maybe let's cut back on the memes?
I think TSM were doing some weird stuff here. I think if they play like this, Ke Stars are going to take them again. So we'll see if TSM wake up. Honestly, I'm on Ke Stars here, though. I think this is a good redemption from last series as well. I'm all for it. I want to see them come back and play just as good in game number 2.
All right, well, we will have that game number 2 here for you shortly. But first, we're going to have a short break. Hello, hello, or bom dia if you are a Vivo Ke Stars fan. We have game number 2 of TSM versus Vivo Ke Stars coming up, and it seems that Vivo Ke Stars, they've woken up, they're aggressive, they're hungry, they're looking good, and TSM, on the other hand, maybe leaning a little bit too far into these memes with one of their choices there. But, you know, they're also extremely talented. They have the chance to bounce back for sure. Waga, what do you think we're going to see, or what do you want to see in this game number 2?
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I can tell you what I don't want to see. I don't want to see 5 players on the same team all jungling with no real intention of making something happen. I kept, thinking like, oh, surely the timing is going to be with the level 2 travels here. They're going to non-stop go. But we never really got to that point where TSM just activated. They were always looking for the next item and the next item and the next item. And honestly, playing that style of Dota where you always want to have some form of item advantage over your opponents is very tough. You need to have heroes where you can just go, some combination play where you have chain stuns and just go and kill someone. Even if you're down X amount of gold, if you have the right heroes and the right tools, you can still get kills.
Yeah, I was loving the draft that came out of TSM, to be perfectly honest. They opened strong. They had a Spirit Breaker. They went into, the Dazzle that somehow was uncontested, which is supposed to be such a strong hero. But like you said, they never quite activated. They have these heroes that were able to do things, but it just felt like, and part of that, again, came down to King Jungles ganking the top lane, causing a lot of problems for White Month's Enchantress, and, of course, the spend. There's only so much that you can do when all of a sudden you've got 3 heroes in your lane. They dove the tower several times, Waga. Like, the aggression was real coming out from Vivo Ke Stars, whereas it felt like TSM, they just never got the fighting spirit.
It happened, a tier 2 tower.
That's
it didn't
true.
work out so great for them.
That did
They
happen.
immediately got punished, but no, I agree. I think Ke Stars, they also played not only aggressive Dota, but they understood that, okay, we're against Spirit Breaker, so let's not show heroes on lanes all the time and randomly get charged. When they showed someone, it's going to be with the intent of either immediately TPing out, which Nature's Prophet several times TP'd out in time, or to bait something. And I don't know, they just seem to have a very great read on how to abuse TSM's lineup. TSM, on the other hand, I feel like they got caught in the lull of the game, just kind of going with the flow, and they didn't really go off the beaten path to make a lot of initiatives.
Well, they went off the beaten path with the Tidehunter, right? We saw that he went for the Boots of Travels, level 2 very early, which was a little awkward, just because you were saying, he could have been activated so much earlier if he had different gear, would have been able to maybe, initiate if he had gone for something like the Blink Dagger. It just was a little bit too out of left field. But now's the chance for TSM, they can regroup, they can decide, okay, we should have won that game number 1. Let's try to, figure out a different plan, a different strategy, and see what we can do against the Ke Stars. But Ke Stars, again, this is elimination day. Right now, they're tied with Talon in terms of being eliminated. They need this victory.
Oh, we see a change-up as well already by TSM in the draft. They're banning out the Nature's Prophet first. So, we gave the MVP over to King Jungle on his Nature's Prophet. And I think this is officially TSM giving him the MVP as well. When you first face ban the Nature's Prophet after having, the right tools to deal with him on paper, it just shows he played fantastic. And this leaves Lone Druid, who they banned before. Are they going to ban him now in the next one? They won't be able to get a full repeat because now they can't.
Still ban it.
Yeah, they banned that. And are they going to try and remove the Murata as well? Another hero that they respected. There's also that Treant Protector, of course. If they don't ban Treant Protector, it could be picked early. They go for Pango ban.
Okay. So we'll leave Muerta in the pool if that's something that Ke Stars wants to pick up.
Yeah, they have a lot of options now. There's the Spirit Breaker, there's the Treant Protector still in the pool as well. So they can think about what they want to get rid of and then pick into. So they ban out the Kunkka and pick the Invoker. Yeah. I mean, Kunkka is a hard hero for Invoker, traditionally. We saw something else here on the stream by Mikoto, but that's just Mikoto being Mikoto. He just played so well that he got a level 3 kill on a Kunkka as Invoker. That is not supposed to happen.
Hey, Mikoto, what was it? He's over 12k MMR. Like, that guy's insane.
Oh boy, they go for the immediate Ricky pick.
Okay, all right.
we saw this exact thing by Team Spirit as well, but it was a last pick, right? The Invoker getting a Riki pick against him. Team Spirit were the ones to pick Riki against it because it lanes pretty well against him with this high damage. And it worked out really well for Team Spirit, but Spirit can also do a lot of things and make it look strong. And that was last pick. Now you have all these options for counter-picking the Riki.
Yeah, and again, right now, Team Spirit in TI fighting form, they are still undefeated in their group. They're just absolute beast mode right now. So it's high standards to live up to. But, yeah, picking up the Riki. You know, you still have a little bit of flexibility with this hero. Not as much as you'd like, but should he get countered super hard, you can potentially make a shift.
Yeah, you can definitely play him differently. It's very tough to run Riki as a support anymore, though, so it's probably shifting towards another core role. And if you pick the right tools against him, then it can be hard for him to play from any role. We'll see what the reaction is going to be here from Ke Stars. So far, ban out the Pugna. Another hero that we have seen have some good success.
Yeah,
in the
Ollie
games that
was
we watched.
so good with his positioning on that hero. He made so much happen just in terms of sustain. Had quite a few kills too.
Yeah, also a hero that's just super annoying for Invoker. Cast way too many spells, so you just end up killing yourself onto the ward. So nice to just get rid of it. It's not necessarily that it's a specific combo with TSM here. With the Riki, he doesn't do anything with it really. But just getting rid of it. Naga Siren, next hero that Ke Stars do not want to play against. Something Timado plays very well.
I want to see something active still. I don't want to see like these sit back and farm sort of cores coming out for either side, honestly. Like we said, we want to see people taking their cores and hunting.
I think this is a good spot for TSM to just like ban something they don't want to play against and pick up a Grimstroke. Grimstroke with Riki is really nice. You get yourself the Inkswell on him to dispel him as well. They ban out the Skywrath, who Ke Stars have been having good success with.
Okay.
SD. This SD is kind of shielding already the potential for the Spearbreaker coming out for Ke Stars.
Yeah.
Since that's another hero that does really well against Riki. So already by picking up the SD, you get a way to protect against the EMP as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I do like having that little bit of a save. I feel like that's very useful.
Yeah, he's been very popular lately. I mean, he even got a tiny nerf because he was played so much. The Shadow Demon's proven to be great for counter-initiating.
Ooh, I do like the Tree, though. Tree is one that slipped through the bans, and he is probably the strongest support out there currently.
Yeah, he's absurdly powerful. Good lane winner as well. You get lane winning, but you also get team fight. That's the nice thing about Tree and Protector. And then he can randomly just walk around and try and set up ganks here and there. Normally, you know, if you think about him, Treant is quite similar to Undying in certain ways. He's a lane winner, but you don't sacrifice your gank potential. Treant can still gank people, whereas Undying, you kind of just waddle around and hope that there's a fight somewhere.
All right, so they do opt to go for the Spirit Breaker despite them being a Shadow Demon pick.
Yeah, still fantastic against the Riki, even if SD is around. And sure, it's annoying to get ultied by the Shadow Demon, but then at least you get ultied on a support potentially, instead of having that happen on your carry.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm here for the King RD Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they want to play it in a different role. I mean, there could always be the mind game of just saying, you know what, Invoker is still a completely okay support. Run that support and play a mid Spirit Breaker even.
I don't know. No. I don't think you want to see King RD on an Invoker support. No.
He does not play it, or what?
I would not. There are some things King RD does very well, and one of them is not Invoker.
What he does really well is not playing Invoker.
What he does really well is just like run at you in your face, be really annoying, Tusk, Spirit Breaker, that kind of thing.
Yeah. All right, we see Phoenix coming out for TSM here.
Okay.
I mean, it's a hero that's had really good success against Treant Protector overall, and you get some really nice amount of team fight from it. So Phoenix provides a useful amount of control in the team fight for them.
Okay, more aggression. We love to see it.
Bristleback, a hero that also could be a bit of a block by picking it, because Ricky doesn't really enjoy playing against Bristleback. You want to hit him in the back, but he's like, yes, hit me in the back, I'll keep quilling.
Right.
So by taking it themselves, they remove that potential, and they get a nice frontliner because they have this double range support. You definitely needed someone who can go in front of them.
This is the most meta draft I think I've seen from Vivo Ke Stars. Yeah, the Muerta gets picked up, so this will be Costa's hero.
Yeah,
That's just the offline now for...
You're absolutely on point. I mean, their draft is looking very much like the patch. These are all heroes that are doing extremely well currently, but the same can sort of be said for TSM. The SD and Phoenix are great supports. Ricky is a bit unconventional, but we'll see how they can run it here.
TSM's turn to ban.
Faces Void being removed. Okay.
Yeah, what is the position 1 for the side of TSM at this point? They could go for something like a TB, right? That's something that's still left in the pool.
I think they need a carry that has some form of disable here, because they're running way too many heroes without stuns.
They go back to the Sven, you think, then, or?
I don't necessarily think Sven is the strongest. Void would have been really good because of the Chrono combo with the Phoenix as well, but I'm not sure what I like the most. Maybe even the thoughts of Chaos Knight carry here into Treant, because you can Phantasm to remove the Treant ulti, and they need something that has a disable on its own.
I feel like a Morph is going to take too long.
Yeah, Morph is not a great fit for them.
Yeah, Jug's not really providing that extra lockdown, like you said.
There's not. Yeah, there's
Troll?
Not, I think Troll is tricky right now. It can be played, but they need a point and click stun. Sure, you get the end snare, but I think they really need something that can just target someone straight out. So let's see what they want to go for here. I don't know. I almost want to say that they could play something like a Gyrocopter with a Phoenix as well. They're going to ban out the Spectre from Vivo.
Okay.
I mean, that's certainly a strong hero in the current patch, and also could be problematic with the Ricky scouting for the Spectre to ulti in. What are they going to grab for themselves? I guess TSM gets some time to think here about their last pick as well. Getting to counter whatever Vivo want to go for.
A lot of discussion going on here. You can see FCR saying, nope, don't want to play that.
Yeah, it's definitely considerations here for what hero he wants to get. I mean, it's not a terrible Lycan game. You could play Lycan here.
Go for... Whoa!
Okay, Clinks. Sure. So is this going to be a core Clinks, or are they doing the Spirit Breaker?
Maybe it's a Spirit Breaker.
I wonder how they want to run it. And we can see the reaction by TSM.
Yesterday? No, somebody did Clinks the other day. I don't remember exactly.
5 seconds remaining.
So much Dota being played.
Yeah, we saw there was someone playing support Clinks, but I don't
remember
think we
which
saw
team.
core. They have a little bit of time here. They still got 2 minutes basically, so I can sit and think what they want to counter it with. I mean, I'm surprised to see the Clinks pick come in here, but if he gets to the point of having an Orchid, then Shadow Demon and Phoenix really struggle against the pickoffs from
true.
Spirit Breaker and Clinks, and then possibly Sunstrikes even.
All right, moment of truth here for TSM.
Yeah, they're deliberating a bit, thinking about how they want to take this. I mean, there's no reason to pick early, so I think at this point, even if you have something, keep looking for better. I think it's super important in this spot as a team that if you have 1 minute remaining on your timer, just use it, because maybe you come up with another idea that's even better than what you have. So they look like they probably have already plan A, but they're looking for something that's better than plan A. So discussions. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what carry I prefer most here.
Seems like they're not quite sure which carry they prefer the most either. A lot of deliberation going on.
Yeah, I mean, there's the chance that they want to go back for something like Wraith King as well, another carry that can be played. Also fits decently into some of the stuff they have. The sad part is you don't get any good illusions if you pick that. So Shadow Demon doesn't really combo with it.
Choose your hero.
That is definitely not a hero that has any sort of hard sable.
No,
Slippery,
no,
though.
they're extremely low on disable, but it's gonna be Timato's hero here on the Weaver. It is slippery, but against the Spirit Breaker, you can also get run down pretty nasty.
How are we feeling about these drafts right now? It's gonna be King RD who plays the Clinks, by the way. So, oh wow, okay, so yeah. So it'll be FCR on the Spirit Breaker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I like that. I really like the decision by Ke Stars to run the post 3 Spirit Breaker. I think this is a great way to draft. I think their draft on paper looks very modern, very meta, and it has some nice balance to it. TSM, that's a crazy ass draft. This draft looks, it's out there, man. They have literally 0 stuns, first of all, which, you know, they have Phoenix ulti, I guess, but that is not the easiest stun to land on someone, because you gotta, you know, think a few steps ahead if you want to use that as a stun.
Right.
I generally hate drafts like this. I think this looks very overthinking kind of approach. We'll see if it works for TSM, but I don't want it to work for them. This is a weird approach.
Okay, so what's the timeline for each of these teams? When do you think that they get activated, or should win the game by? I guess is a good question.
You have a pretty big power spike when Brawl gets his level 6 on the Ricky. The moment he has his ulti, he should be probably looking to find some kills and make moves together with his supports. And also the laning stage is going to be curious here to see how well the Spirit Breaker off lane is going to be able to lane against Weaver, because their safe lane is pretty strong on TSM. The Weaver +1 is not that easy to lane into. So if laning stage goes well enough for TSM, then this wonky draft can work. But I think Vivo just have a lot of different easy things to play into if they survive the laning stage in a good way.
Okay, well, you also have to keep in mind, too, the harassment coming out, right? You have a Clinks in your position 4, which isn't something we've seen a lot of, but has been being run. So that could be potentially problematic for Weaver because he is a bit squishier. But, yeah, you know, this is a game number 2. A lot of stuff on the line right now. Vivo Ke Stars, they need this victory. TSM don't need it quite as badly. But, again, you don't want to drop any games here in this group stage.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it's going to work out going into the game here. I think a problem for Weaver, for Clinks against the Weaver early on is that he doesn't have his ulti yet, right? He doesn't have the maneuverability, and you can get run down by a Weaver. So it's very volatile.
TSM this time are the ones that... oh, nope, they are smoked up over here on the side. I just saw the Ricky here without any smoke on him, but... we'll see the smoke on the side of Vivo Ke Stars this time around. They do a little bit of a sweep.
Yeah, they did a sweep, but they haven't gone any ward planted during the smoke. So they come out of the smoke and still have both wards left to plant. Meanwhile, TSM just kind of holding area on mid here.
All the drawings all over.
I like the drawings.
Very nice, very nice.
I've always wanted to be a giant space. I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
Payasos, okay.
Stun, 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 stun. That's no, Kasane, you do not have stun, 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 stun.
No, you don't. Bryle revealing himself first and foremost here. Let's try to slow him down. They've got a decent amount of damage, but again, Shadow Demon in position. The White Mon Shadow Demon, pretty well known.
Yeah, it's a pretty good hero to have on your team to try and break these initiations. So if someone gets charged, as long as it's not the Shadow Demon himself, he can always be ready to bail out whoever gets targeted.
I feel like this bottom lane is going to be uncomfortable. Just the power of Clinks. Again, it's a little bit of a question mark for me because he is going to be in the support position. But he's really annoying in lane, just period, right?
He is, but I guess the double range lane, I honestly find that Weaver, or that Clinks is... he's one of those hit or miss heroes. Either you completely bully or you get destroyed. And look at this start. He's taking a lot of damage. I think he's already in trouble.
This is not looking great for him right now. Don't have the Shikuchi up for a little bit longer, so CR will be forced to kind of just trade some hits. Give him a little bit more space.
Yeah, trading into 2 heroes though, and not a great start there for the off lane here for Ke Stars. Sentry gets dropped in lane, so they can see the Weaver.
I feel like top lane should go pretty well for TSM. Bristle just really strong in general, plus those flame spirits coming out from Ahri will make it a little difficult here for King Jungles to be able to harass as neatly as he'd like.
Yeah, they did a good job cutting a lot of the trees as well with Bristle early, so not so easy for King Jungle to find an angle to help his Murta, but at the same time, it's a Treant Protector. He should be able to provide pretty easy farm for Murta.
Drop the Tar Bomb over onto Motto. I feel like there's just going to be a lot of skirmish, and KRD does have to be very careful about his own positioning, though.
Yeah, he's dropping kind of low. He has that blood grenade ready as well if something happens. Try and catch the enemy stepping too far out. Mid lane, we haven't talked about it too much, but let's make a check-in, and we see a very, very sad analog.
Yeah, I would say Bryle is the more skilled player here in this mid lane. Ooh, yep, bottom lane. He will end up being the first blood.
Yeah, that was a nice run, and that's exactly what I mean about the lane being volatile. You have no repositioning tool, so if you get caught out with a disruption like that, the Weaver just kills you. But yeah, this mid lane right now, 6-1 versus 13-8. This is an outclassing in the CS.
And a little bit more pressure being placed on Tomato, but doesn't yield much other than just making him Shikuchi away.
Oh boy, Bryle even gets the banner creep denied, just walks up and gets it. This is disaster. This is completely gonna change the pace of Invoker's game, the fact that he's not able to see us at all. He did harass the Ricky quite a bit, and there's a million creeps under tower, so you can try and be bothersome now.
So he's trying to do here with this cold snap.
Yeah, but you can see he just shrugs off the damage. He has 11 armor, got the Wraith Band and tower armor, regenerating. Doesn't even care that much about all these auto attacks.
Yeah, just wants to go and hit his creeps, right?
Yeah, he's got his eyes on the prize. The CS is all you want. More last hits. Oh my god, this is so dirty to watch. 20-11, 10-3.
Feels bad.
We'll see if Analog can find a break. A little bit of focus on silence now, though.
Got another disruption being used over an FCR, and he's got 4 stacks of Shadow Poison. It's not too bad considering it's only level 2, so.
Yeah, didn't get level 3 on it yet when it really starts hurting a lot, but still gonna do a bit of damage to him. He has a salve, can't salve up.
Top lane's been pretty crazy. Like, I've been watching these guys just beat away at each other, and no one's died just yet. But it's just a constant ferrying of, like, regen between the two.
There's a lot of HP trading happening, but Murta ultimately is, you know, pretty happily farming, but Bristleback getting a great start here thanks to how Ahri has played the lane. So, yeah, nobody really getting shut down here. Bottom lane again.
Bottom lane, they're trying to make plays over onto Whitemon. King RD, though, forced back. A good bash here from FCR. He's just a little bit more, and he's maybe one more hit. And he just can't get it because of the sub. Now he's probably going to die for this. He's not careful. King RD is still nearby. There's not much he can do, so just like that.
Oh, look at the Weaver, though. He's going to go in under tower here pretty aggressively, I think. He has a lot of stick charges, and he doesn't want to let them farm for free. Super low HP.
He's playing pretty conservatively, though.
I think maybe you could even push himself a little bit more with the 15 stick charges.
I mean, there's no regen left on either one of these guys. FCR doesn't have any charges even. Whitemon will just get himself denied here. But King RD...
Get back to full top again. We see the calling being dropped down and a lot of trading, but nobody really dying just yet.
A little bit of a swoop here, trying to slow them down, but again, need to get a little bit more. He's really deep behind this tower. I mean, there's a lot of stacks on Costa.
He has Vanguard, so he can go under tower really well.
Could actually go back in for King Jungles if he really wanted to. Nah.
Yeah, he's not going to get more, but that was a fantastic kill for them.
Well, with that 6-stick here, definitely will prove to be a bit difficult now that all those stacks have worn off.
Too long cooldown as well on the W for Treant there. Not going to be able to threaten the Bristol. He's just going to regenerate up again with the Vanguard. Feeling very, very happy. Camping the Lotus as well.
Double Damager is available top. Looks like Analog will spy that out, but Sonic will end up losing his boots as the Courier will get killed. Bottom lane again, moves on to King RD. It's fairly squishy. He's trying to stay alive here. He's already used those stick charges, but the bugs, the swarm, it's enough.
Timado is having such a great start here on bottom lane. Just able to CS non-stop and doing a lot of damage. And we see Spirit Breaker kind of struggling to harass a Weaver in lane.
I mean, it's a weird draft, but like you said, the lanes are going well. It's working for them.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was pointing out before the game started, that their lanes are strong. So TSM need this. They need to snowball off the laning stage. And now we see Ricky, first rotation towards bottom.
Yeah, we'll set him up here nicely. I got the smoke screen, dead King RD, and FCR needs to be careful too, but Brawl taking a couple of these tower shots is just gonna go. He sees the Wisdom Room. They've teleported down Analog, or rather he's made his way over. So Tomato needing to be a bit careful, only sitting at level 5, but FCR is taking too much damage. Look at this train, oh my god. No breaks over here as King Jungle's now joining in as well, but joining in is Bryo, who's in position. They will end up losing the Weaver, but if they can get this kill on King Jungles, they have the dust. Nice disruption here from Whitemon. Buys just a little bit more time. They'll get the kill. And Bryle trying to just get a little bit of space here. Nicely played as he jumps down to the low ground. Should be fine. That urn charge was ticking on him. But
yeah, he missed the blood grenade. He used it during the disruption. He tried to time it perfectly before the tricks of the trade, but he got a little bit too anxious. He used it before the disruption was over. Maybe, I think that would have been enough to kill him because he was down to 50 HP on Ricky, so he would have gone down to the blood grenade as well.
They're going back in for round 2. They've got the Salve and the Clarity on Bryle. Smell blood in the water. Hello, King RD. A little bit of a charge here for the backstab again on King RD plus the Swarm. They've got the Vision. It's another kill for Bryle. And this is where things start to get real hairy, I think, Waga. You're starting to see the Assassin start to snowball. And that's going to make life very difficult for Vivo Ke Stars.
Yeah, this is the problem with Klinks. He's
Look, they're teleporting in. Throw down the smoke screen. They use the blood grenade. Not quite in the right position just yet, but they'll force him off.
Dust was in backpack on Shadow Demon, so he wasn't ready for that. If he had it ready, that would have been one more kill over on the side of Invoker. Would have been a really nice kill as well.
Got a charge on Kasane, and they've got King RD who's up here. Analog's here too. So it looks like they're going to try to get themselves a murder on Kasane, but they back off. Phoenix is in the position to help support, and Brawl also had made his way towards the top lane.
Ke Stars definitely need some, they desperately need some level 6s right now. Getting 6 on Spirit Breaker, Klinks, Tree and Protector, all these are so necessary for their lineup to even function.
Ooh, they use the dust on Analog immediately following up here with that Sun Ray. There's multiples here though. Art does have to use the egg as Bryle's trying to finish off Analog. They're focusing down the egg. They know they can't allow it to pop, but they've already lost Analog and they don't manage to finish off the egg. Thanks to the fact that they've got these flame spirits here. They have to use the Icarus dive to get out as they had a massive amount of TPs. It's still not going to be enough here for Ari, but it's long enough to allow for Bryle to get the kill and get out.
That was really big. Nice usage of the egg there as well. They tried to commit through it, but a little bit too hard to kill. They have some nice stuff going as well with the potential to drop the smoke screen during the egg to mess with people trying to kill it.
It's true.
The tempo here from TSM completely different from what we saw them play last game.
If you're a TSM fan, you love to see it because you were probably real mad in that last game.
Yeah, they just looked very lost in last game. This time they're just making moves. This is what a mid Ricky does though. It's very straightforward. You get level 6 and then you move to a side lane, see what you can kill.
I'm always a bigger fan of seeing Bryle on these heroes that are way more aggressive and tempo based.
Yeah, I think it suits his style quite well.
Yeah, they're starting to converge towards this mid lane. Analog, EMP Tornado over onto Ari. He's got the Icarus dive, but now he just doesn't have any mana unless he pops the wand charges. Brow's gonna creep his way over here. He dives right underneath this tower. A bit aggressive. Whitemon's here, though, to provide any sort of save that might be necessary. And they have multiple ways to try to buy a bit more time for Bryle. King Jungles, he's looking for it. Does not have the... He does get the 6 now, so he could go for that overgrowth. Holding Whitemon and Kasane in position. Would be a nice tornado. Will be enough to finish off a King Jungles. He's gonna next falls. They've already lost FCR.
Oh no, King RD.
They see King RD. They had the dust. Tomato's even got the time lapse, so if he needs to, he can go and pop it. But Kasane joining in. Triple kill now for the Bristleback.
Oh, this is just absolutely crumbling so early as well. They almost needed to bring over, like...
They had everyone there.
Yeah, I don't know. They need to bring over the rotation from the side more so than just stand on their tower. The Bristleback coming in just gets on top of everyone there. And this is before Bristle has Aghanim Scepter. That's what I like to see about this as well. Bristle not waiting for that Aghanim Scepter before joining, just running towards the fight. And he had a great connection into it as well.
Nothing like a 11-minute defusal played on a mid-Ricky. Oof, things are spooky.
Yeah, at the same time, the Invoker's done a pretty good job recovering after the start we saw. He got, like, pummeled in CS. That's an aggressive
They're making moves on FCR. They have to be careful, though. King Jungles is here. Backing him up, so's Analog. He's gonna go for the D ward over in the mid lane right before it times out. We'll be able to grab the shield rune, though. A little bit more protection.
How handy to get a shield rune right after the spell is removed from the enemy team. So
that's true.
Analog gonna be happy, and the shield rune lasts for a very long time as well. I think it's what, 75 seconds or something. So
it's a decent amount.
You can make some rotations with it.
They're smoked up. He's got the dust, Bryle. Jumps on in, though. He's got that defusal, like we said. Needs to be a bit careful, though. Trickster Trade's going to get used. Jumps over to Whitemon for the protection. Tornado coming in hot. Nice disruption from Whitemon. Buys him a bit more time. They still have vision. They're going to go in for the swoop. They've got the egg, the blood grenade. Bryle, he's sitting so very low. He is going to end up dying. Egg will go off, though. Rest of the team making their way over. They see King RD. They're chasing after him as Whitemon gets bashed around over here on the side. Probably going to end up dying. So it is a double kill for Analog. It's a little bit of a messy fight, but while this is going on, you've got Tomato just hitting this bottom tower. And, of course, Costa trying to recover here from the lane.
Still a very good fight there for the Ke Stars because they get the kill on Ricky, slow down his tempo, get that kill streak gold as well. And sure, you leave some time for the Weaver to be hitting creeps, but I think you're happy with just focusing on shutting down the Ricky. The bigger problem right now, though, is this Bristleback has been completely unanswered, and he's got an entire Aghanim Scepter at 13 minutes.
Yeah, that is a problem for sure.
Yeah, we're going to have to be following him a bit.
The hunch is on. FCR has no mana. He's silenced. And another click. This little assassin adds another name to his list. Chasing after King Jungles. They've got nice vision, though. They know that they're on their way.
Wisdom Rune in 10.
They'll drop their own sentry.
Successful steal.
Tomato happily will just clean up their creeps over here on the side.
Yeah, even a haste rune top. Phoenix is going to be the one to take it and just rush towards the fight.
King RD about to get sandwiched over here. They do have the dust, but doesn't quite connect as they're making their way. They want this mid tower, it feels like. Look at Bryle's positioning. He's waiting on the high ground, knows that someone's going to be here eventually. So they jump onto Kasane. And again, this is a Bristleback, though. He's super tanky. So they have the Sunray. They've already taken down King RD. FCR, next one to fall, because Bryle just has this freedom to be able to jump around. King Jungle's clicked away here by Tomato. One more click will do the trick. They're after Costa now, and this is going to be a team wipe.
Oh boy, they tried to commit for the Bristleback there, but he gets the click off on Bristleback. So he starts shooting out all these quills, bringing people low, and it was the easiest job ever for his team to just clean that up. They had to have known that there were so many people nearby, and like Bristle is not the ideal target for a team fight.
He's the only one who is presenting himself, and even though he does die, that is absolutely okay. You gotta be feeling pretty good. Ari, we'll have the Icarus dive in a moment. He's being charged. He's being tracked by King RD.
He's creeping behind him, hunting, and they should be able to bring him down here, I think, even though he has his spells.
You don't want to waste an egg on that. You know you're dead.
Yeah, no need for even Spirit Breaker to have his ulti as it's still cooling down, but very nice and quick kill. Same time though, TSM, they're taking over the enemy area really well here, farming the enemy ancient stack, using their time really well.
Costa, White Mon, trying to get close enough so he can open up. Doesn't even need that disruption here, as immediately they'll go use Pierce the Veil, but the positioning is just so good. Do they have anything to cancel out this TP though? No, they don't get in time because of the calling.
The calling caught him there. If he had Ether Lens on the SD, that would have been an easy disruption, but he just barely steps into it a little bit there.
This is what I like to see though. Bryle already on the hunt. He's like, okay, we didn't get Costa. Hello, FCR. Is there anybody else around? Doesn't look like it. Let me see what I can do here. It's giving off a couple of these clicks. They do have King RD on the way. They'll use the dust on Bryle, but he immediately disjoints it, or rather jumps back in here with King RD. But they have the Sun Ray. Gonna try to keep him alive a little bit longer. Don't quite manage it though. As now White Mon and Ari. Can Tomato? Oh, yes he can. Yes he can. They'll turn back around, get themselves a kill on King RD, but everybody else has already left.
I think lose the support at the end of the day, but again, they get a takedown over on the Ricky here. So, small silver linings here for Ke Stars, but in the grand scheme of things, they're massively losing control of the game right now. And they need to, somehow get towards the point where they can make their own moves. That was a nice counter gank, and the counter ganks are working pretty well for them. But right now, they can't really threaten the Weaver at all, or even the Bristle.
They have a whole Gleipnir on Tomato now, too. That's so much more control and damage.
You have to go for Gleipnir here. When you have no stuns at all, you need some other form of control, so you solve it with items.
I mean, that's what Kuro always says, right? He's like, why would I pick a hero with a stun when I could just buy a stun?
Yeah, that's...
Didn't work out for him right now, but...
If you win laning stage this hard, then it works out. If you lose laning stage, that mentality quickly falters.
It's a charge over on Tomato. He's got dust. He's gonna get jumped on here. Plus the Sunstrike. Oh, but not quite enough damage to finish him off. So we'll just use that time lapse and be absolutely fine.
He didn't magic stick for mana. He could have magic stick for mana to try and get the ulti earlier there.
There's a Roche going on though here. Bryle, Kasane, and Ari, they can take this pretty fast with all that nasty nasal goo.
Yeah, having the shard as well, allowing you to go up to 7, bringing it down to minus 16 armor here. So Roche falling really, really fast.
He's naked, essentially. TP down, or rather the portal down to the bottom. They know there's multiples here. They are smoked. Ari going to lead the charge. King Jungles will slowly start to pick up these lotuses. They know they're over here, but they don't quite get the vision. Bryle does see him. Will most likely just be still a dead King Jungles, but
yeah, no
a
way
dead
out
support.
Of that one. It was a good call by Ari. He dove in immediately, or he walked in, realized they unsmoke, dove in and called for Ricky to go for the kill there. And now moving in towards the tier 2 tower. I don't really think you're in fighting shape over on Ke Stars here. Looks like they're trying to make a move towards the Weaver.
Radiant are scanning.
Bryle also making a beeline over though too.
He could die here if they get the ulti off this time.
Sunstrike, the ulti. No, he should survive here, and there's the follow-up because the team was in a good position. King RD going to die again. FCR also just toast. Double kill for Tomato. The tables have turned. Now they've got a gem over on Phoenix. This just gets harder and harder. There's no space that is safe now for the side of Ke Stars.
Yeah, they're quickly solving all their problems on TSM, and the coordination just a little bit off there. The Sunstrike is hard to place when you have a Spirit Breaker charging in and then he wants to ulti as well, but missing the Sunstrike, they just can't bring him down.
Bryle finds Analog, he's got dust, they've got the Gleipnir, they've got damage, everything they need to kill this Invoker.
Quick takedown again. Ricky
just
just running around causing mayhem.
Kasane here is just not afraid at all, knows that White Mon's nearby. He's gonna get bonked, but does not care. Again.
Yeah,
he throws so many quills so quickly with Shard and the Aghanims. If you stick around, you might just get like 10 quills on you in a matter of seconds.
That and he's also got an Aegis, so he's gonna come right back up again and just continue the assault.
He's gonna go for the steal here on the enemy Tormentor as well. Something Crystal can do.
Nice, safe on his side of the river. And it feels like they're a little scared, like he can't possibly be alone. There's always someone with him. Nice shard. A good one for Phoenix. Get that extra little bit of heal.
Yeah, get the blind as well.
And the blind too, yeah. Without Tomato, can they actually get him this time, though, is the question. No, they can't. Drops the Gleipnir, starts running away. Good tornado coming out from Analog. They need to probably protect this Weaver, but they just don't quite have it just yet. Okay, there it is. Finally, they'll get that kill streak.
Such a costly move, though. They lose. Meanwhile, bottom Costa Bill as well, as he's trying to farm the enemy territory, but Ricky, he sniffed him out, just running around.
I would really love to see TSM just group up at this point. Like, they're so far ahead. They've got an Aegis on this Bristle.
I don't think they need to, though. I think they're playing the correct way. They're basically finding anyone who's trying to place
the
graphical
duels. The Phoenix duels. How many times has King RT died now? It's like 10 deaths.
Yeah, he's at 10 deaths at 21 minutes. This Clinks is just not working out at all. And that's one of the dangers of picking Clinks, I feel. In laning stage, it can be absolutely punished by some strong lane combination. And if you don't get to your level 6 early, then Clinks becomes food.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling this time around. Smoke up over on the side of TSM as they're going to try to see if anybody is in this jungle in the deeper parts.
Yeah, they saw Mert at bottom now, but they also realize he probably won't step out bottom. They have a ward watching that area, so they're hovering top, looking for anyone who comes up there.
Still have about a minute left on the Aegis. This Bristle.
Don't go out there.
Oh God, he's going for a Costa, no!
Oh no, they stepped into
Costa,
the trap.
don't you know who's here?
He force-staffed even.
Oh yeah. Here comes Bryle with the Sun Ray, the blind, everything, the silence. Here's Smell's gonna get used, but just kind of biding his time because they'll still get a kill.
This is really despair for him. He can't find anywhere on the map that is safe. Meanwhile, you have Kasane just, doing whatever he wants.
I'm gonna chase after FCR. Tomato's here. He's got the Gleipnir. He's got the clicks. Bulldoze, though, coming in handy. We'll try to chase after him. He does so much damage. He's gonna be able to run it. I think he's okay. No, he's not. Never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah. Meanwhile, King RD happy that Kasane doesn't have a dust on him, so he's gonna stay alive on the Clinks this time.
This feels like a horror show.
Yeah,
like, how long can you stay alive? Are we playing Dead by Daylight? Because that's what it feels like. The hunters are just chasing after them. No care in the world. Look at Kasane, man. He's just like, I do not care. I am in your base, in your trees. I am going to murder you with Bryle. The hunt is on. The damage is real.
He just wants to hide. The poor little tree. He's just trying to be one of the stationary trees, safe from
He's
all
like,
the
I'm
quills.
not a sentient tree. I'm just a normal tree.
Yeah. Regular. Now they're starting to actually do some damage into tier 3 here as well, after killing the opponents 31 times here in only 23 minutes. They hit a little bit onto the buildings, but back out. It's not really a pushing draft. It's a pick-off draft, and they know that somewhere out there, there's someone farming. And it's true. Clinks is farming the enemy ancients.
And that just makes me think of like, have you ever seen the animated film Fievel?
Yes, I have, yeah.
I don't know what it sounds like in Swedish. I don't know if you saw it in Swedish.
It's great.
But the Somewhere Out There song, somewhere out there, someone's, All right, Bryle jumping in the middle of everyone. Kasane's here, though, providing the backup. Bryle has to be careful, though. He's sitting a little bit low. Should be able to get over to the high ground, potentially. Overgrowth, though, from King Jungles, plus that big sun. Oh, man. They'll finish him off. White Man protecting himself, as now King Jungle's getting chased after by Kasane. Somehow White Man's still alive, but they got King RD, they got Analog. And they're looking for more. Oh, God, he's going back in. FCR. Too greedy, my dude. Way too greedy.
Gets caught by the Gleipnir again there. He tried to get the Shadow Demon who had 50 HP, but the Gleipnir catches him.
Too greedy.
Doesn't even get that. And this game fell apart too hard on laning stage. I don't know, the bottom lane being such a despair and then the mid being a complete clobbering and CSing.
Yeah.
It's okay to lose one lane really bad, but if you lose 2 lanes really bad, then Dota becomes extremely hard. And I don't even want to say that they won top, because that bristleback was completely free. So it's essentially just win 3 lanes and then turn that into a lot of aggression. And it's working out great here for TSM.
Got a 94% win rate. or win probability. Sorry, I always say win rate. Win probability right now for TSM. They are just in the driver's seat right now.
Scanning.
See a bit of a catch or a replay here on the catch on the top.
I mean, that kill on Bryle, very much needed. But there's just so much going on here.
Every time they kill someone, they lose like 4 heroes though, so
Yeah.
it's very, very costly for them. The egg dropped and they just all had to run.
Plus the Sunray on top of that too. God, that's such a good shard. Yeah, you see, they're not happy about that.
Oh, in the game now, bottom, they're being chased. Ricky on the
Bryle.
hunt again.
We'll go for the dust on analog. Just find it.
Ricky is
Gonna
in.
make the play. Okay, good. Force forward here, but not enough.
And Kasane again with level 2
God,
trap.
they're just going onto the back lines onto Costa. They completely dive past the tower. This is a disaster for Costa. He's dead.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh boy, and they have creeps in the base as well, so this is 43 seconds, no carry, and they're just starting to push, finally hitting into the towers a bit here. And Ke Stars looking completely lost on the map. They do not know how to get back into this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, they don't know how to deal with these heroes. Like, that's a problem. You gotta, you know, if this was a core clings, that double damage sure looks pretty nice, but
Are fortified.
Yeah, it doesn't do too much for him here.
No,
It's a little bit of
not to
damage, but
support.
Kasane is very tanky with the Bloodstone as well.
FCR thinking about it. Jumps over onto Kasane. Got a lot of damage, but it just, the
Bloodstone.
coils are real. Oh my God, they rip apart this poor tree, and Bryle still wants analog. He's chasing deep into the woods, but it's like they'll respect it. They'll go and just start hitting these buildings, but you can tell Bryle's hungry.
Adios. Yeah, that was an easy turnaround for him there. They're trying to somehow get the creeps out of their base, because if they can stop the backdoor somehow
Look at
here.
this. Tomato's just going right, a good dead shot here to slow him down, but they could just go right here in mid, and you just watch Tomato just like, oh, hey, there's a hero there. Let's go kill him too.
Yeah, they have the Lincolns on Tomato as well, so he can be very confident just attacking here. And we saw what happens when they go on Kasane. That can easily backfire. He has the Vampire Fangs as well as the Bloodstone, and full Kaya Sanj for amplification on that lifesteal as well. So he's healing incredibly fast if there are a few heroes nearby.
I mean, he's got boots level 2, and this is, I mean, I feel like this is like the Kasane special at this point, but it's doing so much more than that Tidehunter did. Look at this, in the middle of like pretty much everyone, although Bryle does need some assistance. He's over on the back lines. Disruption from Whitemon, though, keeps him alive a little bit longer. As the egg goes off over on the back lines, Bryle, he's sitting very low, but he's still alive. He manages to get out, as now they'll finish off the tree. They've taken down Costa during all of this, and they can still see analog. They've got a way to cancel it out. This is gonna be a dead Invoker.
Yeah.
So much going on during that fight.
This is so rough to watch. They just cannot fight at all. The Bristle almost insta-killed the Murata. She had to use ulti and Hurricane Pike just to get away, but then came the Gleipnir from the Weaver there as well, keeping her in
Oh,
place.
geez, FCR. I mean, he's doing a good job of distracting them from hitting the buildings right now, but it's not going to take much to get that kill.
Yeah, no, he's only a little snack for them before they go for the buildings. Back they go, focusing. They have no mana because they've killed them so many times.
Just a little bag of
Bryle has
bones.
used up his entire mana pool over and over here.
It's fine. Kasane's got mana. He's the one hitting these towers half the time anyways.
Middle tower.
He's definitely happy to just be standing there. They don't really have any form of solution to his Bristleback at this point.
They do not. We'll throw out a cheeky tornado, but don't seem too concerned about it. We'll take a little bit of damage here from the calling, but Tomato can sit outside. Kasane just does not care. He's just taking a bath in the middle of the soup.
Yeah, very easy for him to just keep standing here and
I think they just go for the end here. They can go for this
okay.
victory. Gleipnir, look at this. Costa can't stand here at all. Already the tree's dead. Costa Nullifier's done. They're going to try to chase him into his own base. And they'll feed multiple buybacks. They are unhappy about this. Costa, though, somehow still alive during all this thanks to that living.
he's going for foul play.
He's trying. He's trying. He's getting so much damage. Oh my God, it's a triple kill. Somebody kill this man. Bryle taking some of this damage.
And
He
again.
is just taking a bath. And there it is. There's the GG, TSM. They got their shit together and they came out on top.
Dear Lord. Yeah, Kasane definitely had his bit of fun in this game. I think all of them did on the side of TSM. They were just non-stop hunting here. And yeah, we see a little bit satisfied. I still think that they are not too happy with the result, though, getting, that loss in the first game where they pretty much got caught just being too slow and not really taking any actions. So despite the win, you see the players are still, not expressing too much emotions, actually.
I feel like you got to be real happy for Kasane at the very end there, because it's always fun when you can just throw your body at them and just be like, ha, you can't kill me, but I can kill you.
Yeah, that's surely true. And wow, I looked at the graph for the win probability. When they fountain dove, apparently win probability completely dove and said, no, Vivo Ke Stars, they're gonna win. They got a massive advantage according to Dota Plus the moment the fountain dive happened. But yeah, then TSM won. So I guess Dota Plus is a bit drunk.
Maybe a little bit, but no, TSM, this time around, they really were aggressive. They were efficient. They knew what they wanted to do. We saw Bryle constantly hunting. That's what I wanted to see out of him. Something that we lacked in game number 1 with that dazzle. Kasane using those boots of travel too this time around paid off in spades. Like, you saw him just jump in like any given time. Sometimes just having a little alone time for himself too. Where he just was starting to hit the towers and there was just nothing they could do. They ran away with the advantage, and this is what I wanted to see originally coming out from them with their very aggressive draft. Vivo Ke Stars, it was a good draft, but they just couldn't keep up the tempo.
Yeah, you have to wonder if they have experienced this Riki counter to their Invoker mid before. If it was a conscious choice to lane the Invoker against the Riki, because like you said, maybe they cannot flex it to another lane. It was always going to be mid. It had to be mid because, it's just not the style that they play. Right. But ultimately, that counter on the mid matchup, Bryle absolutely destroyed Analog, and that set a lot of the pace for the game as well. But should also be mentioned, that wasn't the only lane that was despair. The bottom lane was, probably even worse, to be honest.
Yeah, that definitely ended up being an issue for them. Here we go. Here we see the bristle begins the assault. I believe was thinking about going in there. It's going to get healed up, but yeah, there it is. Turns his back to him. No cares in the world. Just starts shredding through them all.
It's so silly to watch. Just standing there saying, yeah, okay, Fountain, do your thing. I'll easily win this game.
Who do you think is the MVP in this one? Because I'm torn between like Kasane and Bryle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to give it to Bryle. He made a lot of early rotations that were really pivotal for this game. Like, if he didn't find all these kills, then no matter how good of a game Kasane was going to have, I think it could be a little bit scary. Right. But he absolutely dumpstered the mid CS, and he made so many good rotations on the Riki. So I think I got to give it to him in this game.
No, I definitely say that's fair. I was like torn between the two just because of what a raid boss Kasane became towards the end with how tanky he was. But with Bryle, like you said, he made all the right moves. He dumpstered his lane. 77% kill participation is nothing to sneeze at. Like, just very, very impressive. It's cool. It's fun. I remember when Bryle first came into the scene. I think he was on Animal Planet with like Kit Track and them. He was a little baby. He was not old enough to even like not have his parents' permission for things. And now look at this kid. He's a stone cold killer in Dota.
Yeah, he played some confident Dota. I mean, the first pick, Riki, working out this well, it was a really good call by them here. Perhaps they, had done their research as well and thought that, what, if they pick the Invoker, we can just go for it immediately. I think, though, that there were moments here where Vivo could have addressed the Riki more in the pick phase, have some solutions to him perhaps, or, come up with a way to deal with it. Either way, great play by TSM in game number 2 here, and it's going to be a 1-1 between the two of them.
Yeah, definitely was a fun match to watch. It was great to see Vivo Ke Stars show up with some spirit in that game number 1. But of course, game number 2, it belonged to TSM for good reason with excellent draft and, well, a questionable draft, honestly, was what we thought originally. But the lanes went well. They did what they needed to do, and they got the victory. So that's going to wrap up this series. We have another series coming for you today here on this channel, and I'm pretty excited about it. It's going to be Talon versus PSG Quest, sorry, my bad. And Talon looked very, very scary earlier, so we'll get the chance to see if they can keep up that momentum or if the break caused them to, cool down a little bit, or we'll see if the former Oredo Thunder are able to take these series off of them. We will see when we come back. Hello, Dota lovers. We're back with one more series potentially here on this stream. We've got Talon versus PSG Quest. And honestly, I'm pretty excited about this match, Waga. I feel like the Talon we saw earlier today looked miles different from what was going on before. They were at the bottom of the group. So this means a lot to them. They'll need this victory to ensure that they stay in this group. But also Quest, like we've seen some pretty impressive stuff coming out of them most recently in this last half of the year.
Yeah, they looked really good in their first game, of course, against Ke Stars. They definitely dominated there. It was on the back of both Ollie playing really good on his support Pugna, but also Mikoto just playing like an absolute beast on the mid lane. So we'll see if they're gonna keep it up here going in against Quest. And this match, you know, we're getting towards the very end here. This is the group stage deciding. So we'll see if they can squeeze out a win here at the bottom of the bracket. You know, if Talon lose this, then that's it. They would be the bottom of the group.
Yeah, we've got some pretty interesting stuff going on, right? We've already seen that Spirit. TI form, absolutely. 0 losses, 8 wins. LGD also making it up there. They secured their spot, 7-1. And just recently, Tundra, 7-1. So it's still a little bit of fighting going on over there in the Group B, which was kind of a scary, scary place to be. But now with this final matchup here over in Group D, it is do or die time coming out for these two teams.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to pull out ahead here towards the very end. If you have any pocket strategies, you got to use them because this is, you know, this is your tournament life. And just advancing from this group stage, going in onto the lower bracket rounds, which is what they're going to have to be going towards. You know, you get a second chance. And right now, I don't know, Talon, I'm nervous for them because they did play really good earlier today, but they also didn't look too good yesterday. So maybe today is their form, but Quest is also a strong team.
Yeah, I mean, the Talon we saw earlier today, in my opinion, should be able to take this off of Quest, to be perfectly honest, because Mikoto, again, it was just a runaway stellar performance. Ollie looked very, very good. And again, this team has the highest MMR of any of the team that is playing here in TI. So perhaps the first day was a little bit of nerves. Maybe they were just settling in. Maybe they weren't used to, you know, the positioning of something in the room. Who knows? Quest, on the other hand, you know, they've been slowly kind of picking up steam. These are formerly the Array of Thunder guys. They're very, very cool. I think, what is it? Noob and Omar are both Lebanese players, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are two players out of Lebanon, and I mean they are all very well cohesive with each other. They've played together for a while now, like you said in their previous name. But what's interesting for me in this team is that they have hit such a nice power spike in the year. Earlier in the year, they were not necessarily that dominant, but then later on, a lot of different players and teams said, you know what, Quest are looking really, really good right now. So I think they may have a good power spike towards TI. Obviously, here in the start of the group stage, it hasn't worked out that well for them. 1 loss, 2 draws, but if they get a win here, they can at least keep themselves alive to the next phase.
So this is funny because I was reading up on PSG Quest, and they had like an interview with Toby. Toby was saying, you know, qualifiers were super difficult against OG and Secret. Felt like they underperformed during that and could have won a lot more cleanly. But they really like the fact that the offline heroes are super, super strong. And he's happy that it isn't the highest ranked mid player that wins, like that sort of meta going on. But it's one of those things where, like, you just saw Mikoto go with this just incredible performance on Invoker, to the point that you ban Invoker as your first ban on the side of Quest.
Yeah, they get rid of it here. Don't want to play.
It's still scary, though, like if you're up against, you know, this 12K mid player.
Yeah, he's very mechanically gifted, but as long as you get yourself in some comfortable spot, put Noob on a hero that he likes to play as well, he can definitely stand toe-to-toe against it. And what's important is just how you manage to connect with your team, because what we have seen a lot is that finding activity is important. Moving together with the supports and the mid has been instrumental to a lot of the stronger teams' success and how they dominate the field so much.
I mean, Ollie also really, really impressive game earlier on that Pugna. It's almost worth it maybe to consider, you know, not necessarily banning, but keeping that in the back of your mind. Like, this is a hero that he can do a lot with, and his positioning is so incredibly good. In fact, looking back, I mentioned it earlier, Yatoro fully believes that Ollie is one of the best position 5 players in the world. Like, that's big.
Yeah, I would completely agree that Ollie, he knows what he's doing for sure. His positioning is very crisp and knows how to have the most impact in the fight, but not get out of position and get caught. So that's the tricky elegance of playing +5, right? Very few items, but still being able to be useful.
I'm curious if they're going to let them get the hoodwink, because I think they've had hoodwink in like almost every single one of their games for Quest. That is something that you've seen Omar play.
Yeah, they play towards that a lot, which is funny because not a lot of teams are rating that hero very high. But yeah, they played it in every game except for, I think, one of the games against Tundra. They ran it, and it's interesting to see if they're going to be showcasing it here as well.
Okay, they open up with the tiny pick. It's something that is one of their favorites on the side of Talon. So leaning into comfort and also, you know, being very aggressive. Having that hero move around and put the pressure on the map is very, very good.
Yeah, Tiny has worked out really well for him. He got to transition himself to become a core earlier today. We'll see if he's gonna get to play that style again. If he gets an early Blink Dagger, then Shadow Demon can really struggle to stay safe against those jumps.
So we don't have the tree, and there's not going to be that available. They taken out the Nature's Prophet, Primal. A lot of Primal bans, I feel, recently.
Yeah, Primal Beast is amazing. We haven't seen, I don't think we had almost a single game where you and I cast where we actually got to see him played, but continuously getting banned out. He does a lot with very few items. And I feel like Quest, the way they're banning as well, kind of sets up that they want to play the Hoodwink again with the bans and the pick. Because if you ban out the tree and Protector, you know, he's an annoying hero, can randomly find the Hoodwink and set up on him. And also the Shadow Demon synergizes really well with the Hoodwink.
I like the fact that they know what's comfortable for them, but I'm also concerned that like Omar needs to have more of flexibility and play some other heroes, because it's only going to take you so far, right? If you keep picking the same hero over and over and over for your player.
Yeah, at the same time, this is just something that they started doing recently. You know, if you think back a little bit more, they've been playing a lot of other stuff as well. Like they used to play a ton of Skywrath and other things. So I'm sure it's just saying that, you know, Hoodwink works out really well right now. It's what I want to do. And then if the enemy really wastes a ban on it or want to try and counter it, then he has some other stuff he can fall back on always.
Mm-hmm. Definitely wouldn't have made it this far if he didn't, for sure. All right, well, we've got another ban coming up, and then we will have a pick on the side of Talon. And I'm almost, well, they don't have the Invoker, right? So what else have we seen Mikoto play that was...
Talon Esports, turn to pick.
I mean, Mikoto does really well on quite a few heroes.
Yeah,
like his Queen of Pain is a hero that, I don't know if he played it yet here, but it's a hero that he really shines on as well. He played Pango, he played a few things.
True. I would not want to come to think of it like just, you know, talking out loud, thinking about heroes. Probably don't want to pick the mid just yet because you don't know what's being presented. But at the same time, if you feel like something's going to get banned out, might not be the worst idea.
They could take Kunkka if they want. It's a hero that doesn't really care about Shadow Demon that much. In fact, you can even turn it around and use the Shadow Demon save as a setup for yourself. So if you X-mark someone and try and, you know, fake combo them, the disruption comes in, you just turn it around.
Oh yeah, why not give Ollie his Pugna?
Yeah, Ollie gets to play it. 3rd game in a row today. Been doing really, really well. They ran the Tiny plus Pugna combination before as well. Get one hero with some good initiation and disable, and one guy that can just focus on saving people and be annoying from far away.
Interesting. I just realized that the chairs that they have say Road to the International.
Oh, really?
It's not just straight up international.
Oh,
I would have thought you get more bang for bucks, right?
Yeah, you're not at TI yet, buddy.
Yeah. You gotta earn that, right?
That's really funny. Hopefully they make it to TI.
That's what every single team here is hoping for, but it's getting real scary now. These are the last games of the day basically being played now.
Yeah, it comes down to one best of 2, and, you know, at best, you know, or at worst you get eliminated immediately, but you might have a tiebreaker as well, I think, here, right?
That's true.
What if
only for position, what did they say? It's for the...
For the elimination.
Right.
Yeah, but these two teams, they're currently sitting at the same points, so if we have them.
Oh no!
If we have
Your
them
favorite
draw, we
hero
can see
popped
it.
up again.
Yeah, the Mirana. They did pick a lot of stuff that plays nicely with the Mirana. The Shadow Demon, Tide, and Mirana. They got some nice synergy between the heroes setups.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
I'm not a big fan of the Mirana. And we saw the Pugna versus the Mirana before. Just
Yeah,
very
it
happily
doesn't-
trade hits.
Doesn't feel super great, like you said earlier in the previous matchup. Just the fact that Marana's leaps, they take so long to replenish. It is very difficult to play around those timings, and she just doesn't offer as much as some of the other position fours. So you have to assume that this is a comfort pick. But they did, honestly, they still had the Hoodwink available. They could have gone for it. Maybe Omar heard me and just disparaging, just like, oh, you know, all he does is play Hoodwink. He's like, I'll show you, but...
The good thing that you provide with Mirana against Pugna here specifically is that you can kill off the ward much more
Right.
easily than you could with Hoodwink or, otherwise something like a Skywrath would look nice for them, but the Pugna just takes that option away with Nether Ward, just, would destroy the sky.
Ooh, they're ready to fight
Yeah,
on the side of Talon. This Bristle, I feel like it's a Bristle Dazzle meta all of a sudden, like, just real sustaining, and also like negative armor sort of things going on. This guy just
10
always wants to
seconds
fight.
remaining.
Yeah, those heroes do really well right now. Heroes with low
5
cooldowns
seconds
tend to be shining a lot, so against that Tidehunter, maybe you can abuse it a little bit. You so far have no big spell that you need to wait for over on the side of Talon. All their heroes have high tempo. They also have the ultimate last pick here, so expecting them to maybe either pick a mid that you're confident with against pretty much anything, or you just take a carry here. You see the Tidehunter already, so I would probably be more into them just grabbing their carry for the game.
West Esports turn to
Oh, they're gonna go for the Makoto Storm Spirit. God bless our observer. Shout out to we've got PDP today. This is one of the worst heroes to have to observe in a game. That and like Tinker, I feel, but
Yeah,
all right,
he's
this is
fun,
high
he's
tempo.
fun. You
I like
can,
it.
You can see him go in and initiate and, find heroes like Mirana who want to try and leap away and get to safety as well are not very good against Storm. As long as you have the refill from Pugna here, a little bit of battery service, you can keep going.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like the Medusa here. I think it's too slow.
Okay, Medusa.
I know they like playing this. I know TI12 like he loves this, but it feels so clunky, especially when you've got a Pugna who's going to be able to top off everybody too.
There's a good thing about it though. The Medusa doesn't care about the Crepify because
Sure.
increased damage is not that relevant for her. And similarly, the minus armor from Bristleback is completely irrelevant because the mana shield goes first. It doesn't care what your resistances are, what your armor is. All those things are irrelevant. So it's all about, do you have mana? Okay, mana will block 98% of the damage. Then the minus armor will matter for the 2% that goes through. So it can match well against Bristle. But yeah, they have to ban out the anti-mage now and try and protect this Medusa pick.
All right, so we have our mid. What's going to be the 23 Savage hero? Do we see something like a Terrorblade showing up again, like to put the pressure on early? I'd like to see something that fights.
Yeah, I wonder how they want to approach this with the Medusa on the enemy team. You already have pretty nice heroes to play around with the Storm ganking around. There's not a lot of heroes that you really love playing into Medusa from the carry position, I feel. Especially with them taking away the anti-mage already. I mean, one way to do it still, I know I've been saying it a bit here and there, the lifesteal is still there. The Infest Bomb with Storm is pretty damn good, and Aghanims can disarm the Medusa later on.
That's
Also
true.
lanes really well against the Tidehunter. So, in my opinion, an option for them. But the question is which one they prefer. Maybe they have something else that's more comfortable for them. Like you could go towards Drow Ranger even if you want here, over on the side of Talon.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Drow actually wouldn't be too bad with the way that everybody else is going to be up in front. And they don't have a great way to get into the back currently. They took out the puck. It's not an option. You don't really want to go for that Ember like we've said before anymore. He's not really the flavor any longer.
Esports turn
Yeah,
to
he's pretty much forgotten at this point. They're gonna ban out the Slark as well,
Slark.
another hero that would be very
Been good.
obnoxious. A good diffusal buyer against the Medusa as well.
So what does Noob want to play?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's always the idea of the Lina, right? He's been an excellent Lina player for as long as he's been on my radar.
Yeah, it works really well with their drafts. I was thinking the same thing, that Lina might come out here. The only concern I might have is that, you know, it can be scary. You get jumped by Storm, jumped by Tiny. Lina doesn't have the best survivability.
Yeah.
So if they are worried about that, they could go towards something like Queen in this situation. Or even just get the, I don't know. They did remove the puck as well to protect the Storm, so...
I feel like it's
Not an
still scary
option.
though too with a Pugna, right? Like anything that's going to be a caster is going to fall prey to his Nether Ward.
It's not really that bad. It's mostly for like super low HP heroes. Queen does fine. She gets a lot of HP. Ooh, they go for Snapfire.
Snapfire, okay.
Another hero that they have used throughout the year with pretty good success. Not necessarily the most popular hero lately, but it does give them a very nice lane. Every time that Storm goes up to drop a Remnant, you can just press the Q and then W in, auto-attack him a few times, and you might even get kills on this mid lane if Storm messes up.
5 seconds remaining.
Just not super sold on it. Like, I know that's something that they played. It's a comfort pick, which is good because sometimes, you know, in these matches, it does come down. Oh, you're finally going to get your life stealer,
Yes,
Waga.
they heard my prayers.
Finally. But
My prayers are answered.
just because you've been playing something for the entirety of like the season or whatnot doesn't mean that it's still going to work here because it's TI. It's a new meta. You're up against one of the, you know, you're up against the best SEA team. Like, you got to bring something new here. And I'm a little concerned that the snap, while comfortable, is not going to do enough, especially against a player like Makoto.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they have some pretty nasty 5-man drafts on the side of quests. Once they group up, they're really, really strong. But Talon, I feel like they're going to try and split them up. If they get Bristleback to the point that he can just do some split push shenanigans, run around and go wherever he wants, then the ganks from Storm and Lifestealer will be devastating. And Tiny, of course. So I like what Talon have here. It feels like a very Talon-styled draft. At the same time, though, Quest, this is very true to their guns. You know, this is what's been working for them in the past, and it's really going to be a showdown. I'm nervous a little bit. Medusa, I haven't seen her in quite a while. I feel like she got over-nerfed and is not really one of the reliable carries anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Medusa either. I feel like the drafts that work right now, what's in the meta is these heroes that are going to be super aggressive super early, and that are enabled by, you know, these other heroes that are going to be able to hunt. You've got a Storm Spirit who's going to be able to hunt. Lifestealer comes online pretty quickly. Jabs, Ollie, and Q, these guys are going to be in your face the entire time. And, you know, while Toby on that Tide is nice, like it presents a threat, so like, you know, you don't want to go too hard on those dives because of the Ravage. I'm looking at this Mirana. I'm thinking she's not going to be able to do all that much considering you're going to have a Shadow Demon who will be able to kind of do some saves. She's not necessarily the most aggressive. And then, of course, Noob on that Snapfire, you know, he's a great Snapfire, but I just don't feel like this is meta, and I don't feel like it's going to be enough.
Yeah, they're definitely going off meta quite heavily here on the side of Quest, and we'll see how it works for them. I am slightly concerned about the Tidehunter Mirana lane, how well it's going to do here, because that safe lane it looks pretty damn good for shutting them down. You get the Lifestealer, who's obviously going to be very happy, but also Ollie on his Pugna. He delivered really well on it. So we'll see. We'll see how the lanes play out, because like we saw last game, lanes are ever so important.
It's an uphill battle for sure for the side of Quest, but they'll go for a little bit of a later smoke on the side of Talon. They want to go put down some of this vision. Already have dropped that one ward as they'll just pass each other by.
Yeah, going in for the deep ward and double mid ward. We see quite a few teams do this actually, where they drop wards on either side of the mid river here, and it can be pretty nice because you fight a lot for the water runes, the early power runes. So just having some info here can be useful.
I feel what's also going to be nice is that Ollie's going to be able to make these rotations as is Q because they have more survivable just cores that they can take that moment to step away from.
Yeah, we see TA2000 preparing his landscape a little bit here, removing some trees.
Just a little landscaping, you know, as a Medusa does.
Yeah, gotta have your hatchet ready.
Jabs are already scouting out here, just gonna force back, not even gonna bother to spam anything just yet, as be a little bit of a disruption in the position. Throwing into the arrow. Ollie will tank it with his face, but they've already gone and grabbed themselves this bounty. Let's get a little bit further here. It's still gonna be the first blood though, going over to Omar.
Nice combination, perfect distance on Omar. He was ready with that arrow. You can tell that they had that SD combination very well prepared. And even though they didn't get the bounty rune, it's completely fine to get the first blood.
And nothing really got lost there. So Ollie's already back in lane. He's ready to fight. And again, like looking at this lane, 23 should be feeling fairly confident hitting away here over at Toby. And we've seen, you know, Marana and the Pugna before. He's just able to harass a little bit better.
Yeah, generally Pugna does a really good job fighting against Marana, so should be easy for him. Oh, the arrow, not gonna connect onto the lifesteal there, getting the creep instead.
Yeah, they meant to do that. I wish they'd change that, because, you know, you can go and arrow, like, the big creeps and whatnot, and she just, like, makes, like, disappointed or who spoiled that shot or whatever, you know? She meant to do it. It's on purpose.
Definitely.
23 has to be careful, though. He is dancing a little close to the edge right now.
Yeah, losing a lot of HP. All lanes pretty aggressively trading here. Every time Storm goes up for those remnants, he puts himself a little bit in danger of the Scatter Blasts, Fire Snap Cookie combo, so we'll see Noob go for very aggressive harassment onto him here.
He's already got his bottle coming in, though, so he'll be able to trade even more aggressively.
Yeah, same for the Snapfire, it's being delivered now, so a little bit late, but still gonna get it in time for the Water Runes.
Yes, right now, really holding steady here in this mid lane. Pretty even.
Yeah. Big thing I would say so far, looking at the lanes, is this Tidehunter struggling a little bit bottom against this Pugna plus Lifestealer, getting harassed quite a bit, but does a good job securing the creeps near his tower.
So what's the lane that absolutely needs to succeed? Like, is that going to be the Snapfire lane in mid to put the pressure down?
I think from Quest perspective, yeah, you need Noob to have a good game here, because you're going to play him around him quite a lot. At the same time, if you're Talon, you cannot afford Tidehunter somehow starting to bully the Lifestealer. It shouldn't happen, but this bottom lane has to work for him.
See Ollie continuing to just harass Omar a bit. I'm curious to see what's going to happen if we're going to see rotation over to this mid lane, because I feel like if things keep going fairly evenly, Makoto, when he gets that 6, is going to be very, very scary for Noob to have to deal with, right? Because he doesn't have a great way of disengaging with these fights.
Yeah, it's both ways though on mids. If the Snapfire gets level 6 before the Storm gets level 6, then the ulti will easily kill Storm if he doesn't have the jump
That's
yet.
true.
So every single deny matters so much. Getting ahead and getting level 6 first is super vital here for the mid laners.
I assume they get it around the same time, though, like looking at the CS. So the Snapfire a little bit ahead right now thanks to that Scatter Blast, but...
Yeah, I think Snap has an edge in the lane. She definitely is the more favorable matchup, so he should be able to do even more when he's level 5 as well. It's also extremely hard to deny the range creep against a Snapfire. She just nukes, and getting the range creep for Storm, then he puts himself in danger. Like I said, has to go too close.
Bounty.
See Omar snapping up the bounty rune, making his way over to the bottom area for the water, perhaps to help secure it.
Yeah, also at the
Only
same time
23
going for a
Toby
little bit of
alone.
stack.
The vision on the sentry. They're prepared to fight for this. Noob, nice cookie hop arrow coming in hot. This is looking real good. Oh no, Makoto, he's fine though. He's gonna try to put out a little bit more damage to drag back over onto Noob. Noob, he gets the kill before he goes down. That's gotta feel real good if
that
you
was-
are Noob.
Very important kill there for Noob, because like I said, getting level 6 first is all that matters, and Storm now didn't get any experience for that kill since he went down first.
A little bit of the level advantage now. Moving over for the Snapfire.
Yeah, Pugna has to run away from mid, I think, and just leave solo experience to Storm. He wants to help control the runes, but he should not be leeching any of the experience here. We haven't talked about top lane too much, but so far, you know, it's a pretty uninteresting lane, I guess, in some regards. It's a Medusa, doesn't really have the biggest kill threat, but she's doing pretty fine in farming and do some nice pulls here as well, trying to deny creeps.
Oh, they have a rotation over to the mid lane. Ollie's here. They have the Decrepify. Q, the toss back underneath the tower. Tries to get that Scatter Blast over out to Ollie, but that's a dead noob. So a little bit of retribution here.
Oh, that was a great rotation by Tiny coming in. He realized his top lane, he's not really needed anymore. The Bristleback does just fine on his own. He doesn't really change too much. So making a move towards mid, this is offsetting that level advantage.
He's so close to getting that Vanguard too on the Bristleback. And once he gets that, it's going to be very difficult to out-harass him in this lane. He's got the Vanguard, just delivered now. Going to continue to throw out this goo, snot, everything. Starts pushing away over onto Kaori. Has too many stacks though, so will go down swinging, and Kaori will be happy to get himself a kill.
That's a big kill to get. It's not the most active kill lane, so being able to bring down the Bristleback here is pretty huge. And just getting to the 5 stack, now even going over and picking up the healing Lotus. Medusa would be very happy to have that available as well in any fight.
Nice stacks here from Makoto too. He's got a double damage bottled, so he'll be able to get even more experience. Because Snapfire is actually not level 6 just yet.
Yeah, that kill by Tiny coming in mids, it took away a lot of her experience. So now Storm gonna be able to make a choice here if he wants to go towards any lane and get a kill, or if he wants to call in, he wants to kill mid instead.
I mean, the mid lane is very, very important for the side of Quest. This is, you know, their tempo creator, so could see him stick around, try to make sure that they can't take the tower, try to make sure that Snapfire doesn't get any free farm for sure.
Looking at bottom lane, the Lifestealer is definitely enjoying himself, but at the same time, Tyduntra not being too bothered. Toby definitely knows how to play the lane in a good way. He's slowly building towards his soul ring as well.
Should be able to find themselves a quick pick off here on Kaori. Tries to go for that neutral 9, not going to be able to quite manage it.
Yeah, so it's still going to be 1-for-1 over on the Wisdom runes, no steal.
You see that the Pugna Ollie's made his rotation towards the top lane, knowing that this Medusa's low, knowing that the Shadow Demon's not here, could put a little bit more pressure. See that Taki's just leeching some of that experience in the mid lane.
Yeah, I like that they're giving some time here for the Tiny to enjoy mid, where Storm farmed so fast jungle anyway. He doesn't really need to have the mid lane.
Yeah, that is
Jabs.
a giant stack too. Oh, Jab sees him. Sees that TP coming in.
Yeah, he's just going to play it safe. He doesn't want to get too far out of position. He knows he's playing alone right now, and just going to scout a little bit. While Q is off getting levels on mid, he has to be careful not to get too out of position because of the threat of the disruption into Arrow.
It is a little spooky just because this Lifestealer doesn't have any vision on his side down here, but you can see the aggression in the top lane, making plays over here onto Jeff. He's gonna try and teleport out. Does barely manage it, but in comes the Storm. He smells blood in the water. He found himself, Kaori. Gonna get the toss up over onto this Medusa. Does not have that Stone Gaze to drag back. Not a lot of mana, though, left over on Makoto. Couple clicks. Omar joining into the fight. Cookie hop over Makoto. Nice arrow. He's gonna end up paying for this if he's not careful. In fact, he indeed dies to this Medusa.
That was very nice. They're keeping him alive. The Lotus as well coming in. Play getting some extra mana there for the Medusa. So it stays alive. And Storm looked like it could have been really big. If he gets the kill on Medusa, it's all worth it. But with an Arcane Rune, that was not really the biggest impact. Gets the SD kill, of course, was nice. But losing his own life is very costly.
Oh yeah, they would have much preferred to get the Medusa. Although, is giving Ollie the chance to finish off the mid tower. So still getting an objective, which is pretty nice. But definitely don't want to have a bunch of deaths on your Storm.
Yeah, for sure. But they're going to group up together again. Oli and Makoto here looking for Kaori if he steps down a little bit or if he steps out.
There he is. Life Drain, the pull. It's just a little bit more damage that I don't quite have it. Does he go for it? Does he go for the dive? Oh, yeah, of course he does. He doesn't finish him, though. He needed one more hit. In comes Noob. So Makoto will be respectful, back off a little bit. Doesn't know who else might be. If the Mirana could be lurking in the shadows.
These magic sticks are paying off against the Storm. Kaori holding it there until the very end and mind games him. He could have gotten the kill if he committed, but he thought he had the kill already. Now we have Talon going in for a steal instead. Yeah, they take away a triple stack from the big camp. Quite a bit of gold for them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Noob, gotta keep himself safe. TP out immediately.
It's been a pretty quiet lane down here for Toby in 23.
Yeah, the lane is just not moving. It's pretty much static. Yeah, quite a bit of farming. They're both 63 CS as well, so it's dead even. But Lifesteer is going for that armlet next, and his intentions, we can see he's queuing up the Radiance.
Oh, they found themselves Omar. Toss up, needs to just get a little bit more damage. As Makoto starts making his way over. They have the Moonlight Shadow. They've got Dust on Q. We'll drop a sentry as they go through.
And Mikoto just not really finding the kills though in these rotations. He needs to get topped off now by the mana boots of Oli.
This does put them in the situation where they can put pressure on the tower with the Cardi though, and they have a Pugna.
Yeah, should be a pretty fast tower, as I don't see any way they want to defend this. Interestingly, they didn't skill Ravage yet, by the way, on Toby. He's level 8 without Ravage. He did put all his skill points, so he just wants to sit here in bottom lane and accelerate his farm right now.
I guess he just figures that, you know, knows where he's needed. It's going to be in the bottom lane, and go steal this party. A little bit of GTA going on.
Oh, catapult lasted.
What?
Easy. What a player.
Getting closer and closer to this Aghanims now on the Bristleback. Just needs 2 more components of it. And he really has just been allowed to do mostly whatever he wants up here in this lane. Did, of course, end up dying earlier on with that one rotation with the ultimate from the Snapfire, but doesn't seem too bothered.
Nice little place there by Lifesteer, scouting out a bit before he backs out using the Cardi.
They know that this Deuce is over here.
Yeah, she's a pretty hard dive though. If you're committing on a tower against Medusa, the TPN from the Shadow Demon could be pretty scary.
This is nice. A haste picked up for Makoto.
He's gone basically every single power rune. I think he's getting a lot of rune control, but hasn't really turned into too many kills yet.
Do you think we see, now that we have the armlet online for 23, do you think we'll see him hitch a ride at all? Or do you think you're just going to continue to just make the space for him to farm? Because he has been allowed to just hit creeps. Same thing, though, with the Deuce, and I feel like the Deuce is a lot scarier because of the fact she has that split shot.
I would really like to see them, you know, with next Infest timing, try and make a play. For now, though, it's on cooldown, so we'll take a little while before then. But yeah, the Infest bombs would really help them get some of these kills that have been so close, right? Too many times quests have gone away with just a little bit of HP running away, and the help of Lifesteer could definitely be useful for Storm here.
Q's also very close to getting this Blink Dagger, too, so that might be the other timing that they're kind of waiting for.
Yeah. Also, looking over at Medusa here, he already has the Diffusal Blade and the Yasha, so going towards the Mantis Style next. Accelerating his farm quite a lot. Also a good build against the Bristleback. Can take his
Jebs is in no man's land. Ooh. Well, he's in for a world of hurt now.
Ah, easy stuns. Even the arrow as well. He was double stunned. That TP out is not gonna work.
Nope.
He still does have a pretty good amount of farm on the Bristleback, but dying again there is going to be a nice pick-off for Noob. Bristleback needs 800 more gold for his Aghanims, and now on his death, they're going in and invading, going for the Wisdom Rune, still going for their own as well with the Shadow Demon.
Was that just a little too greedy coming out from this Bristleback? Just because he was so close to finishing that last bit? Like, there was no one else up there.
Yeah, he was super far out, but you know, it was one of those moments where they saw his team with a ward, so his team was showing somewhere else on the map, and because of that, they could just commit on Bristle. Because we've seen how it backfires sometimes, going on Bristle first. If the enemy are around, you can get punished really hard. But they knew that he was faking, he was alone.
I'd like to see them take the stack now, because Ollie's been very, very diligent on this, and it does look like Jabs will be doing that.
Yeah, just farming up towards that full Aghanim Scepter. Only needs
So close.
100 more gold now.
Ollie topping him off. Little gas station.
Yeah, nice quick heal. Full
Oh, this
HP
is
again.
big. The blink. The blink's on Tiny now.
Yeah, again, got the Tumbler's toy as well in this game. So Tumbler's toy plus blink, very good catch range.
They do have the Infest available on this lifestealer. I'd like to see him maybe join in some of these fights.
Yeah, for now it looks like he's happy just working towards his relic, just sitting down here, making sure bottom lane is not being taken over. But yeah, definitely would be a quick, join in for a gank and then get something done. The issue is they need wards spotting a target. You don't want to just blindly infest and then run around for a while. You want it to be a quick deal.
Remember when support lifestealer was a thing when they first changed?
Oh God!
You just sit in your hero and walk away. Smoke's up though. They have the Aghanim Scepter on jabs. They're looking
Regent
for a
form, too.
hunt. Koto. They see Toby. That's not necessarily who they want, but they're gonna dive in. They need to use those sentries. Need to use those dusts. Do pop it. They've got the sentry. They can see multiples over here. Q in position. The avalanche. The toss. A cookie forward over onto Toby. I don't know. I don't know if you still want to keep doing this. They're still under that Moonlight Shadow. It's just about to wear off, though. Do you re-engage?
That's quite a bit of hippity-hopping there, but ultimately Quest 5-man is really strong. Like we said early in the draft, Talon, they want to split them up. They don't want a 5-man fight. Noob, though?
They're going to force out that invis. They have the dust, though. They've got the vision, the toss back. Arrow lands over onto Q. They don't really seem to mind. Nice banishment, though. That's not going to hit the target that they want is a follow Kaori. Nice ravage here from Toby. They'll turn their attention down to this bottom portion as Q is forced back. They've used the Stone Gaze, but they're not going to be able to escape so easily. They're still chasing after them. They still have heroes that have plenty of health. The Infest Bomb jumps out. Arrow lands over onto Jabs, but they take out Toby. They take out the Medusa. And it's only the Mirana who's left alive.
It's the save a buddy syndrome right there from Quest. They lose the Snapfire and they're like, oh, maybe we can help him running over. But then the Storm chases so well, and Bristleback as well. He's a fantastic hero for running people down. So that was could have been a clean pickoff just on the Snapfire, and that wouldn't have been too bad for Quest. But they tried to help him and just got caught trying to stretch a little bit too thin.
Yeah, you can see here Makoto with that drag forces out the Invis room, but they have dust, right? Because they have a Mirana on the enemy team. And it looks like he was trying to go for that that save. Ends up hitting the Storm instead. It's a good ravage, but it's too late at this point.
Yeah, if you don't have your Snapfire there, you're missing a lot of damage as well. You kind of need the Mortimer's Kisses to lay in with the Ravage, have them happen at the same time. And yeah, even losing the Medusa there at the back of it was very, very costly for them. Her first death in this game.
It's a lot of information given from that one ward over here as Q finds himself Noob, the toss back over onto Jabs, and this is not looking good for him. Does end up getting stunned, but you've got Ollie, you've got a Decrep, you've got yourself a gas station as they're chasing up to Toby. They know that he does not have that Ravage available, so he's just going to get run down. Now Omar, he can't leap away from Makoto.
Oh my
3
God.
dead on the side of Quest, just like that.
Dude, Bristleback, when he's winning, looks absolutely absurd. When you're ahead, the amount of damage this hero dishes out with Aghanims is so crazy. Look at that 3.3k in a matter of seconds as well. Noob just got bursted from full to nothing.
It is pretty ridiculous, and he is probably due for a nerf.
Yeah, we'll
But it
see.
won't be till after TI, most likely.
I mean, I'm just happy that the Aghanims is not the old Aghanims, because the old one was just him running around snotting on everyone, and you couldn't really play the game. I'd rather have my opponent deal a ton of damage than everyone just running around unable to play.
We're still in a global pandemic. It's a little bit too much on the nose, you know? We play video games to escape having people cough and sneeze all over us.
That's true. But Lifesteer now with a big power spike finishes up the full Radiance. So has the Armlet and the Radiance up. Mischance going to be very useful here against the Medusa as well.
I have to say, they feel very, very strong at this time. I would love to see Talon taking advantage of that. They do have the Infest up, so they could potentially make something happen. They are working on the BKB for Makoto, just so he's locked down even less and he's able to zip around and do crazy things.
Yeah,
It's going to be a Midas for Q, too. He's queued that up.
That's what he did last time when his Tiny
Yeah.
goes blink first and then back for Midas. This guy, he doesn't want to feel stressed in the game. He wants to feel like we can take this game late game. Even against the Medusa here, I think they are very happy to play without any sense of urgency. And sure, they're ahead, but looking at the way they're approaching the game, they're playing very calm, just farming, trying to get their advantage, while also making some moves here and there, looking for kills. But it's not stressed to Dota.
Definitely doesn't feel that way, whereas it feels like Quest are just trying to find the breathing room to be able to get things done.
Yeah, we see Bristle starting up on the Tormentor, and Shadow Demon just says, goodbye, I'm not sticking around, TP's out. And there it is, the Aghanims. Aghanims plus the Shard, 7 stacks. Very easy.
Gross.
Yeah, so that's going to be Shard for Pugna. Not a massive change in how the game plays, but it's a nice Shard to get, nevertheless.
It's a little bit more cast range. It's good for him just because the way that Ollie plays, right? His positioning is so important that he's able to stay alive, top off his team. And this way now, it just makes him a little bit more effective being able to drop that Nether Ward from a further distance. And we will see Makoto. They've smoked up.
Here comes a little bit of a move. They hop into Tiny with the Lifestealer.
They see? They immediately Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, they saw movement going towards bottom, so let's see if they
Look at
back
Makoto.
all the way out.
Makoto does have a fresh BKB too.
This could be pretty good for Quest, possibly, if they're
There
ready
he
to
is.
save-
It just
he wants to
ends.
wait.
That Moonlight Shadow, it's gone. Lifestealer pop out bomb. Good disruption. Waiting for a little bit here. They're in kind of an awkward situation because, again, they have a Tide Hunter. They do have Ravage. But Jabs, he's so strong right now. Just throws his back at them.
Yeah,
They
very,
just walk
very nice
away.
reaction.
They're all stacked up right on top of each other, but they're not going to go for it.
Talon very wisely decided to not overcommit there. They saw a disruption and immediately just said, guys, we don't need to take a 5-man fight. And I really admire the way that they've been playing the game because they're not giving those clean team fights to Quest. They have the advantage. They have the Ravage. They have the Medusa ulti. Really great team fight spells. And Talon, they can just keep playing the map in this annoying, sort of split push way with pick-off potential. And they're not losing their discipline there.
No, in fact, they've got most of their towers still up at this point. They did lose the bottom one. But oh gosh, they're going to go right into Roche too. I like this. I like when you see, these teams, okay, we finished an objective. What's our next move? What do we do? And this is exactly it.
Yeah, very quickly gonna take down the Roche. The Bristleback doing tons of work for this as well with the Shard and the Aghanims combination. So are they gonna give this over to Lifestealer or is it Bristleback taking it, I wonder? Nice
Lifestealer. Good Lifestealer. Jabs is pretty survivable at this point.
Yeah, he's getting to that point. Didn't get Vampire Fangs this game, unluckily, but building towards a Lotus. Get some way to return some of the spells here. Makoto just kind of walking around. Gonna end up pushing out mid. He has his BKB, so he can feel pretty confident. They don't have any BKB piercing disable, so as long as he doesn't get caught out of nowhere, he should be able to push out lanes pretty far.
I mean, big items coming up here. Toby's working on Pipe of Insight.
Scotty on Medusa very
Body's
soon.
going to be soon.
Yeah, he's cleaning up this Ancient, and then he could buy it right now. Gonna go over and get it.
Are they looking to get the Agnum Scepter on the Shadow Demon? Q's actually in a good position. It's right next to Omar. Have to be careful. Okay, now that he showed himself, I think Omar wants to just back off. Makoto is here, though.
He drops
They
a
don't
word.
see
He's
him.
like, I gotta be careful. They're telling him to go
Pressure.
split push the next wave. They have Glyph for this creep wave, and then the next creep wave, maybe he can cut it. But he was spotted by a ward just barely there.
Now look at that Moonlight Shadow. They're just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go for the creep wave, so the creep
Little
wave
too
is gonna
sneaky.
come. Or, oh, he's committing.
No, he's going to go for it. All right. They're not really in the position. Oh, they fortify their own creeps, though. They say, yeah, nice try.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
Omar
it's a
is
little,
trying to drag them away.
little bit awkward
Not for
for
a
him.
Lotus.
The travels.
Oh,
Gonna
and
get
he's
cancelled.
tried. Cute. A little bit off the mark here. So on a little bit of a wild goose chase.
He has no more leap charges, so this is end of the road for him, I think.
Yep. And they'll get a nice wisdom rune here for Ollie too, so a worthwhile chance to just go back, grab that, and immediately smoke up.
I like that
Love
move.
this.
Yeah,
I love this.
Going immediately when you have one player dead, and not only that, when he respawns, he's down to one single leap charge, so it's gonna be
I like
pretty
that they're
rough for him.
showing 23 here because he's got the Aegis, and they're like, oh, well, you know, they were just over. Perhaps that, you know, we can make a move, but there's going to be the Lifestealer bomb inside the Tiny.
Is under attack.
Yeah, looking for anyone who is hanging around top. Shadow Demon is close to a full Aghanim Scepter, by the way. He's 500 gold away.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit further because Makoto will be able to find him with that smoke popping.
He finally goes down.
Ooh, the arrow lands on Makoto, though.
Just
We'll pause Ollie to
nuisance.
just protect. They just use those illusions to take down the... Oh, they get the denial on the Netherward.
Radiant's middle tower.
Meanwhile, we have Toby just casually pushing out bottom, Medusa looking for wherever she can farm, but ultimately, this high ground push, you gotta address it a little bit here. The Aegis on Lifestealer, he's just forcing someone to come back home.
Forces multiples to come home. You see Noob and
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
TA2000. They've moved back towards the top.
Going for
And
mid tower now, they're angling for setup. They have a nice deep ward as well. 23 is playing on it.
They don't have jabs. Jabs is bottom, just pushing out the waves. But I guess they also don't have Tide Hunter just yet either, which is a big part of their team fight.
Yeah, Tide's kind of just sitting around bottom, farming a little bit, but meanwhile, the
have the boots,
inevitable push is coming in mid. Now with a DD and a region rune, Storm is super strong.
Jabs has joined back in. We'll go for the jump onto Toby in the bottom lane. Try to get
Holding
some of
is
this.
disabled.
Does
Yep.
have the dust, but he's gotta go and switch it out from his back. It's okay, Q's here. So that's a Tide Hunter that's not gonna be available for this mid push.
Yeah, and even after using all his mana there, pops the region, he's gonna be able to join mid very quickly as well. TA2000. I don't know, this Medusa, I'm still concerned, man. They picked this Medusa, and I'm just feeling like, even though she's supposed to be a strong late game hero, I feel like she can get hard countered here by some Halberd coming out eventually, and the Bristle, Lifestealer, and Storm are all scaling really well here.
Yeah.
They already have one Halberd on the Lifestealer, so if they had a second one on Bristleback, then Medusa won't be able to auto attack at all.
They have the halberd, yeah. Like it's over on the Lifestealer. Looks like they're being very methodical on the side of Talon. So they've already taken out the two outer towers. They're going to make their way to the bottom, get rid of this last one here. Aegis is going to get reclaimed during this, but I don't feel like they're too upset about it, considering they're very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
They smoked up on the side of Quest.
slowly and methodically taking control of the game. Quest trying to make a defense here, predicting that the push is coming bottom, but look at Talon. They already know about the smoke. Look at their positioning. Just
This
sitting behind
positioning is
towers.
fantastic.
Sitting behind trees, I mean. Yeah.
We'll show their Lifestealer.
Yeah,
They just...
they know that you can't get bursted. Lifestealer is way too difficult to bring down first. And now we see them going towards mid, might even poke a little bit here as the smoke is about to time out. And all of Quest in a bit of an awkward position here.
Oh, they even have a gem too, so they're taking down all of their vision.
Yeah, cleaning out vision and pushing top. Gonna again throw a question mark towards this tier 3 tower and say, hey guys, you gotta come back home. Gotta defend
Yeah.
your base. Yeah, this is a forcing move, just making sure that they're not, because they know that they smoked out, they just don't know the exact position. So by pushing a tower, they prompt them to come back and defend.
Yeah, they can do these slow sieges too with Ollie, where there's just no committal, which feels very, very bad if you're Quest. You're
Yeah,
using
this
the
is,
Glimmer Cape to ensure that they can get another nice big hit off.
Pugna Blast does a ridiculous amount of damage nowadays as well to a tier 3 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Now
under
backing out
attack.
again. Now Quest are the ones who are again stuck in their base and the map is being played by Talon. So sure, you're out on the map with like SD down on bottom, but an SD farming, that's not really the most relevant thing. I don't think that anyone on Talon cares about him scaling.
He's got the Aghanim Scepter, which is nice, but he's not a high priority for them, especially because he is so squishy.
He dies to
Comparatively.
any of the cores and pretty much
Yeah.
dies to the Tiny as well soon as he is closing in on his next item. We'll see what he wants to go back for here. Perhaps the Shadow Blade.
They have no vision. Like, this sucks for Quest right now because they're like trying to get some sort of a pick off, trying to force them to respond on their own terms. And Q's hiding in the tree line. Smoke will pop.
Oh, they know he's there. Blink.
Blink
Blinks
out
into
onto the back. All right, perhaps they find this. This would be great for them. Arrow connects. So they do get something for their troubles, but they can't really take anything for objectives off of this.
998 gold there is quite a bit for killing off a support alone. So they get something. They're thinking about going through the portal, but nobody's down there right now. 23 farming in a very good spot on the enemy ancients, getting some high priority farm, taking it away from Medusa as well.
Gonna go bottom with the Moonlight Shadow and a Smoke, but like you said, nobody's home. Everybody's kind of congregated towards this middle area.
Under attack.
This is the third smoke in a matter of 3 minutes here, so they're burning through all their smoke charges. I don't think that they have any after this. Yeah, oh, they have one more on Mirana, but that's the final smoke. The next one is going to come off cooldown in 3 minutes time.
Radiant's
Meanwhile,
top tower
23 is
is
just
under
hanging out in the mid lane, not a care in the world. We'll teleport, join the rest of the team. They are smoked up.
Yeah, it's smoking out. They know that Roshan could be up already, so they have to make a play for bottom. It's a late spawn, but they don't know that.
They're up on the high ground for the side of Quest. They do have the Ravage available. Here's our Lifestealer bomb. He's gotten fast. It's just going to show into the lane. Oh, smoke breaks. They know. They know they're on the high ground here.
Yeah,
Kodo.
Bristle, cautious
Look at his
about going in
positioning.
there.
Trying to figure out what's the best angle. How am I not going to get immediately ravaged? As they jump onto Toby, they've already jumped over onto the Mirana. Kodo onto the back lines, realizing that Kori is a threat. Ravage coming in, Ollie trying to keep Q alive for longer. Jabs now, he's struggling to fight through this. He will end up dying. They've already lost Noob, but this is not feeling super comfortable right now for the side of Talon.
Yeah, it was a good fight, good positioning by Quest, using the high ground in a really good way. Even though they try and go on the back line there, Talon didn't really have a way to fight into the Ravage, and they didn't even need to use the Stone Gaze. That's the bigger thing.
Oh, yeah.
So they still have one of their team fight spells ready, which means they feel confident going for Roche now.
This Roche isn't the fastest Roche.
No, it's really
They
quite
could
slow.
potentially try to interrupt this now that they know that Ravage is down. They still have the Stone Gaze, right? No Moonlight Shadow for another 9 seconds.
Going
Click
in,
over onto Lifestealer.
looking for the back line here always. There's an Arcane Rune. Mikoto wants it, so he says, guys, just chill. They're not taking Roche. Let me get this Arcane Rune. It's absolutely broken on Storm, so...
Yeah, they
waiting
definitely
up.
have the better positioning, right? Because they've got a place to TP to down by the Roche pit.
It's
and
more so that
Bristle.
once the Bristle comes in again, then Ravage is still on cooldown, so Tide is kind of useless, and the Roche has to be forfeit here by Quest. I don't think that they can hold on to it.
I'm guessing that they're just going to walk into the pit now themselves, if I had to guess, yeah?
Yeah, this is such a methodical and slow game, but Talon are playing it really excellently, and Quest, they're a bit limited. That's the downside with their draft. When you're playing the Tide and Medusa sort of death ball strat, is that you can only really take the big 5v5 fights. Their pick-off Dota is pretty terrible, which makes Storm and Lifestealer very happy.
All right, Aegis getting placed over onto 23. And the rest of the team's going to take the portal, see if they can grab anyone.
Yeah, for now, a cheese over on Bristleback as well. That might make its way over to Storm's inventory later on. Who knows? As Bristle already has the Bloodstone as well, so he probably doesn't need it.
It's true. BKB on the mind of Bristleback for his next item. See where this Dusa is. So she's got the Scotty, she's got the Monkey King Bar, Crystallis, and she's working towards that Daedalus and a Disperser. So
I mean, I
next
see
on
a
her
lot
wish
of
list.
a lot of Demon Edge items, but it's not the Demon Edge item that I want to see here. You know, I think they might need the Rapier sooner or later here just to have some big impact. I like Disperser though. I think almost better than Daedalus would be to go Disperser and then try and build towards the Rapier, because Disperser gives you the movement speed as well.
Looks like Jabs is going to go take care of the Tormentor.
Yeah, gonna be same story as last time. Just get some goo on it and work up the quills.
Look at that, so ridiculous. Oh my god.
Honestly, looks like he can do it even faster and easier than TA. So quite impressive.
Yeah. Kodo's still holding onto that arcane. He needs to be careful though, because of the way that Quest is playing, they're very grouped up.
Yeah, this is very awkward for Quest. They have all their tools ready, but into the Aegis, into the cheese, it's risky for them to take a team fight.
What do they need to do? They need to find like some sort of just pick off here on the side of Talon. Is that the best way to approach, because they do have such strong team fight?
Yeah, I think Talon, they just need to wait for someone to go out of position here. They don't want to give the big team fights over to Quest. Whereas Quest, ideally, they would find a pick-off.
Look at Jabs. He's like, someone's here.
Yeah.
Found Kari. Kari's just like, nope, I'm teleporting out. Don't want to be here. See you later.
And quick and easy gets himself to safety. I like the way Kari has been playing, though. He very often is out on the field, you know, not too worried and sitting back in base. He's always out there, but it's just an SD. Ideally, you would want this to be like Tide or Medusa finding farm somewhere and not stuck in base, but at least his move gives them some information, and when they see Heroes bottom, they go out and farm the Ancients.
BKB completed now for 23. He's going to have to make some room, though, here. He's got quite a few things in his inventory at this time.
Yeah, he hasn't sold off his trash yet. He still has the Magic Wand and the Bracer, holding on to those.
He's very attached to them, you know? It's like a security blanket. He's had them for his entire life.
Yep, it's very comfy to have them there, but until you want to pick up some neutral items.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh god, with the BKB in inventory, he actually will have an issue at minute 37 if he drops a neutral item.
Yeah.
He's gotta quickly send home his regular one.
I mean, it's not the most efficient, but worst case... Well, yeah, you just send it home, right?
Yeah, you can still pick it. It's not a problem.
They're
At least not
very
when the...
spread out.
Oh, they're gonna knock high ground here with the Aegis. Just pretty low committal. Just send in Lifestealer, a few auto attacks, and then you can run away again.
I mean, the Cardis are taking care of this tower.
Man, this game is very methodical. It makes for a snooze fest, though, Talon. Go fight them. Just rush in.
I know, right? Like, you're so strong. I love the fact that, you know, you want to be sure about it, but at the same time...
This is TI,
You can't be
and this
too
is
shy.
Elimination Series, right? So this is
Link is going to get
everything on
broken. See that halberd getting used on Deuce. So we'll force her to use the Manta, force the Moonlight Shadow, and also the Shadow Demon. Let's see here. Fire Snap Cookie. Again, Ollie, great positioning. Sits very far back, even has that Glimmer Cape. Be able to heal 23 right back up again. They're trying to make a wrap play here as Makoto.
Getting the Storm would be big.
This is
They know it's
big, but
here.
can they grab him in time? They'll see him over here on the mid lane. Zips away. Oh, look at that. Nope, not going to be successful. Now they're in kind of an awkward position. Very spread out.
Lifestealer feeling confident, still has the Aegis, but his team is a little bit far away, and I think I can almost hear them say, you know, why give them a 5-man fight? Why
Yeah.
give them exactly what they want here on the side of Quest?
They've got a Scythe of Ice, too. Go down with the Lotus.
Yeah, this is just Talon's game to lose, essentially, at this point. With 13,000
Yeah.
gold lead, they can keep playing like they have been doing so far. They don't need to stress out. And Quest, that was another, you know, attempt with the smoke move there going out, but they haven't really connected anything. Maybe with the Hex that they have, both mid laners have Hex, by the way. It's like, maybe with the Hex that they have on the Snapfire, they could find something. But overall, their pick-off Dota has just not been strong enough.
Yeah, Aegis is going to expire on 23, but again, in no rush. They've definitely pinned them into the base. It's starting to feel a little dire for the side of the Dire.
Yeah, they have a very limited amount of real estate here that they can watch over. Maybe they're ancient sometimes. Sometimes there's a Lifestealer coming in and collecting that gold instead, though. And meanwhile, Q doing the same thing that we saw him do earlier on his Tinies, transitioning to become a core. He's got that Mindbreaker as well. Shadowblade, like I mentioned before, with the Midas, he's scaling. BKB is his next dream item.
Daedalus, Monkey King Bar. Making his way over, probably gonna consider thinking about picking up that Demon Edge. Definitely wants to have the buyback though, so perhaps not just yet.
I think you almost buy out here just because of how far behind you are. You might need to just be as strong as you can be. Sometimes holding buyback is correct, but I would almost advocate that he just tries to power spike really hard because the game is slipping. It's slipping out of their control. And if Medusa dies, it's quite likely his entire team died as well, because at that point, you know, he doesn't get bursted first.
Right. I still have the cheese over on Bristleback. It's looking to go and get that Assault Cuirass as the next item.
Yeah, he's getting pretty massive. Didn't choose to go for a halberd in this game, so just going for regular scaling. I mean, the AC is still very, very good here, getting both some safety for your own team and also getting more damage onto the enemy.
I mean, they had the halberd on the lifestealer, right? So they did have someone at least picking that up. Perhaps that's why he opted to go what he did.
Yeah, having one is nice. It's usually that effect, though, where if you have two of them, the Medusa is completely out of the fight. It's a very big change in uptime during the fight. Now with the DD rune, they smoke in, looking for someone with the Hex
Got
here.
the infest, too. Dropping all the wards, look at that.
Are under attack. Shadows.
Again, still holding on to that DD. Got more than half left. No
Wow.
one's showing, though. The Moonlit Shadow, they dropped the wards. They know that they're over there.
Yeah, there's spotted.
Pings
Quest have been
of
seen.
billion spades. Got their own sentry down.
Oh, this is tough for
They're
Quest to
feeling
go
shy.
into.
They're feeling really shy right now. Look at this Tidehunter. He's trying to dance around the edge. Go for
Again, I
another
think
smoke.
we're just seeing Talon be patient again. They feel no real need to give this easy fight. They actually just kind of TP out,
Oh, they
push the
leave.
side lanes again, keep building their items. This smoke has to work for Quest. They need something this time. Too many of their smokes have fizzled out into nothing.
Yeah. They definitely are hitting a desperation point, feels.
Actually, this time the smoke, was it just the ninja gears? The double ninja gear? They used two of them, so I think
It
that
might
wasn't
have
a
been?
real... Yeah, I don't think that was an
I thought I
actual
saw
smoke.
multiples, like maybe some of the smokes didn't break on a couple of them, because it looked like there were 4 people smoked back.
Now they use
There's the smoke.
Yeah, this one is an actual one.
Okay, all right. I like this positioning over on the high ground. Something's up. Nobody's showing.
Yeah,
With the
holding
smoke.
the wraparound coming in here by Quest, trying to get a nice angle from behind. Lifestealer
Radiant's middle tower
sitting
is
on the high
under
ground,
attack.
though.
I don't think this is going to go well for them, considering that they're on the high ground. Smoke will break. They know there's someone up there. Toss the ward, breaking the Lincolns.
Yeah, now they know there's a ward on high ground as well because of that Mystic Snake.
And they're going to back off. Makoto angling to go around the side. Ollie, very spread out here.
They're really respecting the 5-man Talon. I thought they could fight there with the high ground, but now they do not want to give a clean fight.
Lifestealer bomb and Makoto. There's a courier on their way.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Perhaps trying to get some of that vision. An advantageous jump.
Yeah, this is a weird spot to be in. They can't sit here forever as well. If we wait long enough, then top lane is eventually going to start
Yeah.
pushing in on the racks even. Now going up above. This is such a dance. They're trying to find the angles. They got
See,
jump cute.
Tiny. There's the jump forward, the BKB onto the back lines, though. Even though they have that Ravage, they'll find Omar. They want to try to finish him off quickly, but now we've got this Medusa fighting in the middle of everything, and these BKBs, they help, but they're not quite doing enough
back
because
is dying.
Medusa just hitting the way that they're doing here. Noob's still trying to fight with Makoto. He doesn't have any mana left. They'll end up here with that storm going down as the chase is on after Omar, but look at the damage from Jabs. Look at Toby. They just thrive in these situations when they can just hit all of those disgusting quills, viscal nasal goo, all of that stuff. My
All
goodness.
that dancing, and finally they get the positioning that they want to take the fight. It was a little bit awkward at first. Storm did a great job zipping in onto the backline, always looking for that Shadow Demon, knows that he's the priority target to go on. And Quest, while they stood strong for a little bit of duration there during the Medusa ulti, as soon as the Medusa ulti is gone, Lifestealer just goes in and shreds her apart.
Yeah, the problem with just, you know, the longer that you take these fights, the longer that Jabs is able to go and just put out all of these quills and the goo, and then he just immediately, you know, he's able to teleport right towards the base. So Medusa will buy back. That's expensive, very costly, but they need to because they are already taking out a whole lane of racks. They're going for the other half, and now 23 should be able to finish off this one tower. So they just lost so much real estate off of that one fight.
They're going away as well. They're leaving the Tormentor, going straight towards the Roche. Want to take it before the respawns come in here off the Snapfire. So just want to make sure that they get themselves the Aegis, also get the Aghanims. It's going to move towards top, so it's going to be a Refresher, I guess, instead here. Not the
I love
Aghanim
when we
Scepter.
get these TI like updates and stuff, and you just see error on your screen.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen some errors too. The Naga Siren before give some nice errors when she was ulting.
Had one where there was just like crackly lightning on the upper right of my screen the entire time. That was interesting. All right.
Cute.
This is
They're
a
now gonna get
Aegis.
his hands on this Roche, easily kill it.
Yeah, Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard. So that feels pretty gosh darn good.
I mean, it's a big refresher to take on Storm, I guess, here as well. With the double BKB Aghanims in hand as well, he can do some serious work with this. Wonder how they put... Who did they end up giving the refresher right now? Is it on Lifestealer? Yeah, Lifestealer has it.
Yeah. I got the Lifestealer Bomb in Makoto. I was just going to probably send jabs to front line again. And just open up this top part. There it is. There's our Rapier. We wanted a Rapier. We've got one. I feel like it might be a little late at this point, but...
Yeah, he sold off the Diffusal to get it. He knows that he needs it.
Look
needs
at Q. He's got the Silver Edge. He's getting in position. He's got the Lotus. Finds Toby. The toss up into the air. The arrow doesn't matter because they have the BKB. And over here now they'll go. They'll slow down this Medusa. They see that she's got the Rapier. 23 and jabs. Just going to back off. They're going to be patient. Still holding on to the cheese. They still have themselves that Scythe of Ice.
They control it for long enough there as well with just a simple halberd onto her,
yeah.
and she can't do anything. They almost need a Lincoln to put onto the Medusa here from someone else. She can't buy one, but they need her attacking in the fight. The only way they win the fight is by Medusa continuously just getting her auto attack going.
Regeneration.
They do have, you know, Medusa number 2 in the making, I guess. The Daedalus is queued up for Snapfire. He's waiting for level 25 talent, and then he has the big damage coming out as well. 100% attack damage on Lil Shredder.
Does it still feel firmly in the hands of Talon at this point?
Oh yeah, very much so. I mean, there's still hope for quests. I'm not gonna count them out entirely, but it's Talon's game to lose. They need to make some big mistakes here. Otherwise, the game is, you know, it's feeling very comfortable for them. While the Medusa is strong, I think they have 3 cores that are all absolutely massive, and this tiny. Like, I was talking about it before, he's transitioned to become a core. It's not really a meme, it's true. He's building towards an Aghanim Scepter now, and he's doing a ton of damage. 500 attack damage per hit, full Aghanim Scepter. He can just destroy the backline if he gets a nice tree volley off.
All right. And making their way across this map. They know that there's a Snapfire here in the bottom lane, but I'm sure he's just going to teleport out.
23 building towards a refresher as well. Has a refresher shard still in his inventory. Guess he likes it a lot since he's building one as well. Could still go for that Aghanim Scepter for the Medusa control. Now that she has the Divine Rapier, more disarm isn't bad. Noob just being sneaky, split pushing down bottom, trying to do what he can.
I mean, he needs to find farm, right? Like, he needs to continue to grow. Otherwise, they're just absolutely dead in the water.
He needs level 25 very, very badly. He wants to get it. He's trying to sneak around. He shows us his intention, but it's not gonna be. He's not gonna be given that much time. The push is already starting bottom.
Yeah. Lotus, or rather, the Lincoln's placed over on 23. He's just going to start chunking away. Wants to force a reaction. We'll get it. We're just slowly
Also,
losing these buildings, though, thanks to the Pugna and the fact that 23 is just so hard to take down.
Pugna very disciplined, sitting back, going in only with a Glimmer Cape to use his Q.
We talk about Ollie only having 1 death this entire time. Like, as a little Pugna? Like, that's wild.
It's impressive. At the same time, there hasn't been that many big fights. Honestly, there hasn't been that many fights at all. It's just positioning all the time.
All right, that's the tower.
Radiant are scanning.
Like, you want to play this slow? We can play this very slow. Ollie again, just far back. Throw out that hairball here. 23 is just hitting away, and he still has the Aegis for another 54 seconds. He's in a very good position right now.
Just doing all the damage he can here.
Oh, they do land it, but again, look at Ollie. Look at his positioning.
It's a bait.
Absolutely fine right now. He's going to hitch a ride with his bristleback.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the Aegis. Could go in one more time to try and commit for the melee racks if he wants to. Oh, the heal off the illusions with the shard.
Arrow not going to be able to connect this time. He's going to go a little bit harder to zip in from Makoto over onto 3. It's beautiful. They just need to get that damage out here as 23. Oh, all right, there's the Aegis. He's coming back up again. BKB's already been used on Makoto. Jabs is here, though. He's going to use his own BKB in 23. He's on the hunt. He's looking to see what else that he can get. He's helping right now. They've got a lot of damage again, though. Makoto jumping in with these vortexes. Vortices look so good. They'll kill Noob. Noob will have to buy back. Toby sitting so very low, and this Medusa, she's dead. They get the rapier. It's picked up. The GG gets called. It was a valiant effort from Quest, but Talon, they were so patient, and it paid off.
Yeah, very disciplined, very controlled gameplay here by Talon all game long. Finally, Quest, they try and make a final stand in their base, but they couldn't really handle it as Talon have finally moved all the pieces around for long enough, shuffled around the pieces until they finally have everything they need to just close out the game. This is like the definition of a methodical win. Maybe not the most exciting gameplay to witness, but this is elimination time in the group stage, and we see Talon, they do not want to drop this one here. So getting the first win, that's going to put them in a very good spot. I think at worst, they're going to be forced into a tiebreaker. Okay. And of course, if they win one more, that's going to be it for Talon, or for Quest here.
Yeah, I was wondering about like what the standings were going to look like during that, but you know, very slow and steady. Again, a bit of a snooze fest, honestly, for the viewers, but it was a masterclass in just making sure that you know you had the advantage, not overstepping. Because I think at the end of the day, it was what 24-9, so not a lot of kills, but the way that they moved around the map, extremely with purpose. And, you know, they didn't just try to brute force anything, it felt like, until maybe the very, very end, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, they didn't take any fight that wasn't on their terms. And I think it takes a great amount of discipline to play the way that they did here. And you can tell that they had a great understanding of how the two drafts play against each other. And Quest, they also knew about this, but sadly, they couldn't really break the pattern. Their draft doesn't really go for these pickoffs, run around and look for the storm or something. They have to play close to each other. And that was abused beautifully here by Talon.
Yeah, very nicely done. Very, very aggressive play coming out from them too, which I enjoyed, even though, like we said, you know, they didn't take any fights that they didn't need to for the most part. But they still were able to like say, hey, we're very strong right now. We're going to take over every part of your jungle. You're not going to have any room to be able to breathe, farm, whatever, and did eventually push them into that desperation rapier. Shout out though to Quest though. You know, we watched Noob. He was still making his way throughout the jungle, trying to find these openings. You know, trying to hang in there, and they did hold on, but just wasn't going to be enough against this team of Talon, the way that they played here.
Yeah, I think they played beautifully, but also the heroes that they had on Talon worked pretty damn well against this style. I think, you know, I was calling for the lifestealer again here, and I think the hero just worked so well for them against the Tidehunter, but not just against that. Later on, they used the lifestealer a lot as the frontliner. Even though they had Bristleback, it was more often than not the lifestealer who felt confident standing towards the enemies.
Yeah. So, like you said, in Masterclass and being very, very patient, you can see, look at these scores. You know, not a lot of kills, but it was very effective to keep Talon. I think Talon was like 70% with the win probability for a big chunk of this game, where, you know, they just were making the right moves. Their positioning was good. 23 didn't die at all. A lot of that is thanks to, of course, you know, the Pugna and being able to hop into jabs at any given moment. But
I think Pugna and Tiny, I think this supports this game did really well on Talon. I think I would probably give the MVP for this game even over on the side of Pugna, just with how he played this game. I would be inclined to give it to Makoto, but he made some mistakes early on there on Storm. He stretched a little bit too far. He had quite a few rotations that didn't really work out. ultimately, when the entire map was open, sure, he got going and he took over. But in my opinion, Ollie, you know, the calls, clearly the leadership within the team as well, which I often, you know, have to attribute to supports. It's the role of the supports to be leading and understanding how the map is supposed to be played. And they did a great job.
And I love seeing supports get the MVP. I think it's because you have to do so much to shine, right, as a support to be able to get voted for that. And Ollie consistently in the games that I've seen him in, just great positioning, great understanding of, you know, where he needs to be, what he needs to get, and just like, again, like the big part where he needs to be, not even like in the fights, but just being nearby to his teammates, having that support in case they get jumped on, having that preternatural sense, so incredibly important. So I love seeing that he got the MVP on this.
Yeah, I mean, even just for pushing, right? Like this game, if you were to guess, you know, without cheating, how much building damage of the damage it did was done by Pugna, and how much was done by Lifestealer or Storm or anyone else? Like, what's the distribution, do you think?
I'm guessing that the Lifestealer did quite a bit of chunking away on this, but...
So the funny thing is, Pugna almost did 10 times more building damage than Lifestealer.
All right.
He did 16... sorry, I was looking at the wrong score. We had the healing up here. Okay, he did almost 10 times more healing than him. Now, he did a great 5,000 building damage here with Pugna, but the way he did it, he was so sneaky. He only played around the Glimmer Cape and went in and got the building damage. Now, it was still the Lifestealer. I had the wrong stat up there.
All right. Well, they get one more chance here because, again, this is elimination time. Talon, they need this victory. So does Quest, though. Like, you don't want to be in the bottom of the group. Bottom of the group goes home. You do not want that. So we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have the exciting conclusion of this matchup. Welcome back. It is time for possibly the final game here on the stream. We're not 100% sure because there is a potential tiebreaker situation. But right now, we're focused in. We've got one more game of PSG Quest, and they're going to have to fight Talon. And you don't want to be at the bottom. Again, we've talked about this multiple times. It is elimination time. Waga, though, tell us, what is the situation, though, with potential tiebreakers for this group? Because there is a potential.
So let me break it down here. It's pretty straightforward, actually. The only way we get tiebreakers now is if Quest go on to win the next game. If they win game 2 here, then that's going to put them at 3 points. Talon are going to be at 3 points, and Ke Stars are already sitting at 3 points. If, however, Talon win again here, there won't be any tiebreaker at all needed because it's all about the bottom slot. So Quest, they're in a really desperate spot. The only way they stay in the road to TI here is by winning first this and then advancing as one of the two teams out of a 3-way tie.
Okay, well, what I want to see from Quest this time around is I want to see adjustment. I know that they went with the Snapfire for Noob because it's comfortable. They kind of ran out of choices, too, at that point, like other than like the Queen of Pain possibly or like Alina, but it just wasn't a perfect fit. And then the same thing with TI1200. Gotta have something that moves faster because they moved at a little bit too slow of a pace. And this is funny because they really took their time during that game coming out from Talon because they did have such tempo heroes. But like, again, you're a little nervous. This is TI. You don't want to go home. You want to stay there. You want to fight. You want to get the chance to, be on that big stage. So I would like to see something a little bit more tempo, a little bit more aggressive of play coming out from PSG Quest. Talon, they look good. I mean, I feel like I want a little bit more confidence from them when they are winning it like the way that they are. And again, no shade on the fact that they took their time, obviously. It's a spooky situation. But I'd like to see just a little bit more like confidence coming out of them.
Yeah, I think Talon, they are completely honed in right now on just getting this 2-0. And, the style of last game was a little bit of a snooze fest, but it was still hyper-focused. I think that we'll see what the drafts are going to do. Talon are going to play towards what their draft favors. Quest, though, going back to that draft, I really feel like Medusa, not really the hero of the patch. Go maybe for something that you've done before here. Pick up the Luna, perhaps, the hero that they've been using. Because this is the second time they're on the Medusa. It didn't work when they played against Ke Stars as well, picking Medusa in that game. They also did the Phoenix Medusa strat. Or Tide Medusa strat back then.
I mean, how much of this is nerves right now, right? Because again, it is TI. Granted, not the biggest prize pool that we've had in the past, but it's still, you want to be the top. You want to have this chance to fight. They just got a sponsorship with PSG too. Like, there's got to be a lot of pressure on them, and I think that can also contribute to when you're playing in this particular type of a stage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is some of the highest pressure that these players have been under. You're in a TI elimination game. You're one game away from being sent home here. This is definitely a nerve-wracking situation for Quest. Talon, though, they finally get a little bit of a breather, saying that, okay, at worst, we're in a tiebreaker. Still not a good place to be, but 2 out of the 3 teams would still advance. So they, with the first win there, secure that they're at least not getting straight eliminated.
That's true. And again, you want to see your region represented. SMG also sitting towards the bottom of the group that they're playing in. So Talon would like to be the SEA, team that shows up, that shows everybody that they play the best Dota. But it is going to be a challenge here as they need to eke out one more victory.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of focus, and we see the first phase bans already. We can discuss a little bit what the teams are doing here. So we see Quest banning out the Invoker, the Pango, the Nature's Prophet, and the Treant Protector, and Talon removing out the Phoenix and TA as well. Of course, a hero that Quest really, really love to play. Pretty important to get that removed early.
All right, well, first pickup, the Primal Beast makes it through. That's worrisome. Honestly, because of how many times I've seen this hero banned because they don't want to let it through, especially against Talon. This is a hero that they're quite adept with and will put a lot of pressure on that map.
Yeah, they like to run it. They generally play pretty well with these type of heroes that give you pick-off potential, not only against some heroes when they are out of position alone, but if they have BKB doesn't matter. Primal Beast, he can just slam that ulti and catch them anyway, so it makes split push Dota pretty annoying to play. And at the same time, the team fight of Primal Beast is very comfortable to have. This is most likely going to be Jab's hero. They can also flex it towards Mikoto, but I feel like Mikoto does better on a little bit flashier mid heroes, perhaps.
They go for the Brewmaster, so that's kind of nice, right? Because it gives you that team fight. They can pair it up. They don't have the Phoenix available to pair up with the Cinder Brew, which we've seen quite a bit of and has seemed strong. But we'll also, you know, have the ability to do any sort of dispelling when he's got that Wind Panda. I guess the only concern for me about the Brewmaster is cooldowns. Like in the head-to-head matchup of a Primal Beast versus like Brewmaster, Primal Beast I feel comes out on top. I'm not sure what the actual numbers are, but I'm pretty sure his ultimate's a lot faster.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see exactly how it's gonna match up here. But both teams securing themselves a good offlaner that you can start building your draft around. One downside here for Quest perhaps is that they can't go towards that Phoenix with Brewmaster, which usually pairs really well. But they still have a lot of heroes that they enjoy that can fit here. Getting the Hoodwink or the Skywrath. I love Skywrath against the Primal Beast. The Silence is very good.
We saw how powerful the Skywrath Mage can be in the right situations. I believe it was King RD who was running that, and they absolutely obliterated the Dazzle that was in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Silence is very, very potent from Skywrath, and even the ulti, easy to land when Primal stands still and channels his ulti. And a hero that, again, Quest really enjoys. So I would like that more than some of these, like, I'm not sold on the Mirana picks, the random +4 heroes that just don't feel like meta right now. I feel like you're limiting yourself when you play some of those heroes.
Esports turn to
Dark Band, that would be pretty nice to be able to throw down those Brambles and also the Terrorize.
Yeah, it's also a super annoying hero for Primal Beast. The Brambles are very obnoxious. You can't charge through them. It stops the charge. So messes with him a lot. Also a very, very classic Brewmaster plus Willow lane.
A lot of deliberation going on with this particular band. It's so interesting to see the way that they've changed the phases. They'll do a little bit of respect, though. They don't want to see Q's, do not want to see Q's tiny. That does open the door for Ollie's Pugna again. And honestly, I would not be opposed to seeing it yet again in the game because it's so powerful.
He's really good at it. Ollie definitely delivers when he plays his Pugna. I'm a little bit concerned about Pugna into Brew, but we saw it before and it worked. So he could definitely go for it if that's what they want to go down. And it's also a hero that they can reveal early, which it isn't too problematic to show. Quest, though, first they had to show their own colors here a little bit. What's going to be the pick? We still have Grimstroke as an option with the Brewmaster against the Primal Beast. Nice to get the bind, stop him in the team fights.
That's true.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Go for the Rubik. Never a bad pick. I feel like every position 4 has a very good handle on this hero.
Yeah, it's a nice hero for them to get. Also, again, useful. If you ever manage to steal the Pulverize, that's a fantastic steal for Rubik. You pull people very, very far out of position when you use it, because the extra cast range just snags them. So it's a pretty decent take here.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Talon got go towards the Tusk. Is it the Tusk Pugna again? We've seen it before.
Why not? Do it.
I don't see a reason not to do it.
It's worked out for you so well, like, and you see that, there's a Rubik. Rubik's gonna have a difficult time, getting into the back lines. Brewmaster, yeah, he can get in there, but he's got to go through some real beefy boys first.
I mean, they've been running Pugna 3 times today. They won every single game. I think why change it up right now?
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like the hero, it's the same stuff that they played against before as well. He can easily deal with this.
Don't outthink yourselves, Talon.
Yeah, they're deep in the think tank, though. Maybe there's something that they prefer even more here, along with the Tusk. I mean, a consideration would be Venge, I think, because you can swap swap to maybe get the Brewmaster out of position, get him killed quickly. Does a lot of damage with the Tusk and the Venge combo as well. But I don't know if it's favorable over what they have there in the Pugna.
Quest Esports turn to
And they go Ench.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a strong lane dominator that they want to get their hands on here. You also get a way to dispel. It can remove the brewed up buff from Brewmaster.
I mean, Enchantress, I feel, is always it's always a good pick, especially in the hands of someone that is very, very adept. I think. Who else did we see run this? Was this a Miposhka hero at one point too?
I mean, it is Miposhka hero, but I don't think he ever got it in the games we saw because they banned him nonstop. No, there was someone else playing it. It wasn't Miposhka. Because against Team Spirit, I think everyone just bans it.
I swear, though. Oh, God, this is going to bother me.
Yeah, we saw someone else. It was day one. We got someone else playing it. I can't remember which player it was. Jaro and Venge. So they go for the Venge, getting the swap to save against the Primal Beast here. And of course, Venge, Jaro, very classic lane combo. Get the Wave of Terror and the Flak on level 1. Should lane decently against the Primal Beast.
It was SMG that picked it up.
All right.
It was bothering me. I was like, no, I swear, it was in one of those games. But of course, it was not Spirit who had it. But Faceless Void, okay. Interesting. Feels a little clunky just because of the fact that they don't have much to actually throw in the Chronosphere. But lanes very, very well, being able to, time walk off some of that damage.
It's also a little bit about the hero space against the homing missile from Gyrocopter. You can time walk through it, so you don't have to worry about that stun. Also against Brewmaster, time dilation is fantastic. So
That's true, yeah.
He's got some nice things here for him, and he should be able to farm quite easily on the bottom lane. I think it sets them up as well. Now you gotta be a bit worried here if you're Quest, what mid-hero they could pair up together with this Faceless Void. So look for those big damage heroes to be targeted as bans by Quest. They could also expect that this is a mid-Primal Beast. I mean, I'm saying that it's going to be offlane, but it's completely possible that they prefer running it mid here. They're banning out Dawn, so signifies that as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Having that flexibility is a big deal.
Yeah, that's the value of the first pick Primal Beast. If it wasn't for the ability to run him mid or offlane, he would never be picked this early. But yeah, I think they're probably right. Dawnbreaker would be really devastating here. Just the Dawn Tusk combination, super strong lane. Can destroy even the Gyrocopter. But there's also a ban towards mid, so they are also not sure. And like I said, those high damage mid heroes, Lina, that's as high damage as you're gonna get for bursting into the Chrono. And yeah, I'm not honestly sure which way Talon are gonna go either.
Is Lesh just out of favor?
10 seconds.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Completely? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, that gives you a lot of like magic burst and like tower pushing.
He does. He does. He struggles a bit against Venge, though, as well. The swap. And also, if you ever give away the Split Earth, that's like game over for the next few minutes. It's impossible to fight into. So I don't think we're going to see it here, but they could go for some other mid that has a ton of damage as well. It's not impossible to play Queen of Pain here. Against the Vengeful Stun, very easy to get away from.
Quest Esports turn to
So it's going to be the Bristle. Oh boy. Ooh.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to throw really into the Chrono, but very stable, very sturdy laner. High potential early on to make these plays. And then with the Primal, this is looking pretty dirty.
Yeah, Bristle has had good success today as well. I mean, we've seen him be really, really strong. Talon just used it in game 1 here in this matchup. So Quest, let's see if they can address it in a better way. Game number 2. Only the one pick to try and solve this situation, though, and the heroes in front of them. I feel like this, the nice thing is they can pick pretty much any mid-hero they want, because Primal Beast doesn't hard counter a lot of mid-heroes. He usually just plays to kill the creep wave and then go and take the runes, and very active towards early rotations, even like level 4, level 5 rotations to his side lanes. But he doesn't actually threaten the mid-heroes that much, so we'll see what Quest want to take into this.
I'm seeing, like, I like seeing the Brewmaster, I like seeing the Vengeful, but the Rubik and the Gyro are just kind of like meh to me right now. Just from what we've seen within this patch so far. They're not bad by any means, especially because, you know, Rubik is so adaptable. But I just feel like there are stronger cores and stronger position fours.
Yeah, I agree. I think Talon are playing a little bit more towards the patch. Quest are going to go towards that Death Prophet. This is a hero that we saw Talon ban out in last game. They respect that Quest are very good at using this hero. And I think this is a game that suits really well. You get a silence against the Faceless Void, which can be great for killing him before he gets Manta Style. Also get a bit of tower push, which they are lacking. And finally, the Exorcism is a great way to bring down these big heroes, Bristleback, the Primal Beasts. You can kind of cut through them. Even the Enchantress just dies very fast to Exo.
So what are we feeling right now? Because right now I'm really liking what Talon's bringing to the table. It just feels a little bit more tempo, a little bit more meta. That pickup of the Death Prophet makes sense to me, but I just don't feel like it's going to be enough. Like, that is my issue looking at their draft. Is it's fine, but I don't think it gives them an edge.
I'm going to be a believer in the three-way tie. I believe in Quest. You can do it. Force the three-way tie here. Get this win. Bring Talon and Ke Stars in for a little round robin and see who's going to make it. Because I think Death Prophet fits really well here. It could work out. Still, I think the safe thing to say is just that, you know, Talon, they have very, very meta draft here. And it's looking good. But I'm a believer in Toby on his brew and Noob on his DP. I think they got this.
All right. Well, I love to hear it. I love to, you know, hear that we've got someone rooting for both different sides. This is, of course, potentially the last match of the day.
It's not the last game.
That's not copium at all. Was that your line? What was it?
Yeah, not copium. Believe
Not
me.
copium.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this looks to be very interesting because both teams have a lot of stuff going for them. Both teams have similar ideas in having a strong five-man team fight. You got, of course, the Exorcism, the Brewmaster split, but on the other hand, you got the Chrono. And the Primal Beast is a real monster in team fights as well. So I think we're going to have more of an action pace type game here than the first game.
Oh, I'm excited. I love to see them just fight and brawl and all that fun stuff. But yeah, we're going to get into game number 2. And well, I want to know, who should we be keeping our eyes on particularly? Who unlocks the draft for both sides?
I think Primal Beast, honestly. Mikoto on Primal Beast, we've seen what Mikoto can do today. He is on fire. And Primal Beast is an incredibly fast-paced hero. So want to see how his early rotations are going to go. Similarly, over on the side of the Radiant, I think that Brewmaster is going to be the key to success.
Okay. Talon, they go for the smoke into the biangle here to get an advantageous position, grab themselves that Watcher. So Omar makes his way over as well.
Get two wards down and then just backing up again. These two wards are, going to give a little bit of information towards the top lane, which could be useful for Mikoto when he wants to make his rotations.
Is that have fun from TI12? No good luck, though.
Yeah, no luck. Good luck from Noob.
Just have some fun. We're not letting you have any luck here. We want to win this.
It's a nerve-wracking situation for sure. We see Talon just going to play for the top 2 runes here. Got a pretty firm hold of it as well with the positioning they have. But Quest, they're going to take the bottom 2 runes and be happy with that.
I can't look at Primal Beast without thinking what a derp he looks like. Especially with the taunt, too. But, like, look at this guy. He's just a big old stompy pants.
Yeah, I mean...
What else is, like, spooky or cool or, like... And then you just get this clown shoes.
I hate how massive the hero is just because of the whole standing on top of creeps. Like, look at this guy. If he stands on the range creep, it's impossible to click the range creep. You just cannot. But he is quite the monster.
So in the battle of the Primal Beast versus the Death Prophet here, who typically comes out on top?
I think it's a pretty DP favored lane. He's doing good so far, doing some auto attacks, and then, creeps go under the enemy towers. So Mikoto is going to be pretty happily farming. I don't think any of the heroes are necessarily struggling against each other in this matchup, though.
Now, when it comes time, once we see that ultimate online for the Death Prophet, is it more likely that we're going to see a rotation to the mid lane to help assist with the exorcism and put pressure on the mid tower, or do you think she's going to rotate?
I think the action might be dragged away to the side lanes. Maybe if Primal Beast leaves mid lane, then she can try and take the mid tower, because he's going to want to make his moves as well.
Right. Like, that's what I was wondering. Like, you know, do you see the supports make their way over because they don't want to give up that lane?
Yeah, I think
to see what the play is on that.
I think it's likely that we just see a lot of action on the side lanes overall.
Okay.
And so far on top lane, the Brewmaster doing
He's
all right
probably
here.
dead here. No, he does have the stick charges, so it's going to be all right.
Yeah, bottom lane doing a ton of damage with the classic wave of terror and flat cannon. Tough to be double melee into this lane.
Where are you going?
So what's the best way for Q to play this then, right?
I mean, he's doing a good job just trying to sit around and wait for a good moment.
Okay. Jabs needs to be a little bit careful. He's just spraying out the kills. Oh, nicely done with the snowball. Buys him just enough time. Who's gonna get the kill first? Oh, it's gonna be the gyrocopter. But Q putting the pressure down. Doesn't have any more spells at this time, so looks like Kaori's gonna be fine.
He's going to be very happy about that on TA2000, getting the kill first there as well. And very interesting build as well coming out from him. He already has the Blades of Attack, but he's queuing up the Broadsword. He's going for Crystallis Giga Rush here before even boots, it seems.
Huh.
Is this really going to be his build, or is he trolling?
Is he memeing? I don't know.
I mean, it's good to get it early for sure. I just haven't seen the Crystallis absolute first item on Jar before.
I have not either, so I'm curious to see if he's actually gonna do it.
I
That's
think
another
he
good
will.
voice line too. We could have done that. Is he memeing? I'm not sure.
We see Primal just head over, taking himself a little bounty room, get refilled. Nice pull on bottom there.
More pressure being placed on Jabs. Not a lot of mana though left here for Kaori, so might be able to close the gap
Lotus.
here, get this kill, and yeah, they'll find it. Jabs will take a lot of damage in the meanwhile, but he's got himself the Ring of Health, so he's feeling pretty good at this time.
Yeah, Gyrocopter only gonna be able to do a bit of damage and then run away. Not really gonna be able to get a kill there. Still a decent trade. I mean, Venge dying, it's not the end of the day. She didn't use the Lotus, so I think he just said, you know what, I'm dead no matter what, and decided to hold it for the next fight.
It's entirely possible. In any case, still really enabling his Gyrocopter.
Are fortified.
Yeah, making sure that he's able to farm non-stop is the only real important job here that Vengeful has. And so far, T2000 feeling very good about the way things are going. The fact that the big camp is not blocked is working out in their favor, because he can keep farming it with Flak.
Water runes are up for the sides of both of the mids, and they'll be able to grab those. Do have the bottle on Makoto, no bottle on Noob.
Oh, Venge in trouble again?
Bottom lane, yeah, this is feeling like maybe he went a little bit too far, but they get the kill on the Bristle before they get the kill on Venge. They'll be happy. However, TA2000 gets himself a courier. He might need a little bit of assistance here because he's got himself a couple stacks.
Oh,
Let's put
boy.
just a little bit more of the snowball. All right.
Yeah, this
Ooh,
feels
the
a little bit
tomato.
weird.
Dire's bottom
This is where you gotta wonder, you know, if he had boots, maybe he could just run away from the Tusk, but he, you know, went for this Crystallis first item build, and the Tusk just runs him down with boots, gets a lot of smacks on him, and nice double kill for him there.
We've already got the Vanguard now online for Jabs, so that's going to help out quite a bit here in this lane.
Yeah, the Crystallis is here though, the 5-minute Crystallis, the earliest Crystallis I've ever seen in a pro game.
Have to ask Lehammer.
It's
if
the
this is
fastest
truly
on this
the
hero.
earliest.
There we go. We get to start.
All right, okay, all right. Top lane, though, 23, taking a lot of damage here on this Faceless Void. They'll find the kill. Toby more than happy to take that. Silver in the mid lane. You'll see that rotation we talked about. The stun coming out from Kaori. They're trying to use that Spirit Siphon to keep Noob alive, but won't be able to. This is a gank right before that level 6.
He's got a
Nicely done.
mega
They still
kill
see
streak.
Kaori. Oh gosh,
Give
Kaori,
him
what
another
you
one.
doing?
Oh, big takedown there with the catapult alive, as well as the Enchantress creep here. This mid tower is taking a beating from this.
It's a big deal. And now we've got the level 6 online. We've got Pulverize from Makoto. He's in a great position. Honestly, they could stick around here and potentially make some more moves. Yeah, look at this. They canceled the TP. They're too afraid.
That hurts. It hurts to use your TP and not commit to it there. So he's going to have it on cooldown for a long time and still has to run out mid. And now
the Invis rune too. Refill the bottle. Maybe rotate towards the top.
Oh yeah, he's swinging in top, and they have to feel that this is coming. Question is, can they get out in time? Toby, pretty high up on the lane.
Toby's really far up, and he is only level 4. So let's start with the quills. Or sorry, not the quills, the shards. We'll go over there, get the stomps off. We'll end up using that pulverize just to ensure that they can get this kill, but it don't matter to quite get as 23 going for the dive. They have the stun coming out from Kaori. 23, they didn't manage to get the kill. That is a disaster for them.
Man, Brewmaster, how does he survive that even? I don't really understand. So much damage was meant to be done, but
Makoto's still here.
Managed to brew up.
Brew up. He wants this kill. He's mad. Big mad coming out from this big stompy boy. See the snowball just to ensure they get this kill. Makoto's here, grabbing up that wisdom rune.
Oh,
there's
God.
Omar, there's Kiori. This is looking perfect now for Talon. Had a little bit of a disaster earlier on, but now with the 4 heroes in this lane, they can easily turn this around. As over in the mid lane, Noob was here. Still have not seen that exorcism just yet.
Yeah, he wants to commit it, but a little bit scary when you don't have the possibility for TP support behind you. Your tier 1 tower is gone, so he kind of has to play towards the side lane, I feel, on Noob at this point. He's actually going to try and sneak bottom, saying that, you know what, they probably didn't take Wisdom. There's no way he goes to Wisdom Rune. Does he actually go over there?
Oh, I think maybe he's trying to, like, pincer, perhaps? No.
Okay, he's going on Jabs.
It's a view, yeah. Jabs could just teleport out. Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do.
I guess he can push a little bit down here, but this is a very awkward feeling for Noob. Committing to ulti.
Kaori. Not safe in his own buy angle here. He's trying to do a little bit of stacking, and Makoto says, thank you very much. He's actually going to use the pulverize on the creep, so Noob, with this rotation, it's actually so good for him because they don't have the onslaught to get out of there, so they'll end up losing the Primal Beast.
Oh, that was so massive. So massive they TP'd in on the outpost there and joined his team. Because finally he gets something going for him on Noob. Having a rough game otherwise.
Right, Jabs has himself the arcane boots. He's got the Vanguard. Lots of pressure being placed on the tower. Top lane, gonna trade a little bit. Kaori in position. Do have the Chronosphere online if he needs to use it. Might be forced just to get out in time, but they get the lift. They have the... No, at the last second.
No,
it's still gonna die!
Oh god, that's the worst timeline right there. The Time Lord himself didn't foresee it.
TI12, they've got the shards, they've got the punch, they've got a lot of damage. Cooldown's gonna get used, but doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough because in comes Makoto, a couple big slaps of those paws. He is dead.
Man, Q is absolutely owning this game. He's been part of every single kill so far for Talon. He's 7-0-3, always in the right place. He hasn't died a single time. This dude is just owning.
I mean, there's a reason why Team Spirit, when they did the interview with Yatoro, they said, I'm pretty sure Talon has the best supports in the world. These guys are incredible. They're always on the move, always doing something, great positioning.
Yeah, this is very, very impressive gameplay from them. And Makoto on this Primal Beast as well, able to join for so many of the fights.
Now, on the bright side, though, for the side of Quest, they did manage to bait out the Chronosphere on 23, so he's going to be a little bit behind, not going to be able to join in on a lot of these fights. Makoto, though, they're smoked up over on the side of Talon. They think that, hey, Gyrocopter's probably going to be over. And look at this. They have the creep. They see that there's stacks.
Yeah, they know that they're farming the stacks, so they know everyone isn't top.
They are not, as they'll jump over onto Toby. They need to lock him into place so he cannot get the split off. And it looks like they almost managed to do it, but he manages to find it. Throwing up the Primal Beast into the air. They'll chase after Kaori instead. They'll get that kill. They need to hit Omar before he can teleport out, and he's not going to manage it. As now the chase is on after these pandas. Noob is joining in. Does have himself an Atos, does have the exorcism, but they chase after Toby. Makoto, he's up, he's back, he's ready to go.
Oh,
they see the stack, they say, ooh, this looks real tasty. Give me them stacks.
Trying to take a fight now with
Exorcism. They're going to try to fight this. They will have them back up in a moment here. Jabs trying to start laying down all of this goop, but they're going to snowball in over onto Noob, seeing if they could possibly burst her down. It's going to be a little bit hard because Q takes a lot of damage, but they do manage to get Noob. Omar next to fall. Makoto uses the saw as he runs away. And now TI12, he is left all alone on his own lonely little island. Oh my word. In comes 23. He wants Kiori. They do manage to get the Primal Beast.
Time walk away.
Yeah, he's going to have Chronosphere up in a couple seconds, too, if he needs to use it as an escape. Doesn't want to use it, but we'll be able to... Oh, yeah, he's just right on that ledge. Look at this, Kiori. He wanted it.
Can't reach for the swap there. Man, there's a lot to talk about there, but that was crazy. I want to give a special mention there to Toby for the attempt to save himself when the Earth Panda was trapped as well at the very start of all this. Hold up there, going for a kill here on Q.
He's got the shards up. He's going to try to dodge around. Primal Beast is on the way, though, and he's got the snowball. They've got enough tools to be able to just keep him alive a little bit longer. The stop over onto Noob. In comes Jabs, the pulverize, the shake, all the goo, all of the nasty stuff. They'll use the Atos to buy himself some more time, but in comes Ollie. The rest of the team is here. Nice swap over onto Noob. Courage going to try to keep him alive, but they still got their eyes on the prize as they just run after him. That's Death Prophet still alive until the last second as now Makoto, big beefy boy, chases after Kiori. Will just onslaught him. Toby on the run now. A Walrus Punch. Man, this Talon,
they're just running them over.
They just do not want to give a single inch to the side of Quest.
Talon are playing like a team on fire right now. They're just going in. I love that they switch up from last game, which was a very slow, methodical, systematic approach to coming in here and just absolutely manhandling Quest early game. And they're doing it without Faceless Void. He's just farming somewhere, enjoying his time. He's got a Midas. Yeah, he's building up. But this Primal Beast and the Bristleback, they're just so strong at this point. And this is before Bristleback gets his timing. And 800 gold, he's going to have the Aghanim Scepter as well.
And that's like the danger of having a Primal Beast, right? Because you don't need a lot of items as this hero to be very, very effective early. You just kind of have to not lose your lanes. And then, you know, you just kind of let them loose with +1. Then you take into effect the fact that you have Jabs on this Bristle, who is so dominant. This hero is very much in the meta.
TI1200, gonna go down.
TI1200, he is absolutely dead. Makoto has just been doing so much. They've got the sprites. He's caught on the very edge of this Chronosphere. Gotta try to get into position, try to keep Makoto alive. 23, he's just, they stole the Chrono, but no, can't do anything with it. They'll get the kill on Makoto. And it looks like Ollie's gonna try to run away, try to get a little distance. Up on the high ground, gonna try to teleport out. Can he do it in time? No, they have the Atos, they have the damage. They'll end up losing him.
Atos is a very nice choice in this game as well for him, both against the Faceless Void and the Primal Beast, and also solve some of their TP cancel issues, since they, you know, may not always have stuns ready. But yeah, this item build on Noob, I definitely think he's doing the right thing there. But this game, it feels like it's just a looming threat right now of this Bristleback as well coming in to take over the game soon. 140 gold to go, and then the Aghanims comes in.
It's pretty bonkers. Especially when you consider just the cooldowns on this Primal Beast are like almost non-existent. Comparatively to some of these other ones, right?
Yeah, incredibly high tempo drafts. They do have the long cooldown of Faceless Void, but Bristle and Primal, they can just non-stop go and take engagements. I think for Quest though, they have Exo ready. So I think they want to go and fight as well on the back of this.
My problem with what Quest has right now is like, yes, the Exo's super nice, but what's your clean way of initiating right now?
I mean, they can initiate pretty nicely by charging in with the Brewmaster, then ulting, lifting up some people, and then dropping them into Avenge Stun. They have some pretty good initiation. It's just they need to be all together, and that's what they're doing now. They're grouping as 5 on top lane.
Oh, they're TPing the Bristle over here, so he might be able to get the information on Toby. They are smoked up, though, on the rest of the side of Quest. Ollie in the position to go and break smokes. It's going to end up getting Atos, but it's just not successful.
Yeah, they're maybe ready to go here. Oh, don't tell me they back out now. They moved so many heroes to top. If they just back out here, no, Quests, you can feel the nerves here. They have all the tools. The tower is really low, and the Chrono is still on cooldown. This is a good time to fight, but they're hesitating. I think they're getting in their own heads a little bit.
They are definitely getting in their own heads. I absolutely agree. Now, there's smoke going to get used. They use so many of these, and they can see that there's a Brewmaster here. Did they get any? I don't think they got the vision on the Death Prophets. They're going to open up. They're going to try to burst down Toby, but he has the split jab. He's going to get held into place. They're diving underneath this tower, and TA, he's doing as much as he can here with this call down. Jab's taking a lot of damage. The swap comes out to keep Noob alive. The chase is on though from Makoto. Good lift though coming out from Ruben. Buys him just a little bit more time, but he's got the blade mail. He just stomps all over this Death Prophet as they get the kill over onto the side, over on the side. And now he gets picked up, shaken around as the Chronosphere gets dropped on the other side. The snowball going forward. They find themselves Toby. They should have the damages. Omar again getting wailed on by 23. This is looking so bad for Quest.
Oh,
They
boy.
lost the bristle, but you know what? They don't really care too much. Not with a team wipe like that.
That was a great goal by Talon as well. They jumped the Brewmaster, but not to kill him. They jumped him only to force out his ulti. They knew that if we jump him with Tusk, he's going to panic ulti, and then they immediately ran away. So that was just a little antagonizing move to try and force a reaction from Quest. And they didn't have an easy target to go on. The only one they saw was Bristleback, but he turned his back and returned a ton of damage before he died.
Yeah, I mean, that is the hero you do not want to initiate on if possible. And again, it was a little bit like they brought it to them, right? They had the split. But now the cooldowns, right? This is the thing that I was worried about with their draft is they have the cooldown on the EXO. You've got, Toby's also got cooldowns. And yeah, you can see this. They force out the split, like you said.
Yeah, poke, run away. And look at them dodging a bit here, just buying time, using the Bristleback as a bait, essentially, but not committing other heroes.
I also feel like it's just so hard when you're underneath a tower, right? Like, that's very ambitious, even with the amount of heroes, with the amount of ultis you're bringing.
Yeah, it's tough, though, because Quest, they need to get some of these team fights going their way. They have the full Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter, and he's going towards a Butterfly next. I think I would almost prefer to see him go for the Satanic next item as well. Butterfly won't really help you against...
survivability, right?
Yeah, he does. It's good against the Faceless Void.
They're having a good time over there.
That's good. Got to be able to have fun while in the game. And I like to see that Q, even though he's not playing Tiny anymore, he's doing the exact same item build. He gets the Tumbler's Toy as a neutral item, Blink Dagger as a first item, and then Midas as a second item. It's the same script.
Hey, if it isn't broke, why fix it? Kodo on the run after Toby. He does have the split. They're holding on to it, though, because they know that probably not going to be able to survive this. Just like that. Do they go to the Roche? I feel like they go to the Roche.
Yeah, they're going to start it up with the Bristleback as well. He has the shards, so can go all the way up to the 7 stacks. This is so nice way to just take down Roche super fast. They even have the tag team level 4. Gonna bring it down very quickly.
All right. So what do we have going on here for Quest? They've got the EXO back up now. Brewmaster will have split when he's up. I just feel like these fights are becoming so difficult for them to survive
need more...
during, I guess. Like, they have damage, right? In the form of some of these ultis and, like, the chaos, but...
The only damage they have right now, though, is the Death Prophet and Gyrocopter. And Gyro doesn't do any damage if you just go on top of him. DP, right. They prioritize and kill really fast. They need Brewmaster to get to this Radiance as well. Toby's working on it. He knows that he desperately needs this. But until he has Radiance, I think that Quest are going to dodge the fights now, recognizing that they're just lacking in damage. And that's going to be even more the case now that the heart is complete on Primal Beast.
Yeah, I'm concerned that they're not going to get the advantage, the time to get these things online with the way that Talon's playing currently. Yeah,
full plate mail as well for the Bristleback here, going towards a Lotus. Fantastic game to have a Lotus Orb. Really, really great against the Venge, against the Gyro. Even against the DP, she won't be able to use her life drain effectively.
Gonna have BKB finish for Faceless Void very soon. He does have Chronosphere up too. And like, look at this. They know they're strong right now. They're just gonna send jabs to go whack away on this. Don't have a whole lot of vision placed in terms of observers, but they've been just moving their heroes around, using their bodies.
It's a quick steal as well. Going for Tormentor on 20. Yeah. Immediate take here, as they have the Bristleback. We've seen how good he is at it. And they can't do the same thing over on the side of Quest. If they go in for a Tormentor, they would just be TP'd on and die immediately.
All right, so Tusk ends up with that shard. He's got the upgraded ice shards. And over in the mid lane, they're making moves. They're trying to go and grab a noob. He goes with that punch. They doesn't have quite enough mana just yet for that EXO. All right, they'll pop the wand. This is still not looking good for him because Makoto just slowly making his way over. The fallout from 23, he grabs Gory and Quest, so there's not going to be any way for him to go and get the swap out as everything just gets tossed at him. Aggressive plays coming out from Talon. They've got themselves a Cardi wave too. This is going to be a tower.
They finished that TP as well, and the Chrono just comes in. Very, very rough. So another time of them just sieging up on the tier 2 now mid. No glyph available after they used it mid.
Omar. It's trying to be cheeky here, but they have vision. They see him. In comes Q. It's like, let me help, but they have that time lock, so it's gonna take a little bit of doing here.
Time dilation. It's messing with him. He can get away, maybe. Oh.
They got him. No, they got him. It was a valiant effort, for
He
sure.
was very close. It just came off cooldown there, but Primal Beast, those long grabby hands, gets a hold of him. We also have the Wisdom Runes were both going the way of Quest at least, so they get something there to try and work their way back here. They're sitting at a pretty big deficit already. Looks like the Bristleback could be thinking about going for a heart next himself as well, as we already have one on the Primal Beast.
It just takes so much to get rid of him. Like, you really need to devote so many resources to take down this Bristleback at this point. They don't have anything to go and break the passive.
Yeah,
The Butterfly completed now, and the Satanics queued up for TI1200, but they're playing so quickly on the side of Talon.
if he gets all his items, you know, in an ideal world, I like this better than the Medusa approach. The Gyrocopter, you know, it feels like a more reliable hero to lean on in the late game. But he desperately needs both damage and survivability. And this is with him foregoing a BKB. And keep in mind, he's playing against the Blade Mail. The Blade Mail and Primal Beast, it returns a lot of damage once you don't have lifesteal or BKB effect.
I mean, it's the same thing for this Primal Beast, right? He's also got a Blade Mail, and against a Death Prophet, it's very, very hard. You have no control over where your ghosts are really going. So, Makoto, hi Omar. Radiance is completed though now for the Brewmaster, so that is a nice little spike for them. But Makoto realizing there's nobody else really here is going to try to go for the steal, but they have themselves a snowball. They're going to be able to try to close the gap over onto Omar. Again, he's a slippery one, but not slippery enough.
Yeah, Omar is trying as he can to make some space. I mean, I know that Omar is an extremely adept Rubik player. I've seen him do some crazy stuff before, but they're so far behind right now. The best thing he can do is just try and create some space. You know, pull people away from his cores, pull them away from the towers.
Oh boy, we get Rock Throw for Primal Beast. I wish they came up with something cooler than Rock Throw, but I mean, what can you really call it?
He throws a rock moxie, and then it splits into multiple rocks.
Why not just like Primal Beast Smash? I don't know.
He's Slardar number 2, all right? Let's be real here. People are hating on Slardar for his old names. What are these names? Pulverize, Onslaught, Trample.
They took so much care to do Muertas, though, like Pierce the Veil, The Calling, Deadshot, and then they're like, they're Pulverize.
I mean, I guess it fits the hero at least. He's, you know, supposed to be this big dum-dum, and
yeah, that's true.
He gets abilities thereafter. We see a smoke move now by Quest, trying to move up towards the top part. There's nobody there, though. All of Talon are sitting, holding this bottom part of the map. There's 23, but he's feeling pretty confident right now. Maybe if he goes up a
Look at this, they're teleporting over too. Seeing a potential opening, and he's just gonna zip away. Does have himself that Aghanim Shard. Bottom tower goes down. And Makoto and them, they're just walking right into the base. They've got an Alpha Wolf for that little extra burst here of the aura.
Yeah,
forcing TP's home.
Yeah, definitely Quest can't really leave base right now. They have to stay here and defend. This is what we saw Talon do a lot, just poke. We'll see if they commit to anything, but wouldn't be surprised to see them just back out. They don't have Aegis, no reason to really push aggro. So this is just an annoying move that makes Quest come home, and then Talon can take the map again. The Ancients are now open.
They going for Toby?
Oh, the rock throw.
They thought about it, but no. A little bit of a shard play out on the bottom coming from the Rubik. It's back and forth. Oh, immediate smoke and immediate cancel. Jabs, he's got the Lotus. He's in position. He's got TI1200. He's doing a decent amount of damage, but there it is. There's the Chrono, but he's still doing a bit. The swap comes out. It's so beautiful. 23 force away. Makoto is not happy about being stuck in that Chrono. He is going to end up dying.
Oh, man.
A little bit of miscommunication during that.
If he didn't time walk out there, he had a 4-man chrono, but he time walked out and caught his Primal Beast instead. Big misplay there.
Ollie getting silenced. They do end up using the Exo, but they weren't able to really get too. All right, now there we go. They grab Ollie, and now there is a tower here in the mid lane, so they'll be able to use the rest of the Exo to get themselves an objective.
This is massive request, staying alive here in this game, getting a really good fight. On the back of the chrono there, I want to say, oh, no bait to be available. Faces Void is too far out. Oh, man, 23 is crumbling here.
Yeah, that was not the play. Now Q, gonna get jumped on. They've got the snowball, but they also have that Silver Edge completed now for the gyrocopter. He's still alive. Makoto's still here.
He's got the snowball into blink play. Q knows what he's doing. It's a good thing someone is staying hyper-focused this game. 10, 1, and 16. He's been in everything but 3 kills.
Very impressive player.
Absolutely crazy. And he almost has a full BKB as well.
Exorcism is down for another 75 seconds. I'd love to see Talon take advantage of this. Yes, they don't have chrono, but yeah, you can see that in the bottom lane. He just didn't need to be there.
Yeah, he was getting way too close to the tower, and good reaction. The Blink Dagger on the Death Prophet, very useful for catching people. I'm a big fan of DPs going for this Blink Dagger because she's such a mobility-based hero.
Remember when she used to have the passive, the Witchcraft?
Oh yeah,
was nice.
Some awkward skill giving you the movement speed. I mean, now you get it from the Exorcism. They kind of built it in.
True.
A lot of heroes get this, kind of power creep going.
This is interesting to me, the fact that they're going in without an Exorcism.
Yeah, feeling like Roche is important to play on.
Nice blink away instantly. That smoke, unsuccessful. I feel like Quest is very unsuccessful with a lot of their smokes. Like, they have very good intentions, but just don't yield much half the time.
Yeah, they've been struggling. I mean, last game was very hard for them because their heroes were very bad at smoking. Here, it was just a matter of not getting on the right target. Q, good positioning. He's the one who's supposed to break smokes because he has great survivability with the Blink Dagger and his quick reactions there. Even if they did some damage to him, he could always snowball and try and get out as well. Almost worth taking 1 point in the Rocket Barrage on Jaro just to try and cancel the blink of the Tusk.
Got the Skelly men getting some of that vision. Makoto getting into position. Very patient. A little bit of cat and mouse. Nobody's showing in lanes. We'll show 23. Has the Chronosphere. Makoto throwing out the rock.
Omar would love to get his hands on a spell right now. Doesn't have anything on Rubik.
Makoto's gonna walk into all of them right now. They'll use Toby as a bit of the bait.
He's got the rock through.
Silence, the follow-up. They're just going to keep moving back for 23. Just a poke. Again, Makoto's so very, very tanky right now. Especially jabs here, too. They get their own rock. They can toss it. Get a little stun. So looking for this opportunity. Jab's just going to slowly start to build up these stacks. Another rock over onto TA. Looking for the opening. They'll find Omar. That's not necessarily what they want. They get the swap. There's going to be the Exorcism coming out from Doob. And 23 is taking so much damage. But Q over here just running away here from Doob. He's kind of on his own line. He's going to have to teleport out as Jebs continues to just throw all of this goop and goo all around Doob. He's already used the split. He's going to get punched out. This is so bad for Quest. They're going to end up losing their Brewmaster. And they've already lost so much more with losing the Gyro and losing Omar.
The amount of damage coming in here. We just see this no BKB Gyrocopter really struggles. I think he did a lot of damage to himself even there onto the blade mill of the Primal Beast. He was trying to, stand his ground, but with the Vengeful using her save onto the Rubik, they can't save him as well. Actually, it wasn't much from that. It was mostly just the Enchantress laying in, actually. Tons of impetus damage. She has, of course, the Grove Bow and the Dragon Lance.
It's a lot of damage. Now Jabs has himself this Aegis of the Immortal, so it's going to be even more difficult to take care of this Bristleback, who's just constantly going to be layering all of these debuffs the entire fight, the longer he stays alive.
Yeah, honestly, just getting rid of the nasal goo debuffs is really important for the Gyrocopter, and he has nothing to do it yet. Once he gets Satanic, then at least that will be, solving a lot of these issues, but so far away. And right now, you can see Talon the way they're playing. They're saying, oh, wait, what? Your Tormentor is up? Yeah, we're coming over. We'll go for that tier 2 tower push top, maybe take your Tormentor away. So, Quest, you gotta be quick if you want this.
Closer and closer to the Scotty for Faceless Void.
Scanning.
They're gonna try to put some pressure down. It's going down pretty quickly. Should
Taking
be
a
all
Tormentor
right.
before the steal comes in here.
That's
That's
smart.
really big.
It's risky. Oh, Death Prophet though over here, noob. Gonna wander over to the side of the map to take over that little Watcher.
Sneaky player.
They have the courier over here. They think they saw Gory.
Yeah, everybody is getting ready. They don't have Faceless Void until now. Finally, TP comes through.
I think you're okay with this. Yeah, just get rid of that bench right off the bat. She doesn't buy back. Oh, Toby, he's caught in the corner. He's getting stomped all over. Gets the split off, but while this is going on, Omar here over in this Chronosphere 23, he's gonna just walk away.
Nice chrono and kill there. Even though it's, you know, just a Rubik, being able to go in there, get a kill and get out safely as well. They get 2 pickoffs, don't really lose anything. And finally, gonna try and go through the back door here.
I mean, they forced the split. That's a big deal. That's very necessary for Quest.
Also getting both the supports down. They have
Look at them.
buyback, but they don't want to use it here.
They're just throwing themselves at this tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We use the fortification. You can see that Noob is making his way back towards this area. Doesn't really want to go in, though, unless he's got the rest of his team. And they still don't have 23 over here. He's just going to continue to farm, work on that Scotty, because he knows his team really kind of have this under control for the time being. Atos, nice force here.
Lotus
Lotus.
as well, returning the rockets.
They still have the cheese as well over on Primal Beast. And this Bristleback holding on to the Aegis.
And he's getting so strong. The Primal Beast closing in on Aghanim Scepter. He's halfway there, a little bit more than halfway. And over on Bristleback, going for the same counter as well as in the game against Medusa, where it was the Lifestealer who got it. This time, it's going to be the Bristleback buying up that Halberd. So amazing for shutting down the gyrocopter.
Radiant are scanning.
All the outer towers now for the side of Quest, they're gone. It's going to make things a lot scarier here for TA2000. He wants to try to finish up the Satanic, needs it so that way he can stay alive in these fights. And I like the way that Kaori's playing, like, is really just kind of hanging in the area just in case they need that swap. Just in case, you know, he gets caught out. They are in a close enough position to try to sacrifice himself. Kodo now making his way. They see this Death Prophet. Noob's just a little bit too fast with that blink.
Chasing,
back.
looking for anyone they can catch here. I mean, they dominate the map here. If anyone steps out, they have great kill potential between all their heroes. So don't want to give anything for free. Meanwhile, the travels on Bristleback. He can play the other side of the map. He's going for the Tormentor. So gonna get themselves a shard over here. See who it's gonna go towards.
Chase is
already have
on.
the end
Toby.
shard.
Making his way up to this top corner, just trying to give himself a little bit of space.
Yeah, they all have it. So already getting the extra golden experience here.
Yeah, they're pretty loaded. It's an 18k lead right now. Double damage here.
He was
for,
spotted. Toby walked
23.
past a ward.
He's just going to give a little bit of chase. He'll throw out some of that goop, hairball. Oh boy, Toby. I mean, this is good. It's forcing them to the other side of the map, so they're not going to be able to take the objective using these heroes. But again, Jabs does have those
Keep
boots
body
of
by
travel.
creep.
It's going to have to go and split. And this is not necessarily super comfortable as well. This is going on. They're putting a little bit of pressure over onto 23. This is just a little bit of cat and mouse going on with the Brewmaster.
Yeah,
Split's gonna be ending in about half. Yep, Toby in the base. They need to cancel out this TP,
Oh
and they
my
just
God.
don't have it in time. So what a space creator here.
Yo, the usage of the purple panda there twice, just pulling the earth panda up on the high ground as well. This is what he did last time they got ice sharded. Uses the void panda to reposition the earth. Some really neat little plays by Toby. It's cute, but now they don't have ulti though.
Kira was trying to go for that psychic headband play, but the rest of the team was already kind of in position. And they used the blade mail over Makoto 23, though. He's not in a good position. He's going to end up dying. So now you can see they use that rock there. They're trying to just fight through here with Makoto. It's a little bit spooky. So these Exorcism Ghosts are doing quite a bit, and without the Faceless Void, not feeling quite as confident. Jabs, they've already lost the Aegis. Makoto doing the best that he can here on the back lines, trying to stomp away. He's still being chased, but the fights are totally split, so they do end up losing Toby. And now in comes this Bristleback. He's big, he's scared. They have the stubble, they have the shards. They're going to try to give some more chase. They just run right through. They want to get this gyrocopter. A nice play here by the Rubik, picking out, tossing it. And now they've got the Satanic online here. Can they use it, though? Can they manage to keep this gyrocopter alive? He's healing up so much, but they're still fighting. They're still trying to go. They bought back on Toby. They'll get the kill on Q. Eventually, they get the kill, though, on the gyrocopter. Toby running for his life. He's getting chased down here by Makoto. A nice play here coming out to try to save Toby, using Kaori and the chase after Omar now. Can they finish them off? They're looking like they just need to get their hands. They can't go through that gate, though. It's going to be a little too tough, so they'll just start throwing out these quills. Bit of silence.
We see a charge as well, just going
They're
in.
still so healthy, though. Look at this.
Yeah, Bristleback has no worry in the world. If the gyrocopter is not alive and Exorcism is down, there's nothing that he worries about. So he's just going to go straight for the rats.
We'll throw out a stun over onto Makoto, but Makoto, again, doesn't care. He's got a heart. Like, they don't have the means to take down these two beefy boys. And you got dainty little Enchantress in the back. This pew.
I'm here too.
Yeah, I'm helping.
She's doing what she can, and Faces Void also making his way over. He still has Chronosphere because he was just picked off immediately in the start of the last fight, so he's also now a big threat.
Yeah, they have split available on Toby, so they do have that going for them, but they just don't have the Exorcism for another 26 seconds, so they have no hope of really pushing them out of this base until the gyrocopter comes up, and they'll use the fortification for the time being. They saw the Death Prophet, I think. You can see the pings are coming out.
How was this? I think that was Venge just pinging it. So they see, you know, they expect that something is happening.
Oh, jabs. Finds Noob over on the side.
Now they definitely know.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do. He's got the blink, though, and they don't have any way to cancel out the TP for the time being, so Noob should be fine.
Gets to safety. A lot of bounty runes here to be picked up. They take 2 on this side, 2 more on the other side as well. So much fighting going on. Teams don't have time. Q with his full Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll see if he can get some nice kick out over on this gyrocopter as well and put him out of position perhaps in the next fight. Or even just use it to kick away the Death Prophet when she uses Exorcism.
Noob is showing in the mid lane. Makoto doesn't have a blink dagger, but Q does. He could potentially try to make something happen. Ollie wandering over, spots out Noob.
Well, they're under
Outside of their base. Look at Q here. Q initiating in, is immediately going to get lifted up. They'll try to push him out of the way, but he's going to go down here as 23 thought about going in. Knows that they don't have their eyes on the Vengeful Spirit, so a swap was definitely imminent if he tried to go for that Chronosphere.
Uncharacteristic mistake there by Q jumping in, not using his BKB, so just ends up getting hexed by the Death Prophet after the punch runs out. Didn't get the snowball in. Of course, there was a quick lift as well coming out by Omar.
Now, there is no rush for another minute or so. And they have made their way over. There is an Enchantress Cube keeping tabs. It's going to be about a minute until day, so most likely going to have to go to that bottom area of the map.
Yeah, they need to try and get some form of fight going outside of their base, though, because Quest know if they just sit back and let this Roshan go the way of Talon, that would be disaster for them.
They're making their way over.
Soon they're going to go through the portal.
I mean, it's scary, right? They still have the Chronosphere.
I think
So they need to pick off first. Look at this. Look at the positioning here with those illusions. They'll reveal themselves. Kodo, waiting patiently. It's going to get silenced up by the Death Prophet. They still don't have tabs, though, on the Faceless Wood, which makes this very scary. And the Tusk is going to be coming in any moment now. Atos gets used on Makoto. Again, big beefy boy, not too concerned right now as the rest of the team, they're joining in. Toby going to poke a little bit. Makoto is going to go for the hard committal, push in. Finds himself, but again, that silence. In comes Q. BKBs are out. They'll use the call down. They kick over to the side, though. This gyrocopter, he's totally separated here. As I pick him up, try to pulverize, get that sound off. As now you guys, this gyro, he's trying to fight his way through. It's proving to be too difficult. They'll end up losing gyrocopter. As now Ollie's sitting on the high ground here with Makoto. They're putting the damage down over onto Noob. He's got the Exorcism jabs, though. He's got too much going on with all these lovely quills, lovely viscous goo, everything. Toby, last man standing over here in this top area. He is toast. And already you can see 23. He's like, I'm going for this Roche, guys. I'll meet you there.
He bought back, he died. I mean, 23 had a horrible fight there. He got a 0-man chrono into just getting locked down and killed off. So he definitely didn't enjoy what was going on in that fight. But good thing for him, his team carried him big time. As we saw, the Primal Beast and Bristleback, just dominant force. Even Ench laying tons of damage. And of course, Q was on point again, just his positioning.
I mean, this is why you respect that Primal Beast. We saw how much damage he was able to dish out during that fight. And
he's just standing mid, waiting already. We see a replay here on the fights as they're heading towards the base. We can quickly have a look down below. Here's where Faceless Void jumped in, got a chrono, but didn't catch anyone at all as the camera's, you know.
It's a little bit off. Yeah, because we were watching this gyrocopter get just...
Oh, now back in the game, though, they're pushing gyrocopter up in 10 seconds. They're gonna get at least...
Not the Aegis, though. They've got Aegis on this Faceless Void. They're going for Megas. Like, they're really being efficient.
I mean, without Brew, and DP doesn't want to buy back as well.
She's not even going to have ultimate when she comes back up. Like, it's going to be too hard for them to push them out. In fact, if they can get a kill on this gyrocopter, I mean, they're looking to just put down this end.
It's almost up again.
More back and forth. You see Jaro's doing whatever he can. Does have plenty of damage, but just needs the help. Like, they need to have more when you look at what's going on the side of Talon. Or Goo. Jabs doesn't care. Jabs is just going to position himself in the middle of everyone. And there's the BKB coming out from Q. The kick back over onto Gyrocopter. Is this going to be the end for Quest? Oh my god! And then they'll follow up with the Chronosphere. They've taken down the Gyro. The GG gets called. We are not having tiebreakers for this group, Waga, because Talon have shown up and they're staying.
Etta GG comes out from Quest. Grats and GG, they say, to Talon, who played a fantastic series here and advanced 2-0 from the series against Quest. And, you know, hearts out to Quest. They get eliminated here in this group. It's tough times for them, but they give some great sportsmanship, saying congrats. And, you know, we can see Talon here feeling pretty good that they don't have to play anymore to advance.
Seeing some smiles come out. Like, they're very, like, stone cold killers at the end of that. They're like, oh, probably the relief, right? The relief of just, we've done it. We're not getting eliminated. And again, your heart goes out to Quest because they put up a really good fight. You know, this is a team that started to pick up momentum throughout the year. And if they stick together, I think they're still going to go quite far. But that is the end of their road to TI, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, I mean, they played really well. I think there were moments, but I honestly think something that they have to be questioning a little bit is their, you know, a little bit wonky draft. They play a lot of off-meta stuff, which can be fun to watch, but I also feel like some of the powerhouse heroes of the current patch, like what we see Talon utilizing against them here, are just so hard to ignore. And what a performance again, going back to the game, what a performance by both Q and Mikoto. Like, they played phenomenal in this game.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the support duo, definitely the duo to be watching. Very, very impressive coming out from them. But I think Quest, they're very good, but they need to just expand more. I think they need to get more comfortable with a little bit more with their drafting. And just, you know, they're a younger team, right? Like, you've seen a lot of these players before in the past, you know, like Noob, Omar, especially, like, we've seen them play throughout DPC, but they're just not necessarily quite at the adaptation level as some of these other teams. And I think that's going to come with time. I think you've got a lot of talent there, but you don't want to end up, you know, kind of getting stuck picking, you know, what's comfortable. You want to be able to adapt to these metas.
Yeah, they've been a very fun team to follow throughout the TI year. I think that they, you know, obviously are getting better as well as time progresses. Sadly, this group stage not the best for them here, but I would love to see these guys keep playing together because obviously they have so much going for them. But yeah, Talon, you know, coming back and showing here, they are a very, very strong Southeast Asian team here, and they carry a lot of the pride of their region. So nice to see them bounce back after a horrible day one, and you know, bring themselves back into not being eliminated.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you need that day to warm up. It's just scary when you're playing in the group stages here because eliminations come up so quickly with the way that this is designed. But they're going to keep going. We've still got some Southeast Asian pride going on. I'm sure we've got some very happy people here in chat. And again, you know, Quest, it's a big deal. They made it to, you know, I guess technically it's the road to TI, but they made it to TI group stages. And that's huge, considering that this is kind of like their first real, you know, big success. Yeah. I think that's great.
They made it to the road to TI. It's big. It's
they
big.
put a foot on the road.
You made it to the journey. Well, here we see some of the post-game stats. I honestly agree. I mean, Quest, they've done really well for themselves throughout the year, and it's a sad note for them here. But Talon, got to highlight, they are looking in form today. Yesterday was a horrible day for him. Just pretend it never happened. But today, Mikoto looking like a beast. Q possibly looking even stronger. And then Ollie just delivering time and time again. I mean, these players are just absolutely insane. I think 23 had a lot of questionable moments in this game, but fortunately for his team, or for him, his team was absolutely just crushing this one.
It's pressure. It happens. You know, this was potentially could have put them in tiebreakers and eliminations. But I think Q impressed the heck out of me. Like, it has been the Ollie show and Makoto show, but this time around, Q just having that, you know, he made a little mistake because he didn't use that BKB right off the bat when he jumped into the high ground over in the buy angle of the Radiant. But
I was like, there was
honestly,
one mistake, yeah.
Yeah, like a pretty great game coming from him here, and the way he was able to, you know, just initiate, get that information, not have the fear, so the rest of his team can just run in with their faces. I love it. I loved it.
I mean, you look at those stats, you're like, oh yeah, Core Tusk, interesting. No, this is a support. He's 11-3 and 24 on the support. This is like nuts. He is playing so good.
He's got almost 80% kill participation, and the kicks at the end are what ended up winning them this game. The separation with the gyrocopter.
Yeah, he did
so good. Absolutely
fantastic with few items early on. I mean, out of the first 10 kills of the game, he was there for every single one, just on point, his rotations. So yeah, definitely, if you're a support and you want to learn how to move around the map, how to make ganks happen, I completely agree with what you pointed out, that Team Spirit have been praising the Talon supports, and I can totally see why. They are playing phenomenal today.
Yeah, watch these guys. These are the guys you want to see. But I think that's going to be it for this stream, Waga. I think we have finished it up. We don't have any tiebreakers. We do have some of these. It was showing that this is what ended up happening today. The 2-0 for Talon, 1-1 split with Vivo Ke Stars and TSM. And then, of course, Talon just being able to succeed here at the last minute, the last bell. And they're going to send Quest home. So...
yeah, and let's give a little bit of a praise here as well to Ke Stars. With the result that we have here, they don't have to play in the tiebreakers as well, so they also advance, you know. Cool to see. They're one of the qualifier teams as well coming in, and pretty hyped to watch them play. I think they had some stronger and some weaker showings in this group, but they advanced to the next stage, and here we have the groups.
Yeah, see, there's still potential for tiebreak for EG's SMG, I'm guessing, or...
I think we have tiebreakers confirmed, right? 2-6, 2-6.
Okay,
so
yeah. I wasn't sure if these were...
Yeah, everything must be played. So even though they're in the dark, I think that has to be a tiebreaker.
I'm guessing that'll be over on Stream A for our viewers. If you want to go watch those tiebreakers, that'll be very exciting. It's very nerve-wracking for me as an SA fan. I don't want to see EG taken out here because they've already lost Thunder.
Oh,
and, looking at Beastcoast, they're out. Like, this is the first time we had 4... SA teams. Like, we need to have, you know, I think a lot of people would be surprised that Vivo Ke Stars is the one that's still in there.
Yeah, we still got games as well between Gaming Gladiators and Beastcoast, right? Happening. Right. So they're only at there could be more tiebreakers coming in from that group, as we have 3 and 5 on both VP and nouns. I don't know the exact standings, so definitely head over to the C stream, I guess, and find those games as well. But that's going to be it for our group, at least here, and the conclusion of Group D.
Yeah, congratulations to Talon, you know, clutching it out. And again, our not apologies, but just, you know, we're sad to see Quest have to leave because everybody wants to be here. We want to see everybody do well, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to be their year. It's always next year, though. And this was great casting with you, Waga. We've got 2 more days left of this group stage. We're moving into phase 2, which will be best of 3s. But those will all be on the main stream. So I won't see any more over here on some of these other streams. Yeah. Any final words?
It's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. I think a lot of these games, you know, were exciting to see teams bringing out different strategies and different approaches. We definitely had some crazy approaches to the drafting as well. But overall, I'm just happy to see that the level of Dota is definitely reaching that, you know, the TI hype that I always want to see, the best play possible. And curious to see how Talon are going to play going into the playoffs. So yeah, we'll have to stay tuned.
Yeah, good luck going out to those remaining teams, especially the ones that might have tiebreakers. But that's it from Waga and I. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you going forward. Bye, guys.